say a little something? Yep, hell no. Even though the setting is on Discord, it's not Discord. Go ahead again. Oh, it just was a different Discord, although it had all the same names and everything. It's awesome. It is fantastic. And then did the gameplay in the background stop again?
No. Did it? On my screen, it looks like it's still moving. There's animation still there.
Really? On my screen, it wasn't doing nothing. I just rewinded it, though.
You're good.
Yeah, I just rewinded it.
I could see the flickering in the animation and shit. I saw you go into the menu. So, again, I don't know when that was, though, because I don't know if I'm on a delay from YouTube or not. But
right. Yeah, nah, it was completely frozen on my side.
Okay. Look at the Iron Man colors, of course.
Oh, man, I mean...
Every time I see gameplay with you, I think I'm watching a new Iron Man game. I'm telling you.
Come on. This should be part of the expectation. If you see if there's mega games,
every time.
You know.
I know, but every time it catches me off guard because I always think I'm looking at some freaking Avengers game or some shit I haven't seen before because I'm like, what the fuck? When did Iron Man get this kind of armor? Look at that shit. It looks dope, though.
Tim the Sorcerer says audio sounds okay. The audio sounds okay, Tim. That doesn't sound good at all. When I was listening to my when I was doing the video for Damon X Machina, I think the sound sounded pretty good. I mean, we don't have freaking, top of the line mics. We don't have Sures or nothing, but man said okay. I feel heartbroken. I don't know how I feel about that.
Bro, when your significant other says okay, you know what that means, right? Come on, man. It's the same as fine.
It was okay. It's fine.
It sounds fine.
It's like it's not fine.
What's going down. It's not fine.
It's not fine at all.
Stop lying to me. Says, hey, you meant good.
Okay. I'm good. Okay. I can live with that. I can't all that smoke. I don't know if I can live with that. You gotta be direct, man, If
it ain't magnificent, we're not going live. Fuck this.
Hey, that's it. we got to take it down. We got to figure out what's happening with the audio, guys. Like, Lord.
Delroy, you're at Gamescom. Sweet, brother. Enjoy. You're at Gamescom, man. That's freaking awesome.
Went out to Germany to see some of them badass games that was out there. Hey, I don't want to hear anybody else say that they think Crimson Desert is fake. It's been proven, dog.
That can't be a thing still, is it?
Dog, bro. Not that it was a thing still and people were actively talking about it. I haven't looked into it since the last time we mentioned it, but still. Dakota said, Pong laying down the law. You already know.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope you have a good day too,
Deb. People are still doing it, bro, because I think they've shown enough now where it's legit. So I don't know how much more unedited game footage that you can show off. I mean, they've shown too much, in my opinion. Like I said, I'm just waiting to see more of the mechanics or the actual.
That's what they should have been showing. That's what they should have shown. What the perk system looks like, skills,
the weapons, loot, like all that shit. That's
what is the progression going to look like?
Yeah.
That's what I definitely want to know. Delroy said crazy busy and Crimson Desert look nice on the floor. Huge booth. Oh yeah. Pearl Abyss don't play again. Pearl Abyss has Black Desert money. So, well, at least had it because I think they transferred it over to. Does Pearl Abyss still own Black Desert, or is that under Cacao, or is it reverse? I know I talked about that before. Either way. They're definitely putting money into something that they believe in, bro. And every time I see people talk about it, it's at least the devs talk about it. They seem excited. So, Dakota says Jump Space finally got an early access release date. Yeah, bro. Shout out to Sly Crow. He hit me up the other day on Steam and asked if I maybe wanted to jump into some Jump Space with him. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about the game. And right now, my rotation is disgusting. It just really is. And it can only become more disgusting if I decide that I need to start putting duckers down on other things. Or if I end up getting review copies. Because I am trying to review Damon X Machina. I haven't got a review copy yet. If I do, maybe I can say I'm doing something behind the scenes. But we'll see. I'm also trying to review the GameSir Pro, the new one, Pro 7, because it's either two things are going to happen, because I'm going to have to make a decision. I am going to have to make a decision. Either they're going to let me try to, or either I'm going to be able to review that thing, or I'm going to have to buy it, review it, and just use it anyway, because this controller constantly disconnected from the USB-C port is annoying, and I don't know where my Bluetooth dongle is for the FlyDigi is. So, I mean, and I could just use my Xbox controller, but I tend to let the wife use that one, what she does. But I don't know, man. I have taken a liking to the FlyDigi controller. I do like it a little bit more than I do the Elite Series 2. And this is a controller that was half the price. Well, shit, it was less than that. But there's still some quality issues. Like, I like the extra buttons and everything. It's a dope controller. But nonetheless, like, again, like right there, it just disconnected. I just picked the controller up to show it to y'all, and it disconnected, bro. Like, I didn't do anything. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It happened last night. It happened last night when we were playing some good old mild and modded Elden Ring, which I'll definitely talk about. But I'm gonna kind of keep shouting out to people here, because we have not done a podcast in the last couple weeks, man. So we've been getting some gaming in, some beautiful Battlefield 6, which I think will probably just be a lead-in conversation for us since we're coming off the heels of it. Beta's fully closed. There's some other discussions going out there. Again, movement has been a big conversation this week, and then people saying that, oh, this exposes people who don't use movement, or this shows people don't want to evolve, or this shows why shooters have a problem in modern day gaming, because gamers don't know what the fuck they want. Like there's just a vast breadth of different things that are being mentioned as far as when it comes to Battlefield. And it's funny because I saw somebody make a post and they said, who ever thought that Battlefield would be the game to make people question movement mechanics in games? And I got a giggle out of that one. I thought it was cool. But yeah, man. So we got some fun things to talk about. Gamescom happened this week. I had a massive list. I don't know. My power randomly turned off last night, so I don't know if I still have my list. I do. So perfect. Of some games that I pulled out of just opening night live more so than anything else. I haven't had a chance to really look at the other shows. I've chosen to use my free time to get some gaming in, versus looking at the different shows and whatnot. So there may be more out there, but God, like, I gotta be real with y'all. Can I have a real, like, quick heart to heart? I am overwhelmed. Just am. I'm just bro, I want to play Metal Gear Solid Delta, although the more recent gameplay that I've seen of it doesn't look as good as I thought it would. In gameplay, it does. Like, I'm not worried about the frame rate and stuff. I'm not worried about that, dog, because I don't know. I'm at a point with, I mean, of course, I'm considerate. Of course, we always got to consider it. But I don't know what it is, Paul. Maybe me and you are just two magical beings in this universe.
Yeah, no.
But people will have these performance issues, and then, like, okay, Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter does have performance issues. I'm not going to deny you on that. But I didn't have those issues, that people were complaining about. So, but you have to acknowledge them. But it's the same thing with Metal Gear Solid Delta, but except for me, it's just like it was gameplay things that I was seeing. AI acting a certain way. And it might have just been that clip. Again, the people were alerted as well. Again, I'm coming in from the expectation of playing Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, right? I understand Phantom Pain is a much further advanced game than Metal Gear Solid Delta is, and it's not like they completely rebuilt Delta from the ground up. They're doing a similar thing to what they did with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, right? Put an Unreal Engine on top. Yes, they did fix some things, but it's not going to be like this whole brand new revamped experience. It does look good though, and I appreciate it for that. But it's just, it took it out. I guess what I'm trying to get to, it took it out of, I need to play this soon. It took it to a more like, maybe I'll play it down the line. Maybe if it goes on sale, $30 or so, maybe even less than that. Maybe I'll just get it then. There was another game too that actually, Lost Soul Aside. It's another one. It's one that I've been excited about since I came into the community. It was a game that I was excited about when we first became aware of it. I feel like because I believe it's been about that long since we last heard from that damn game. Now that it's finally coming out at the end of the month, I want to play it. I really do. But I still haven't got through Wu-Chang yet.
Right.
And I'll get into more of that, what my issue with that is. But then let me just add this on top and why I say I feel overwhelmed. I keep forgetting that Gears Reloaded releases at the end of this month as well. That's next week. And they made changes to the multiplayer. Pong, they actually fixed the spread on the shotgun. They made it tighter. And they fixed some hit registration stuff. Okay, perfect. So you ended up doing some things that are going to make this game feel better online than it even did previously. That gets me a little bit more excited. But what do multiplayer games do? Take time. And once you get invested, it only takes... I'm very lucky that they don't have the custom server browsers like they used to in the original Gears one. And that's the one thing that I was hoping that they were going to bring back. I still haven't seen that. But they're lucky they don't have that because, bro, I could easily lose another 100 plus hours just playing Gears. But again, that locks me out of playing whatever other game that comes out. Voidbreaker. It came in the PC Game Pass. I still haven't opened it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that's on the table. It's a lot that's going to be continued to be interesting to talk about and have fun with. And again, it's just not only do you have Game Pass, but then you have all these other games that you also get interested in. And when you're starting to look at the price of games, $40, $60, $70 and back-to-back releases. I mean, again, I think at the beginning of the month, the beginning of the year, January, February was easy to drop $300 to $500 on games. Full price games. We're in the halfway in the year and it's only ramping up. You know what I mean? Thank God Ninja Gaiden 4. Maybe that's what I say my action chops for. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to juggle some of this stuff. Maybe I do a review that'll give me some motivation to play specific games like a Daemon X Machina. But who knows? You know, there's also that you got to be realistic with yourself, man. What's the time like? Do you have the time to jump in, or are you just investing in games just because you want to throw them in the backlog? At $70, are you just throwing games in the backlog? Some 10, 15, 20. I'll throw something in the backlog quick. There's an indie title that's actually, it's the first game that I've seen in a while that has 100% on Steam ratings. It's a side-scroller action game. Over the top. It's called Ovis something. Actually, I'm gonna pull it up because that shit. I instantly copped it just because of the video clip that I saw. I'm gonna pull it up on screen actually for y'all.
Pretty impressive.
I haven't even opened that one up yet, but it was on sale for like $12. I was like, oh, I pulled it up, just released. I was like, okay, let me see what's going on with this. And yeah, man, I got another one that I gotta put on that radar. So let me see here. Who's sending me friend requests and stuff? Oh, my brother playing Night Rain. He had to jump in there by himself. I've been up and doing some episodic stuff too. That's another thing I'm going to be changing as well. If anybody that's interested, before I get into the intro, live a split screen and get into Pong, and then what we've been playing and whatnot. If anybody's interested, any gameplay related stuff, if it's not me and Pong playing co-op or whatever the case on the channel, I'm going to move it all to my main channel. Main reason, just did some further research for some further digging and had some conversations. Algorithm's sake, I want things to be somewhat in line, right, with how YouTube is seeing things. I do think that me doing the gameplay streams and uploading them directly, I can do it later if I wanted to do it for members or whatever the case. But at that point, why would I charge you for it when you could just get it for free on my personal channel, right? And that just be the whatever. Because the other thing too, because I'm not doing it consistently enough, that also causes an issue. Where versus us podcasting, I was seeing better engagement when I was doing more podcast related stuff, but I do need to, again, get back to posting shorts more consistently and everything else. And I mean, I got a bag full of shorts right now. I just haven't gone through a clip up. Again, all this stuff takes time along with real life stuff. So it's just like everything's in consideration, man. Everything's a work. You got to work for everything that you got going on. Again, anybody that's doing the YouTube thing, YouTube grind, a lot of people say there's a lot of luck involved with it as well. But again, when you're doing it all yourself, it's a lot of work, man. It can be a lot. It can be a lot. It's time consuming, if anything. But the game I was talking about is called Ovis Loop. Ovis Loop, and let me pull that. Let me pull that up on screen for you guys, because this game was absolutely insane. And shout out to, I'm gonna pull it up from the single player squad. Hopefully they don't mind, because if they do mind, I'm sorry. I'll just say sorry, but I love you. Hopefully that works for you. Let me see. Where'd the window capture go? Oh, it went on the other screen. Good Lord. I do want to pull it up over there too, but let me do boom. I just want to put this up on screen for you guys, because again, it's an indie game that doesn't cost a whole lot, man. Like, let me go back to the store page right now. Right now, $16.99, bro. But when I got it was $12.99. It's a game that's in early access. Essentially, it's a pixel art action roguelike with dynamic combat, player-led combo crafting, and post-apocalyptic battle of wolf and lamb. Step into the shoes of a robot sheep, Omega, to wield sci-fi weapons and gather evolving skills to protect your flock. Jump into the loop and create a unique combat style. And now the ratings, the rating actually, it looks like it went down. It looks like after they put the post of it being 100%, people went in there and gave it some real critique. But it's at 88%, man. And for a game that just came out, I mean, you go down the Steam list, all the ratings you see, especially as of recent, are extremely positive. So all thumbs up and stuff. So I wanted to give a little shout out to that, because it's one that caught my attention. I just randomly saw it down the timeline, because me and Pong do this thing on Twitter to where most of the indie devs, if they're sharing their content or when they're doing like those things, the algorithm, my game is good, the algorithm is just ignoring me kind of posts, which I think are super dope. And you get all these random games that you had like just weren't aware about, reposting and stuff like that. And one of those came onto the timeline. So super dope.
That's dope.
Crow says, if you like multiplayer, check out WoW Game. Maybe. All right. Well, with that being said, enough of those shenanigans. Let's get into the main crux of things. This is Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on with the gaming industry, at least for the most part. We don't like to talk about Nintendo, seemingly, but when we got some smoke to give, we give it to them. But no, we talk about everything for the most part. The main thing is we like to take that RTS approach. That just means real-time strategy, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of that map, pulling our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation right here on Living Split Screen, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Also, this is the home of the ECP, Educated Consumer Perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're two dudes with plenty of professional knowledge behind us and some gaming expertise, quote unquote, as I like to say, just gaming experience overall that we like to bring to the table, play a little armchair CEO, have some fun, have good conversation, involve the chat as much as we can, because they like to juice up our conversations as well. And then we go from there. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain, that's T is a 7 everywhere. Mostly frequent the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter, and TikTok. Well, more so YouTube on the personal channel. Been uploading stuff there. So if you want to check me out, definitely check me out there. But enough of my shenanigans, and I'll talk about more about what I have been into, what's on my mind, and what I've been playing. Gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself. My brother from another, my confidant, my battlefield my battlefield medic combat buddy. That's what I was looking for. My guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How you feeling? What's happening?
Yeah, we haven't done this in a while. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, everybody on board the Living Split Screen, the Splitters hype train on a Saturday morning. We got the one and only Decado coming through early. He dropped us a little 10 bomb. Got us some coal up front. We got the flames a little hotter in here because he added 2
Oh.
cars full of splitters on the Saturday morning with a easy 10 dunk. That windmill dunk from the Decado got us 10 more memberships. Thank you, though, to the one and only Decado. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo.
Thanks, Decado.
Choo. Thank you, Decado. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to a normal living split screen. That's right. We are back aboard the hype train, taking a tour of gaming news and speculation. And what a week it's been. You know, Steel, for me this week, it's been funny. I'm not. It's been whatever. Again, you
all
guys
over the
all
place.
know. Yeah, well, my life is going to be chaotic from here on out until early next year. So, listen, there's going to be weeks where I got nothing to give much. I'll always have something, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, we're in that mode. But I had to laugh this week, Steel, with everything going on this week, because this week was great. Lots of new shit. I still haven't had a chance to watch the Future Game Show back or any of that stuff.
I've heard many people talking about it, though, man.
Yeah, there's lots of cool shit in there. Double A
Okay.
scene, indie scene is really crushing it right now. They're coming through with some really dope ass shit. Plus, there was some bigger games at the Future Game Show that Keeley didn't get, which was interesting this week. And I'm sure we'll talk about it because I did watch, opening it live, and we had thoughts on Thursday night. So, but I just thought it was funny this week, Steel, that the very serious people out here, the gatekeepers, that want to tell everybody else, took some hits this week. Steel took some massive hits this week. With Black Myth, Wukong suddenly showing up at 60 frames perfectly on the Series S, and actually having 3 modes on the Series S, which we were told, Steel, to believe the devs and that the Series S was the problem, and that it was just going to be impossible for them to get that game to run on the Series S at all, and that we should just take Game Science at their word that was a problem. And again, very serious people, very, 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 very serious people that have much more knowledge than everybody else out here, just telling us that we shouldn't talk about this stuff, and that Microsoft and Phil were lying. So that continued this week. That was absolutely freaking hilarious to me.
Was it?
And then, the ROG Ally X showing up and actually getting really positive reviews. Again, I'm not even interested in this piece of hardware, but getting really positive reviews from a lot of people. And suddenly the gatekeepers coming out and trying to say that it's just a portal that's the same as the PlayStation Portal.
Yeah, no, that's not even.
It only costs $199.
Yeah, that's not even. It's not even the same thing.
These very serious people out here that seem to claim that nobody else knows what they're talking about and shouldn't be talking about stuff, suddenly going on fits over, Black Myth Wukong, over the ROG Ally X, over the moves. Yeah. Over the moves that, Xbox continues to make out here, giving people benefits. Now it's Play Anywhere is under attack, Steel.
What? No.
Play Anywhere is under attack because, again, they're doing stuff that just doesn't make sense for a business, and we should only think about the business, not about the consumers, not about us gamers. So it's been one hell of a week, man. There's been some interesting conversations happening out here from the very, very serious and very, very intelligent people out here. It's been amazing to watch. But us gamers, the ones that are just out here gaming, Steel, we've been having a hell of a good time. And again, we just keep getting more and more announcements, and we enjoy the shit, and we enjoy the simplicity of, hey, watching a show and going, you know what? This is cool, man. We got this game looks cool. This game looks cool.
I got something.
Yeah. I got something out of this, and there was a lot of that this week.
Even though y'all shit on Keeley's show opening night live.
Yeah. No, we're gonna talk about that. That's the first show in a while that I've been disappointed overall in. You guys know how I feel about that, but we'll get to that. But there's still stuff in there. Obviously, there's still cool shit. But yeah, otherwise, gaming wise, I'm back on Battlefield 2042. Because I'm going through that battle pass. Yeah, okay. I'm getting that. I'm getting those skins for Battlefield 6. For anybody who doesn't know, a lot of people are unhappy because they're being forced to play 2042. There's a lot of people out here who absolutely still despise 2042.
I know,
but they want the skins.
The main thing that I've been seeing is people saying that after playing Battlefield 6, it's hard to play 2042. And I think that's impressive in itself.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that too because I mentioned that on Thursday night as well. But the battle pass is free on 2042 and it has skins for Battlefield 6. And I think, yeah. So
I didn't realize it was free.
it's
Still,
yeah, it's free. Yeah, it's free. So, and it runs through October the 7th, I want to say, I think. So, and there's a lot of people playing right now. I think it hit over 25,000 concurrent people on Steam the other day. Because people are jumping back in for this reason. So I'm back on 2042, and again, I like 2042. But what I was gonna say, Steel, and this is what I talked about Thursday night, is coming off of Battlefield 6 and then going back to 2042.
Oh, you feel it too? Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, because you realize again, I like 2042 and it's playing extremely well. And the new they for anybody that doesn't know as well, they also launched free this massive update, which include a remake of the Iwo Jima map, okay, which is freaking one of people's favorite maps,
Good
right,
map.
from Battlefield 5. It's a great map. They've added, it's got an active volcano in it now. It's really cool shit, right? Really well done. But going back and playing 2042 versus Battlefield, it is a dramatic or stark reminder, Steel, of how far they had drifted from the original Battlefield formula when you play 2042 now. Coming off of Battlefield 6, which Zampella, obviously, again, not perfect. We certainly got criticism for it and some of it, but got to that point, like I said he had to do 75% of the old Battlefield. If you get to that point, you're winning. Zampella did that at least. Going back and playing 2042, you see how far that team had drifted from the original Battlefield formula. And it's blatant, it's apparent, it's stark, it's wow when I jumped into that. Now, guns still feel great. Obviously, sound is still freaking amazing, right? Vehicles still perform. I went on a streak. Bro, I was rolling around, not in a tank. Normally, I'm tank commander. Tanks were taken, but Iwo Jima, you get a ton of vehicles. Like they open up like a ton. Like you can have 2 tanks on the battlefield. You can have 2 anti-aircraft on the battlefield. You can have a personal carrier. You can have all sorts of shit on the all at the same time. So there's tons of opportunity to drive around if you want to. I wound up in the personal trooper carrier. I forget what the actual official name is, but it's the one that's actually got guns, but you can carry up to, I think, 6 people or 8 people on it.
Okay.
I got in that chain, bro. I was the driver. Bro, we were rolling from point to point to point, taking, rolling in there. My dudes were on it. I had 2 engineers with me. They were hopping out, healing me up, healing the vehicle up. We'd sit there, 2 people on the guns, taking everybody out. We take the point, move on to the next. They wind up going back behind us as we take a point. We go back around. Bro, I had this crew with me. We rolled for like almost 20 minutes straight in the same one, like just hanging out. And this is with people with rocket launchers, C4, everything. Like we were just dominating. It was so much fun. But the game itself and how it plays compared to, and obviously you're talking about a very large map in Iwo Jima again, as most of 2042 is. But that compared to what you were getting in Battlefield 6, and the old school feel Battlefield 6 that brought, the vibes of 3 and 4 back again. Yeah, man, you notice it right away when you go into 2042. And that's why there's a large group of people just hating themselves for playing 2042 right now just to get the skins. It's pretty hilarious to see the comments and the postings. But I'm still having a good time. So I'm back on 2042. Now, Steel, I also did try... Okay, a couple of things. So Delta Force. I jumped into Delta Force last night.
Yeah. How you feeling? I want to know if you feel like me, because that's what I'm most interested in. Okay. What's going on? Talk to me.
Okay, this is gonna.
Oh, first start with this. How long did you end up playing it for?
An hour and a half, maybe.
That's about me too. I only played for like a couple hours. I played for a couple hours.
Well, because I want to jump into the other one, which I'm going to talk about too. But anyway,
yeah.
But okay, they obviously took massive influence from Battlefield in certain ways. They obviously took influence from Call of Duty. This is a mix mash of the 2 games to me in a lot of ways. However, my biggest and I've come across this since I started playing on PC, and I started playing first person shooters on PC. Or trying games that were, first person shooters on PC first. It has that feeling still that it was never built from the ground up for the controller. And they've obviously brought it to console,
Okay.
and they've gotten the controller support to it.
Mhm.
Now, am I sitting in my controllers fiddling with all the settings as people like to do? No.
Mhm.
Should I probably go online and watch some videos and see what people are setting their controllers up for Delta Force specifically? Probably. I probably should
Should you
do that.
have to though?
Should I have to? No. And I
Yeah.
do fiddle with them a little bit, right? To try to, but it feels like a game that was built for keyboard and mouse first, and then had tacked on controller support to bring it over to console. And it's a weird feeling, and not everybody's going to get that. Again, this is a me thing as a console, as a multi-decade long console only player. There are just certain things when you hop into a console game that has been built from the ground up with that in mind as a first person shooter, that it just feels better. This one gives me that off feeling where it's just a little bit off. It's not horrible. It just doesn't feel completely tuned in, right? So anyways, that's number one, what I noticed. However,
Okay.
the game itself does have some Battlefield to it, along with Call of Duty. It's a mix mash of the two games. I think they've got some really cool stuff in there still.
Okay.
I think some of the gadgets and some of the, again, they're not going with the classic Battlefield squad setup. You are looking at operators, right? Just like Call of Duty, you are looking at the operators, the specialties.
Yeah.
But I'm having a good time. Also, I did start to play the campaign because the campaign is actually free to download. I thought you had to pay for it. Black Hawk Down, the campaign is free. It was available free. I downloaded it. I started it up.
Okay.
So that is cool as shit. And boy, did I get my ass slapped around. Pause right away.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, because I went into it from the classic first person shooter campaign arcadey style. Steel. No. The way they got the enemies set up, the way the enemies are sticky as hell with their aiming on you. Like, you got to play this more like a military sim style campaign where you are taking it slow, you are checking corners, you are clearing rooms, and you are ready to be surrounded, and you're going to go down very fast and you're going to get killed very fast. But as far as the actual visceral feel to it, pretty high up there. There are some sound glitches, which again is not something I normally notice, but there are some sound glitches that do kind of affect that immersion because you're in the middle of, there's all shit breaking out. And anybody knows the story of Black Hawk Down or has watched the movie, you know what you're getting yourself into. Like, this is all hell breaking loose, right? And you are trapped, right? Surrounded at all times by enemies. So there is this feeling that you do get a Battlefield feeling when it's all kicking in, like, holy shit, there's a lot of action going on, even shit not like near me, but shit going on far away. There's people screaming, people dying, there's gunfire everywhere, there's helicopters flying overhead. However, while indoors, especially in the main building that you first get into, the outside noises suddenly are loud and then suddenly are very quiet, like almost you're in a soundproof room, and they kind of go in and out abnormally, not naturally, right? It's pretty jarring at points too. So notice that right away. But as far as what I got myself into, yeah, I'm going to play through that campaign. That campaign is fun as hell. The other thing about the multiplayer side of talk about people are complaining about the Battlefield UI and menus. Delta Force's menus are all over the fucking place, bro. And trying to figure out what unlocks. And yes, I don't know if you noticed this, Steel, but I don't know if you went into the pay section. It does feel like there's a little pay to win here going on. So, because you could unlock some shit that will give you benefits on the field. So, I mean, again, is it overt? I don't know because I'm not going to pay for the shit. But it does feel like there's a little pay to win in certain sections going on here with some of the shit that you can open up through actual cash money. It is what it is. But overall, thought it looked beautiful. Thought it played pretty well. I was having fun. The amount of attachments that they've got for the weapon steel is pretty overwhelming. They got a whole gunsmithing aspect going on, where you can go test out the weapons. You can adjust everything. But the amount of attachments per spot on each weapon, I was like, holy shit, man. Like, we're talking about minute changes to certain categories of like control or accuracy or whatever the case may be. And really having to make some decisions there, like what you were going for with your weapon. So yeah, I had an overall good time. With it, is it Battlefield? No. Is it Call of Duty? No. Do I think they've got something there? Yeah, I understand why people are playing it. So.
You said it felt like it had some pay to win in it. Like what? Like what do you mean? I mean, we had this discussion before, man, and I didn't see that in the shop, and I didn't look. But
okay, because like, when you go in there, there's upgraded weapons in there that you can buy that are better than anything else you can pretty much make.
Really?
So there, yeah.
From the stats that you can see.
Yes. And so
now, is that? Yeah. Are you comparing a gun that you got fully modded out versus what's in the store?
Yeah.
And you can notice the difference?
Yeah. Again, I didn't sit in there and I didn't overanalyze, right? But I was looking at some of that shit. I was like,
just stat-wise, you saw some higher numbers.
Yeah, yes, correct.
I really hope that that's not the case. I mean, again, people have been so adamant about pay to win being in games, at least as of late, where they use it as talking points for certain games or whatever. Maybe Delta Force doesn't have enough hype behind it or whatever, or enough recognition. I doubt that that's the case because people have been talking about Delta Force for some time. Yeah. And I imagine that that's something that would have came up in conversation at some point.
Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Let me do a quick Google real quick. Delta Force. Yeah. Pay to win. Let's see what happens.
And Brett Bingham is saying no aim sensitivity while ADS is seriously off. So there are people agreeing with me that something does feel off in the overall control scheme as well. So again, I want to know if there is a way to actually go in and change some of the sensitivity. But again, I haven't played it enough.
You can change the sensitivity.
No. I know. I'm saying get it locked in better. Like somebody who's actually gone through and I'm sure.
From what this is saying, people saying it has zero pay to win.
Too. It has 0 to pay to win. Okay, so then what I saw must have been at first brush just
it's a skin or it's either a skin or I don't know. I don't.
It was more than a skin, but anyway, that's cool. If it's not, it's not. Like I said, I just first brush. I was like, this is questionable. Yeah, I toggled that off. I changed that, Brett. I went into the settings and changed the toggle ADS. I hate that. I changed that right away.
What Decado may be saying is probably it could be true. So where you can probably unlock certain things earlier.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what I was seeing more so than anything. I don't know. Again, I understand why people are playing it though. It does have a fun factor to it. It does get crazy. It gets wild in some of the bigger. I was playing the bigger battle. So we were doing attack defend, right? So we were basically doing breakthrough. It was breakthrough mode. And it was getting wild and being able to call in like what I guess would be Call of Duty, kill streaks or whatever else. You earn them through points. That was getting nuts. The shit coming in, like people were sending in, artillery barrages and all that kind of stuff. It was hectic, bro. It was hectic. But yeah, no, they've got something there. I understand why people are playing it for sure. I can't say that I hated it by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't uninstall it. I do want to go try it. Like I said, I'm going to continue to play the campaign because I do want to get into the campaign. And like I said, I thought I was going to have to buy the campaign and it's free. So I'm cool with that too. That was a nice little gift. The other one, Steel, that I jumped into, which I've been meaning to jump into for quite a while because I've heard a lot of positive things from some people in this community and I've seen a lot of positive things. And then we did get an announcement at Gamescom that got me interested again. So I was like, well, screw it. Cause it's in Game Pass right now, is Hell Let Loose.
You played more of the demo? The Vietnam one. The Vietnam one.
Yeah. Hell Let Loose is the first person. Hell Is Us is the demo. I played.
I keep getting confused.
I'll talk about that. Yeah, I know those two do. I'll talk about that in here in a second too, because I did play a lot of that demo and I got finishing thoughts on that one. But Hell Let Loose is the other first-person shooter. Now this still is fucking
you like
hardcore.
that.
This
you
is hardcore,
like that time.
bro. Well, yeah. And the Vietnam got me really interested, right?
Right.
That's coming out next year. So I wanted to touch this game to see if it was something that I wanted to invest into, and start playing a little bit and get used to. And then, obviously Vietnam comes out, really play.
Right.
All right. This is hardcore. Okay. No hit markers, no nothing. You don't get notification that you kill somebody. Okay. We're talking about realism here.
That's possible. Okay.
Okay. As possible. Like, that's it, bro. Like, yes, you get map markers where your teammates are on the map and that kind of shit, so you can see them, right? You can do that. But as far as the enemy goes, nah, you ain't getting none of that. Okay? So you're looking. Okay. It's all visual. It's all sound cues. It's all everything. Map, playing out one of the big maps. It is open. It is old school Battlefield. Run. Hope you're not going to get shot, because in this game, it only takes 1 or 2 shots and you're going down. And the weapons are inaccurate as hell, which is, as it should be, because you're, fighting with World War II weapons, World War I weapons. So they're inaccurate as hell, but you get suppressed. Your screen gets all blurry. You start to get, less movement, and it gets hard. Like, this is no joke. From that aspect, because it offered me something different, I liked it. Okay. After I was like, oh, this is the type of game. I didn't know it was that type of game. Like, I hadn't paid that much attention to it. I didn't realize it was like that hardcore. After a while, got my first kill from long range at this dude with my bolt action rifle, basically my M1 Garand or whatever the hell I was running around with. And I was like, okay, the only reason why I knew I killed him is because I got an achievement for my first kill. But I was like, oh, no hit markers, no notification that I killed anybody.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Cool, man. Yeah, it is it's wild to get used to. However, first time jumping in, game froze twice on me.
Damn.
Had to close out.
Is there a lot going on? Does it seem like it's pretty intensive? No?
No. The graphics aren't anything
really?
We're talking
about.
The screenshot made it. This is like PUBG shit. This is like
really?
We're talking about Xbox One generation shit. Yeah.
Damn, okay.
It's a AA game. It's not a AAA game, right?
I get that, but still.
No, I'm just saying. It froze loading into a match. It froze when I was first verifying my information.
Damn.
I knew it wasn't triple. I was like, okay. First full match, 45 minutes in, still froze.
Really?
I was like,
"This is you talking about multiplayer? A multiplayer match?
Yeah, multiplayer match. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
40 minutes in the game
40
crashed?
minutes in, bro. 40 minutes in, the game crashed on me, and I was like, nope, not. I mean, we were taking points. We were doing really good. Like, I was like, okay. I was starting to get into it, right? I was like, all right, because we're sneaking around. I'm going through buildings. I'm hanging with my squad, trying to stay close to my squad, getting used to the shit.
Lord,
I was like.
That would have been a turnoff. That would have been a turnoff for me.
Nah, man.
Not when matches take that long. Not when that's like playing a conquest match and then you like. And again, I like. Let's be real. I excuse it in Battlefield when it happens too. Sometimes you get kicked out of the server. A lot of times you can get right back in, and sometimes when you log back in, you don't have the kills and everything that you had, right? So it does take away. I'm not going to act like it doesn't happen in games,
right?
But again. The point I was going to kind of touch on as well when you brought it up, as far as like knowing it's a AA game and giving some breathing room for them. Yeah. It's just as much as I believe in, hey, these smaller teams need to try to put something out there and have it, work itself. There is still something to be said about putting a bad taste in people's mouths when you do put a product out there and you only have one time to make a first impression, especially nowadays. Listen to Legendary yesterday, and he was talking about, for an example, Path of Exile and Last Epoch, right? They have an update that is going to be coming out like literally on top of each other. And people were in the chat talking about, GGG should consider moving their update date, and Last Epoch should probably adjust or whatever the case might be, so that, you know, both games can, you know, they should be separated out by like a couple weeks or maybe a month or so people of both games can play. And he made the point, he popped back with it. It was like, this industry is a competitive industry. What the fuck are you talking about? Nah, and he was like, this isn't Triple G's mentality. This isn't Path of Exile's mentality. But ideally, you should be out to kill your competition. Right. You are trying to be I am this in this space. You know what I mean? Now, and Path of Exile, for the most part, has started carving more of that space out. Is it Diablo yet? No. Diablo's more of a recognizable brand, or probably will continue to be, no matter how up and down Diablo goes. Maybe Diablo 5 will be everything that we needed to be. Again, I like Diablo for what it was, but I'm not buying expansions to play more Diablo. I'm just not. I'd rather play Path of Exile. And I'm pretty sure me and Paul could drop back into Path of Exile 2 tomorrow. Yeah. Right? And in a co-op session, and still have hours and hours and hours of fun, unlimited, and get everything that we're looking for. By the way, and the upcoming update is
PoE2 communities like
another level
right now that they're crushing it. So
like compared, and I thought what we got on release was decent, right? But I'm not the main Path of Exile player either, right? So I mean, so it is what it is. But it's just like, guys, the reality of the situation is the gaming industry is a volatile market. People are fighting for time. I am not of the mindset that, we need to play nice with everybody. That's why you see the companies doing what they're doing. You can't just keep trying to placate to a certain audience. You need more of an audience, and then that audience has to continue to make their own decisions where they're going to put their time. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to make a decision. You going to play Last Epoch, or you going to play Path of Exile? You're not going to play them at the same time. And if you do play both, you have to live with the fact that you're not going to play both. And what team has to live with that reality? What if Path of Exile ends up pushing Last Epoch out the market, or Last Epoch has to close their studio because they don't have enough support? Whose fault is that? Is that our fault as the gamer? I don't think so. Right. And I don't think that that's how we should be looking at games. I am the consumer. That is the problem that we keep running into it in our community, in the gaming community, as an example. You know, you have these people that want to talk on this higher level or whatever the case might be. It's like, dog, at the end of the day, you are the consumer. What do you want as the consumer? We talk about the business shit because we like this shit, right? RTS approach, all of that. But it's like, at the end of the day, and this is something, again, you know, Paul and I were talking a little bit about, you know, as you're aging, you're considering different things in your life, right? Oh, yeah. Different things are going on and everything. And as I'm aging, it's the same thing. I'm getting back to the place more so to where I used to be, where it's just like, I like to finish games. I like to play. I like to go through games. Now, me being in the community, me doing podcasting does open that up. And that's the thing that I fight with. That's my FOMO. My FOMO is that I want to come here and talk with you guys about it, right? A game like Daemon X Machina that releases a demo that has 4 hours plus of gameplay that has free exploration. I want more games to have demos so I can, because then I don't have to worry about buying the game. I can just have an impression. Hey, this is how I feel about the game. This is what it did for me. How do you guys feel? And maybe that convinces people to buy. Or maybe it doesn't. But it's just like at the end of the day, everybody who is working in the industry has to make a decision, and not everybody's going to be successful, and not everything is going to work. So it's just like, I don't know, the buddy thing works idealistic, but the teams from Last Epoch and Path of Exile going to come together and make one game? Probably not. You know, so I thought that was funny because it just brings some of that reality to your head. I might be just going on a tangent, but anyway.
No, it's fine. I love your Saturday morning tangents, brother. That's one of the reasons why I love being here with you, man, because you bring that perspective. I love it. But needless to say, Hell Let Loose got uninstalled. So I was disappointed because I was starting to enjoy what I was playing.
I mean, at this point, would you buy the game later?
No.
And that's the point that was.
No, because there's no way because I'm not gonna,
Unfortunate.
again, it's got a really big fan base, like a really
Hmm.
strong fan base, and people were talking Steel. Like I was like shocked out of my head. Like people were, I didn't have my headphones on, obviously, because I don't do that when I'm playing with randos. I never do that. I've never been that guy. But the randos were actually talking. I had to mute them, but they were actually showing up. They're like, "Hey, who's got mics? Who's got, And because it's that type of game too, right? Because it is so
Truth.
sim-like, you want to have some communication. So there's a lot of goodness to that game. Like if you're looking for a sim type game, like an actual military sim type game, that game's got a lot going for it. Especially if you don't need the high end graphics and that kind of shit, but you're more about the gameplay. But again, I'm not in this day and age, Steel. I'm just not. I'll give you leeway, but losing that kind of time in a match, like I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm just not.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna like
that's
if
fair.
it gets to a point down the road where people are like, oh, they fixed all that, they patched it all up. Would I go try it again? Sure, of course, I'll give it a second chance again down the road because I am interested in playing the Vietnam again. Vietnam has been so underutilized for a variety of reasons through the decades in first person shooters that I always like going and seeing what somebody does with that era. And from the previews, people were saying it was extremely immersive, which again, that's what that whole game is about, is being like when you're in Sims, that atmosphere, like any moment is death. It's not the same as a Call of Duty quick kill. It's just it's not even the same as a Battlefield one tap from a sniper. It's different because you don't see the UI that you see in those other games. You don't have the indicators. So this shit is
Like
on a different
Tarkov
level.
kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. It's just different, man, because you're trying to be careful in those
Nixie.
games. It's not run around. So, anyways, I would go try it again if people tell me that it gets fixed and that they're not having those type of problems. But right now, it's just not worth it to me. It's uninstalled. It's gone. And I
Okay.
won't think about it again. So it's on sale right now. And again, the base game is in Game Pass right now, so you can go try it out for yourself.
Yo, okay, cool.
Last thing I'll try, last thing I'll say, or last game I'll bring up is Hell Is Us. I'll bring this up one more time. Hell Is Us demo is out currently. I highly recommend anybody that has any interest in this game, go play it. Go download the demo and try it.
Progression
I
carries
played
over?
no progression
Okay.
carries over. It's not one of those. So I could have
Okay.
kept going. There's more to the demo, but I'd have to look, but I think I probably put 5-6 hours into the first part of the demo. Okay.
I was gonna say the last time you left off, I think you left
Yeah.
off with like you hadn't really experienced combat like that.
Correct. So I got through the whole main first section of the demo, right? It does allow you to move on to the next section, but I got through the whole main first part. I opened up all the puzzles in the first section, wiped out
Okay.
all the,
Nice.
I went around, re-cleared enemies. Like I did a lot of shit. So I got
Oh,
my
nice.
fill. This game is worth it. This game is on my list. I don't think I'll be. I got way too much going on. I'm not gonna be picking up games like that anymore. I can't this year. Like this year is besides like Battlefield. Like there's gonna be very few games that I'm picking up. This year I'm pretty much closing down my buying of games right now. But this is on my list. I'm going to get to this game. This is it's not a Souls-like game, but it's not an easy game either. Okay. So
Okay.
as a button masher type action guy, you do have to use some parrying and some dodging. And again, I'm only playing on normal. So Steel's, might go into this game playing on hardcore and have a total different experience, but I'm playing on normal. You are going to get injured. I had tons of medic packs because I was searching everywhere, which this game does allow you to, go and it's not fully open world by any stretch of the imagination, at least where I'm at right now. It is semi open world. Some areas are bigger than others, but it is more controlled. Still, this game reminds me a lot of Remnant 2.
Really?
As far as atmosphere goes and weirdness goes,
really,
not to the degree of Remnant where
Remnant's like over the top weird. Yeah.
Well, okay, Remnant was like you were in one area, you would walk through a mirror and wind up in a
completely different area.
Different atmosphere.
This is more consistent.
This doesn't happen like there, but as far as, because I told you, Steel, from the beginning, they don't handhold you. They are not giving you any idea what you're doing. You have to pay attention to what's going on. They're not giving you map markers. They're not giving you any of that shit like Remnant. And you are coming across puzzles and shit that you have to discover still, that you come across it. And it's not like, oh, I need to go find this piece right here and then put the piece in and then it's going to unlock this door. No. This is shit where you go, 2 hours later, you're somewhere and you're like, oh, hey, it's one of those pieces I need for that door way the fuck back there, right?
Okay.
And you're like, oh, shit, yeah, that probably makes a lot of sense. That's the type, like Remnant, too, where we coming across stuff and it was like,
that's kind of cool, actually.
What are we doing? Totally awesome. I love that shit, bro. I love that shit. So does that mean there's backtracking? Yes. And I know some people hate backtracking, but to me, this type of backtracking, like it's optional, but it's rewarding if you do it, right? So like, it's like one of those things where these are all side little things that you don't necessarily have to do, but they are rewarding if you get them done. Love that aspect of it, right? Also coming across random shit in the world that all of a sudden is a part of a mission that you had, a side mission that you had no idea, and you can decide how you want to complete that side mission. Like, again, like let's say finding something valuable and you could choose to keep it or you could choose to return it to somebody, right? Shit like that. Yeah. They've got that in this game as well. Combat is fun. Like I said, it is not, again, as a button masher, of course, I wind up being extremely aggressive in these cases. And you will get wrecked if you are over the top aggressive like me. I had to learn to start backing off, which is fine. Again, I don't have a problem having to dodge or parry every once in a while if I feel like I can get away with being a little bit aggressive. And in this game, you can do that. Weapons are fun as hell because you get different weapon types that change up the combat completely. Loot, there's actual loot in this game still. So you are getting your weapons. You're getting new weapons. Like I had the first weapon that you kind of get out the gate is a sword, right? Two-handed sword. And then I wound up finding dual axes, hand axes. Well, that changed up the combat completely. And of course, I'm the dual wielding guy because you give me speed, you give me that movement. I'm like, okay, we're getting a lot of hits in. So that's dope. You have to watch your stamina in this game. You do run out of stamina and you're fucked at that point. So stamina, you do have to balance that out as well. Running does not cause you to lose stamina.
Really?
So that is a good thing.
That's cool.
It's only combat and dodging. Yeah, it's only combat and dodging and parrying that.
Gotcha. Stamina. Okay, in combat you do.
There's a heal mechanic that as you attack and you get combos or as you parry, and there's also
you get heals back?
You get heals back, bro. There's crystals, but you have to collect them. It's not automatic. These crystal-like things swirl around as you're getting your combos up and more get added to it. And you only have a couple seconds to hit the right bumper to collect them. So it's got to be at the right moment. So, and it's only a portion. It's not like full heals. It's only a portion, right? Dope, actually. And I missed it a bunch of times because, of course, I'm not good at all the time shit all the damn time. But it is dope and it's rewarding when you do it, right? But the combat feels good. Enemies are weird, fantastical, demon-like creatures. And they do come in different varieties so far. And I'm sure there's plenty more where you do have to pay attention. They introduce, 2 and 3 of them at the same time. Some of them are specialized, which you probably saw in the trailer or some of the gameplay where they actually have this extra like crystal thing that pops out of them that becomes a weapon itself, and their bodies are immune while this thing is out. So you have to target this thing and dodge this thing's attacks and then get its health down. And then it goes back inside of the demon and the demon becomes vulnerable again and you can go ahead and attack it. So there's that mixed with regular ones that don't have that, which you can attack all the time. But so you got to kind of balance who you're going to knock off first and who you're going to take care of. There are patterns obviously to the enemies. But even me as not the Souls guy who doesn't necessarily like all that, I got through that whole first level. I didn't die once. And that entire first level, I used up
that's extremely impressive.
I used up a lot of med packs. I did adjust my style. I did become more conscious of trying to dodge and parry, and somebody who is better at those timing things than me probably will have a totally different experience and think that some of the enemies are actually probably easier than what I had with them, right? Obviously. Because you can counterattack off the parries, right? You can actually affect their movement. You can get them into a stun mode. You have a drone with you, Steel. This is the other cool part. This is
I saw that
too. You got this.
You're saying a lot of good stuff.
You. Yeah, bro. Got this little drone thing with you that you get to enhance as well. I didn't get to the point where I can enhance it, but I should have add to your weapons. You can craft onto them, Steel. You can get like sigils and shit that will increase the power and all that kind of shit and change the dynamic of the weapon as well. They've got a whole crafting system in there, finding shit in the world. But this little drone is dope as hell because the one power that it starts out with is you can send it out when you walk into a room. Let's say you see one of these enemies hanging out and it doesn't notice you. You can send this drone out. Right, or you can send it out anytime. You can send it out in the heat of battle, and it stuns them for a second. It distracts them for a second. It's called a distraction. So it circles around them and gives you like 2-3 seconds where this thing is not focused on you. So you can run up and initiate the attack sequence. And if you got your combos down, you can combo and basically wipe them out before they even have a chance to really kill you. Now, in a mob situation, obviously you're going to get attacked by the other enemies. But this thing will distract one of them to keep them off of you while you can focus on the 1 or 2 others that are in the area. So the drone is super awesome, Steel. Really had a good time with that. The whole atmosphere, the music is very subtle.
Really subtle music, okay.
But it's very good. It's it adjusts as you're going along, depending on
Would you say that it's memorable? Does it stick out? Not really. Kind of just fits.
Well, it does from the aspect that it's kind of creepy at times, but it's got this like sci-fi creepiness. Again, this is set. I should set this up. This is set like in an alternate reality, but modern our world. They talk about the UN Steel in this game.
Really?
UN peacekeepers are in this game as one of the forces, and then there's this is a very religious set game as well. So not from like a Christian, religious style but like a mix of stuff, but takes elements from that. So there's this religion that obviously has some stuff to it that is kind of like one of the factions. They're highly religious. That's where these demons came from because they opened the gates, blah, blah, blah. And they're kind of think of themselves as the better people. And then there's the regular people who are like the rebels. And then you got the UN peacekeepers in the middle. Right? And you're trying to figure all this shit out because, again, they're not hand-holding. They're not giving you this whole freaking introduction. You're learning shit from talking to people or from finding stuff in the world. So it is, they got these big giant tower monuments built everywhere. Again, Remnant 2, a lot of it's Steel, where you're just walking in and you're like, what the fuck is that? what is that? Again, it's not as flashy as Remnant 2 was with some of its shit, but it's just like, why the fuck is this big ass tower here? And what the hell's in this tower? Like, where am I going? What am I doing? Like that kind of stuff, like those moments.
I like that. That's
I got a lot. Yeah, bro, you might want to try this one out too. And again, it's just a demo. It's just the opening, but man, I get a lot of cool shit out of this. It's on my list for sure. Go check it out. I had a lot of fun with Hell Is Us. So I would definitely go try this game out. I think they got something here, Steel. They really do got something here. And again, I'm sure there's a lot more weapons. There's more skills. There's more.
Oh yeah, you early on. Yeah,
get into. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. The UI. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you start deep diving. You get all these trinkets, Steel. You have no idea what they do. Like you get these.
You don't equip them.
You have. No, some of them you can't equip.
So it has some souls, has some soul stuff in it too, to where you just get random stuff and.
Right, and when you first enter the world, there's all this shit written in an alien type language everywhere that you can't read. Well, you get your drone, and then it can start reading that shit for you. You can decipher it because the drone can decipher it. So then you gotta go back and start learning some more shit, and some of the shit is clues to what you got to do or where to go, and that kind. Again, this game, I love when games are set up this way. I love
that's cool. That's a big risk too.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, lots of enemies, lots of good shit to find and just kind of decipher. And so yeah, I had a good time with Hell Is Us, and I recommend it to anybody. Go check out the demo.
I mean, just based off of what you said, I mean, I wouldn't even need to play the demo, man, because I had some interest, but I was like, we'll see. I want to see how people are feeling about it. But the fact that it pulled your interest like that, and even the way that you're speaking to it, the exploration. Oh, they got outfits. Hey.
Yeah,
I mean, you already talking my language.
The one main one, but they got outfits that you could.
Okay.
They got the slots for them and shit.
Okay, don't say that. I'm gonna have to put that on the wish list. Do you know when when it releases?
September, I want to say.
Is it September?
It's
September's a loaded month, bro.
LSS release date September 4th. Yeah, right around the corner.
The quality of games that we're getting, though,
Yeah.
I don't know. This might be like that year with the quality of games that we're getting. This might be that year. We'll see what else comes out going to the rest of the year, but it's just seemingly loaded, bro. But yeah, I mean, shout out to that. Hell, that sounds super dope. It's good to hear. I'm actually impressed that you like the combat.
Yeah, so was I. And again, is it perfect? I don't know. Again, you might have more critique for the. It's a AA game. It's not a AAA game. Again, you might have more critique for the combat, but I thought it felt good. Like
I thought South of Midnight felt. I have fun with South of Midnight, so.
The lock-on system was a little weird to get used to, and it was a little wonky. I could say that could be improved, maybe. It didn't lock onto who I wanted to lock onto a couple times.
It's one of those,
like,
okay.
Why? Yeah. But again,
Soul games are the same.
Yeah. So, but other than that, I thought the weapons felt really good. And again, you would have more critique if the parry was off, if you could feel the parry was off, or if it wasn't consistent.
Oh, the dodge. Again,
the dodge. Yeah.
From how you're explaining the mechanics, it sounds like there is a flow in the game as well when you have those combat sections. So if it's like, hey, I can get heals back if I parry, it sounds like there's incentives for you to actually use the mechanics in the game, which I always found dope. It's kind of like. Anytime a game does that, it introduces some form of a flow. I think that's super dope. So maybe, I mean, again, it's not one I don't know if it would be one of those that I would get immediately, but it is something that, again, just based off what you just said there, I mean, it's got me a lot more interested than I was previously. I mean, and I was already somewhat. I was like, hey, it looks like it could be cool. Do I want to throw it on the alley? But you saying, it's showing hints of Remnant, and again, that's another game that we have a lot of affinity for. Still got to go back to and get some co-op action in that, because again, there's a lot of content there that we missed out on. At least 2 expansions, at least. So it's like, I don't know, man. That's super dope. Well, for me, what have I been doing? So do I start with the most recent? Outside of Battlefield 6, we'll leave the Battlefield 6 conversation to its own. The main thing that I've been getting into, again, I think I mentioned this previously, and now that we're doing an official podcast, more so, it's been playing Assetto Corsa. Assetto Corsa in the way of me playing no hesi. What is no hesi? It's essentially you flowing in and out of traffic, trying to find spots, like you would in real life if you were speeding on the highway. Ideally not as dangerous as you do it in no hesi, because it has the incentive of you getting closer to traffic. Kind of like PGR and other games used to do back in the day. You get additional kudos if you were next to other cars, or you passed a car and you didn't touch, stuff like that. And that's how you build up your combo meters and stuff like that, is flowing in and out of traffic. You can also race people and stuff like that. I had mentioned it on the show with Mav and Pong on Thursday that this is doing for me is something that I've been asking for Forza Horizon to do, and what I would also like to see Tokyo Extreme Racer do since it's back. At least the multiplayer aspect of it, especially the thought that I can get 24 people in a lobby. Again, it could be the whole Fun Spec fam and more people if they wanted to jump in, or whoever, and we all can, in the way of Tokyo Extreme Race, not only do you have the bosses that you could race, but you also could race each other. You also have the customization. You also have all the other underlying elements that you don't necessarily get in no hesi. Everything's tuned for you already. The only thing you can really do is change the color of your car. That's pretty much it. And sure, you could change like tire pressure and stuff like that, but they pretty much give it to you as is. I don't mind that, because again, everybody's using similar stuff. You know what the other person is using if y'all do end up racing. So it's not like, oh, this guy has this extremely modded out car and he did all these other things to it. Nah, you know there's only so much that you can do. I like when things level things out that way. So, and I've just been having a lot of fun trying to get certified in it. You know what I mean? Just as because I always look for a game that when I do listen to podcasts and stuff like that, and I'm just trying to take in content, take in information, prep for the show, see what the industry is talking about, see what people are saying. I like to have something that I could chill and listen to that and take in all that information with. Typically, racing games do that for me. Like, I played a lot of Forza Horizon because of that. You know what I'm saying? Motorsport, same thing. And then now with No Hesi, it is my go-to for that, because anything else, I don't see, unless there's games that I've played a lot of, like roguelikes. Roguelikes, I think, is another one that's really good for that. Especially if it's just, what the loop is. Diablo could be another one that's good for that. These games to where, not necessarily Diablo's more you turn your brain off, but these games to where you already know what the flow is. You don't need to necessarily hear everything that's going on. But you can just kind of sit back, chill, relax, listen to music, podcast, whatever the case may be. And that's just been that's kind of my cozy quote unquote game right now, that I'm just having fun with and running it. So that's one of the main cruxes there. The other thing I got into as well, you guys see it on screen. But first, Decado came in with the 5 bones. He says, Chronos, Hell Is Us, and Daemon X Machina are all releasing the same week. That is fucking insane. Yeah, you know what? And based off the recent, and if you got something to add on, Paul, you can.
No. I was going to say Kronos is looking great. So
Kronos is looking really good. I just can't get past the helmet. I just can't.
Of course.
I've come to the realization, like, again, the gameplay and everything, it is speaking Dead Space to me. It really is. It's hitting all the right notes. I feel like I could get into it. Maybe there'd be some jump scares. I think it'd be a really fun game to play on stream, right? If you guys want to see Steel maybe have some jumps and shit like that, I think it would be good for that purpose. And I think I could actually work through it with how the game is set up. The only thing for me, what really did it for me was when I saw the deluxe edition and I saw the different colored outfits. I was like, I thought we were going to have a little bit more customization than that. And I don't know. It's just, for me, the Dead Space dude looks cool. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't have like the most ideal fit that I would imagine, but even him, you were able to unlock other cosmetics and stuff as you progress through the game or whatever. And I was hoping that that'd be something like that in the game, that, hey, maybe the vagina face isn't the main face. You know what I mean? I get they're going for like a more, what is it called? Like a sea diver look, I guess, with the bubble helmet and everything. I get you. I've never been a fan of the bubble helmet astronaut kind of look. I'm more futuristic than that.
He's got that Big Daddy look from BioShock, brother. Come on,
it's a chick.
Man.
It's a chick. It's a chick too. That's the other thing too.
Okay.
That was the other thing too that I thought was. But that was. I thought that was interesting when they started talking though.
But wait, what? When did we find out she was a chick though?
The most recent thing, it talked.
Yeah, but don't you remember their first video where he's sitting down with the old lady?
I don't remember.
Remember, it was that dream, and he had the suit on, but he took the helmet off, and he was sitting down with the old lady, and it was a dude.
Or maybe it was somebody talking over the gameplay or something. But there was a moment.
Am I hallucinating? But the first trailer we saw last year,
I don't recall.
Right? There was a dude, and remember, because the weird lady, didn't she like poison him, the old lady or something like that? Was it, or they were sitting across from a chessboard or something like that? Am I completely hallucinating? But he had the diver suit on.
I loosely remember that. I don't remember having the helmet off. I loosely remember that exchange though. But
interesting. I don't care what it is, but
I don't care
Big
either.
Daddy from BioShock. It reminds me of Big Daddy from BioShock, so I'm cool with it.
I just thought it was interesting because it was like the first thing I thought, it was like, oh, this is kind of like maybe he can have like a Samus kind of thing going on, like a darker, grittier Samus kind of thing. This character that comes off kind of male presenting, but then you come to find out it's a chick, and it just gives you a different perspective. Like, it's just like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting that. What if she ends up being a good looking character? Hey, we're adding layers, so. So I don't know. I just that's what I pulled out. Maybe it was a voiceover or something to that nature that was talking over it. But when it kneeled down or whatever and was looking at, I'd have to pull the exact trailer up. Sound like it was a chick. I thought it was interesting.
We got the Dead Space Defense Force in here. Sly Crow.
Oh,
Sly, I did not know you were this. He says Chronos isn't all that. Nah, Dead Space much better. Dead Space is made by EA, an excellent studio. Don't compare Chronos to that. Ooh, we got some hate.
No, I mean, Dead Space is good,
Well,
man. Again,
but Chronos hasn't. Oh, we love Dead Space. We were playing Dead Space 3
yeah,
live.
Dead Space was. We were having fun with that.
I know,
Fuck, we were having fucking shit. Bro, that moment where I was hallucinating shit. I'm completely unaware of this shit, and Pong was talking about, no, I don't see shit. You just making shit up. Pong literally thought I was just making shit up. I was like, dog, no, this like I can tell you, I can show you on stream. I can show you in the gameplay.
Oh shit! Yeah, we had some really good moments in there. So for sure, we haven't played Chronos New Dawn. I think what the bigger thing is, Sly. There's a lot of Dead Space to this game. Like even the way you
feeling. I can see
feeling of it. And again,
like,
if you just hate Bloober, Sly, if it's a problem because Bloober hasn't made a game that you like, I get that.
That's fair.
Fine.
They're elevating
fair, for sure.
that.
But they are. I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, there's Xbox being too early again, cutting a deal right with Bloober before they actually start to come into their own with Silent Hill and now
that's crazy.
Chronos. It's like, oh wow, okay, but yeah, no, Chronos. Even to me, I'm still trying to figure out whether or not it's going to be too scary for me. Chronos right now is definitely giving me Dead Space feels. But Dead Space is the GOAT. Dead Space is always, I mean, again, it's just sad. EA has now decided they're not going to remake 2 and 3. Like Dead Space, the remake didn't do enough, even though that was a gorgeous remake. Like that was really well done. It didn't sell well enough for EA. So that's the problem that you get. So if we're not going to get any more Dead Space, games like this are going to have to fill that role. And I think it's cool that Bloober has done this because I think it's looking good with its own spin on it as well. I think they've got something here, but we'll have to wait and see until final product. Again, Bloober hasn't fully pulled off a complete, well, I mean, I guess Silent Hill, most people agreed that was really, really good quality. So, but if they can elevate even more with Chronos, then you're talking about a team who's starting to approach those levels. So I think we should give them a shot. But Sly, I get it, man. If you're a Dead Space fan through and through, you're a Dead Space fan.
Crow adds on. He says, "I listened to Kind of Funny first impressions at Pong."
I don't listen to Kind of Funny, so
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean,
for me, their opinions are fucking.
From the times that I have listened to them, I most of the time don't agree with the way that they approach it or how they view things mostly. Not saying that they, none of it's legit or whatever the case. I don't listen to Kind of Funny. If you do and you value their opinions and what they're saying, like I get it 100%. I just personally don't. So
no,
I mean, if they told you enough, then great. Again, I have enough interest in the game for me to find out myself, and that is impressive enough. Again, I'm not the scary game dude. Dead Space is kind of my limit, and Chronos does look like it would be knocking on that limit. Again, there's a reason I'm saying I think it would be a funny game to play on stream if I end up doing that, right? I'm not gonna make it a goal or anything. Now, if somebody wants to end up seeing that, hey, I'll make it a point and I'll stream the entire thing for the channel so you guys can experience that. So you guys can actually find out whether it's something that you want to play or not. Because again, I do think that I'd be a good example of representation, whether the game is good or not. I mean, again, a lot of people said Evil Within was good. The game it wasn't as scary as I thought it was, but I also don't think the game was as good as people let on either. Right. But my tolerance for certain things is also in a different place. So it just depends. I have to be in a mood for things. I think Dead Space shits on Evil Within. It's not even remotely close.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, it's different style of games in there, but I just, from what I'm looking for and when I'm saying, because it's giving me that Dead Space feel, it's already opened that first door. Now, if I decide to step through that door, up to me, but I don't need anybody else to to convince me whether I want to jump in or not. It's like it's just become one of those. Now again, if it comes out, it's a 70 or whatever the case, maybe even lower, and people are saying that, hey, it feels this way, I'll take that stuff at face value. Again, I take all that stuff at face value. People said Cyberpunk wasn't good. We had to have arguments with people that said Cyberpunk wasn't good when it first released. There's people who still will say Cyberpunk isn't a good game, and I just want to know what crack you're smoking. I'm not even the first person dude most times. Again, I don't mind the games, but it takes a lot for those games to really pull that general interest, and for the game to be in two different spots, as of right now, if to me have gotten the experience that I had, again, there's a lot of games that are like that. I bet people. I went back and played Blades of Time. You probably think that game is terrible. I thought it was decent. You know, it's just, again, you gotta figure out. That's why I always fall back to know who you are as a gamer, know what you're interested in. Don't let people talk you out of what you see. You know what I mean? Because again, I always come to y'all and tell y'all what I see. And I try to be just vocal about that stuff. So. Crow says Dead Space is good because of the atmosphere and the mission design. Chronos has dull areas and has less compelling enemies. Okay, I mean, if that ends up being the case, then we'll see. I mean, if is there difficulty?
I don't think anybody was saying this was going to beat Dead Space out the gate. It obviously.
But I could say the same thing about. I could say the same thing about Dead Space though, Crow, because Dead Space, and the other reason why Dead Space was not as over the top for me, Dead Space, and I don't know if they fixed it in the new game, right, in the remake. But when I played Dead Space, the original one, and I played it more recently, within the last few years, it also takes out some of the atmosphere when you notice that the enemies are locked to an area. The enemies can only follow you but so far. You know what I mean? That takes away that, it takes away the atmosphere and does add dullness to the game. And to the variety of it, because you have similar things that always happen. Oh, I know I'm gonna have a monster come through a vent. I know I'm gonna have a monster do this. It becomes extremely predictable. Now, the story keeps you in that driver's seat, right? And they do well with it. And I'm not saying that Chronos needs to be Dead Space. It just gives those feelings. And for this to be there, hey, we're coming off of, we did our own IP, we did Silent Hill. Well, we did our own IP. People weren't as up on it. We thought we were doing something creative, didn't hit. We did Silent Hill, worked with something that people knew of, it hit. Now we have a chance to do our own IP again, do something creative, pay some odes, and see how people feel about it. So we'll just go, and then we'll go from there. So that's all I'm saying. If you're not feeling it, if you heard enough to tell you it's not what you're looking for, hey, that's cool, man. That's dope. I'm not there with it. That's all. Shane G says, well, if Kind of Funny is negative on the preview, now I know I will 100% like it. That's kind of where I've been on the opposite side. It's I don't know, it's weird. Just so sad how many people decide how to feel about a video game by what random weirdos say. Society is cooked. I mean, but people listening to the podcast would technically be considered weirdos in that aspect, because y'all are listening because you care on some level. You know, you want to hear what people are saying, or you at least value the opinions of the people that you're listening to, right? So, I mean, if Crow has value in that, then great. I can't tell you what to have value in or not. It's not valuable to me, you know? So, but I mean, I definitely hear what you're saying on that. And again, it's all information. You have to decide how you use that information, or whether it's worth it to you, or whether that's worthy info or not. Like, I think that's with everything. Anyway, Nixie says no one loves watching Miller's face look like he never wants to be there. Bo says, how OP would it be if they could chase all game, bro? Bo, but that's what would add on to the intensity, because if the enemies could chase you through multiple areas and you couldn't really escape them, you would have to come up with ways to try to finesse them, because again, they're only dying if you shoot off their limbs. And that's already stressful. So Dead Space gave me some intense feelings. I enjoyed it. Decado says it's all subjectives and depending on personal experience of what they want in the gameplay loop. Make your own choice. Don't let someone else make it. Shane says you never see comments of people say, I want them to tell me to like it or not. Fly Crow says, then again, Callisto Protocol was crap, so Rachel did miss with that one. I mean, Callisto Protocol, I know some people said it gave them certain vibes. It just didn't do enough for me. And then hearing how they handled some of the gameplay side of things, at least how it felt in hand, but I heard it was good looking. So, I mean, if people were into it, that's dope. But what else I've been into? Oh, I think I don't think I got into the talking about Damon X Machina. But I did end up playing the Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion demo. Don't know what Daemon X Machina is, or at least this version of it. It's a action looter mech game, essentially. Kind of think like Anthem, but you mix that with what's another good game that's more combat oriented. I don't want to say Avengers. That would be bad. That'd be a bad comparison. I can't think of nothing right now. Completely blank. Oh well. Either way, it's an action looter, has some brawling elements, shooter elements, has lots of customization to it as well. You create your own character. You are essentially a being that is being used to control, to be able to fight in a mech suit and is being controlled. You break out the system, trying to figure stuff out. Apparently, there are people who you have a whole other existence of society that has been sent up to the moon, while regular humans have been left to live on Earth in whatever wake of madness is going on. And that's essentially the concept of it. It's super dope. The movement feels really fire. I actually was having a much fun. I was actually having a lot more fun with it than I was anticipating. Like, I liked the first Daemon X Machina because, again, it reminded me of like an arcade version of Armored Core in a lot of ways. But with this one, it being more Iron Man-esque, makes it extremely interesting, right? It also has full crossplay and cross progression, if I'm not mistaken. I know it does have crossplay for sure. So no matter what platform that you get it on, PC, Xbox, PlayStation, you can play with anybody. And I believe it's 4-player co-op. So, which is really dope. The other thing too about the 4-player co-op is that you do have you will get progression with the host. Right. So if y'all start at the same place, everybody will move forward at the same time. Right. Or if you have moved further in the story, you would have to go back. That person can't go into your lobby. You're too far in the story. You would have to go back and help them progress their story so they can catch up. I like that. You know, I like when games respect the player's time that way. That way, if you do have buddies, guys don't have to necessarily worry about who or what needs to catch up or whatever the case may be. It's kind of makes it more in line, or at least you'll have a better idea. When games like Dying Light, for an example, did it earlier on, where me and Palm played most of the story or played most of the game, and then I can't progress through the game because I would have to start completely over, which would be, in my version, would be from the beginning. But I already have all this progression over here. I just don't like that aspect when games do that. And Borderlands supposedly is going to do that as well. Again, maybe I'm misspeaking there, but again, those types of things can be a turnoff. So, but Daemon X Machina has been really cool. It's kind of convinced me. The demo, at least, it has about 4 hours worth of gameplay. If you just kind of want to progress through the story, take everything in as you can, try to get an idea of how the different systems work and everything. It has like a mod system as well that you unlock by defeating enemies, where it enhances your abilities. Also, you have a stamina system. You have a boost system. It's just, there's a lot of layers that are on top of the game, and it's a lot to take in, especially as a demo. But it is one of those experiences, at least from what I can tell, that once you start getting into it, you're going to be wrapped into the experience and everything that they're bringing. The other thing too that I really like about it is that the HUD is fully customizable. In Daemon X Machina, the HUD is completely customizable. You want to make things smaller? Great. You want to move it? Great. You want to change the color of it? Great. You can do whatever you want to do. No HUD, which I probably wouldn't suggest until you got comfortable with the game, but you want to do no HUD? You can. Bro, the amount of things, especially on the customization level, especially because you can just go in and just color your, color your suit or whatever the case. And because of the looter elements, they already have transmog in the game as well. So it's not like you have to wear a certain piece of equipment to look away. Nah, you can change your look at any time. They also have like these FOB bases that are out in the open world that apparently, and I haven't got clarification on this, because the first time that I did one, me and my brother had to get a key to activate it, right? And what this FOB base does is essentially, while you're in the open world, you don't have to go back to the main base, right? What you can do is you can go to one of these little smaller sub bases, and they'll let you completely refill your ammo, change your equipment. You essentially can do everything that you could do with your main base right there on the spot in the open world. Super dope for a convenience factor, right? But it also seemingly has a Death Stranding kind of thing going on. What I mean by that, the cooperative element. Because we were going to other areas where they had these FOB bases or these smaller sub bases or whatever the case, and it had somebody else's name on it. And it said, oh, this person made this base. Now, it was in Asian letters, so I don't know. Maybe it meant something, maybe it didn't. But it did. That concept, though, was really cool to me if that's something that is implemented in that game, to where, hey, we also have this additional cooperative thing to it, to where you could just be progressing through the world and somebody might have unlocked that for you already. Or if you progress through the game, by the time you get to the end, maybe you unlocked it for somebody else. I was like, okay. So you have some additional layers there as well. But nonetheless, with it having cross-play, cross-progression, you don't have to force a decision where you're going to play at. Having all the customization in it, the combat's feeling good. It seems like it has a good skill ceiling as well for the potential combat mechanics that you can do. It has good difficulty in it as well. A lot of it seems like it's more so dictated by level than anything, right? You can... there was a bigger boss. I was mentioning it in the chat with Decado. There's a bigger boss that you run into, and you will instantly tell if an enemy outclasses you. Like, you're not doing enough damage. It's one tapping you. Like, me and my brother had that experience. We thought we were in our bag because up to that point, and then we fought like the main boss for the area or whatever. Up to that point, I was playing on hard, and my main complaint that I was going to come back with was like, damn, this game kind of feels too easy. Like, it feels, because the AI isn't like the smartest AI in the world or whatever. They do some moves, but they're not going to flank you and do ABC things. And again, it is early game, so it could just be lower level enemies. But the higher level enemies, nah, you got to pay attention to the moves that they're doing, pay attention to your spacing, pay attention to your teammates. Hey, and just kind of getting to have a little bit of a combat flow, but it's fun, especially on the cooperative aspect. Really cool. A game that I wasn't expecting to enjoy for as much as I did. Any progress that you make in the demo does carry over to the main game. And again, you could probably spend 6+ hours just exploring everything that's in that first open world area that they give you. Because once you defeat the boss in that area, that's when it ends the demo. But there's cave systems, there's loot to be found, there's treasure, there's chests to be found. It also does this thing to where it makes you pay attention to your environment. Because just because there's a chest or there's an item, it doesn't just pop it up on the screen like, oh, this chest is over here. Oh, this item is over here. No, if you're not looking, you'll miss it. Now, it's yellow, you know what it looks like, but if you're not looking at the wall and looking for these chests, they'll have areas that have like these racks or whatever the case might be, and they have equipment on them or whatever, and there'll be a chest on the 3rd level. You got to boost up there and unlock it or whatever the case. So like that aspect of it is even cool, because it's not mindless. It's, hey, we're progressing, we're paying attention, we're trying to loot, real fun, man. So definitely a standout for me that I wasn't expecting to be. And I don't know, maybe that's the next one that I throw in the rotation as well, just because of the amount of fun, at least, especially on a co-op aspect. It just seems like I can imagine, Pong. I mean, again, it's a lot if it's a game that you're not playing consistently. I can say I can see it being a lot, right? I don't think it's one of those games where you can play and then put down and then come back to later, because you'll lose a lot of the flow. But what it does do is it does give you the option to pop up all the button prompts and everything, top left-hand corner. I mean, again, since you can move the HUD around, you can put it wherever, but it'll put it up on screen, and you can make it small, and it's not overly evasive or anything. So you'll always know, okay, if I press this button, if you did step away, you'll always know when you come back, oh, if I press this button, this does this. The movement and everything is still pretty intuitive, so it does have that working for it if you were one of those gamers. But I'm just trying to think of it coming from the aspect of somebody that tries different games or puts things up or down, and even for myself, like if I put the game down, it could be a little something to come back to, but nonetheless. So Decado said he spent 12 hours in the demo. So good God. Good shit, Decado. Yeah, I didn't even do that. Spent much more time in the demo than I did. I think I left the demo. I beat the demo at level 3. So, Nixie says, is Kronos 1-to-1 of Dead Space or Callisto? Maybe I missed something from what I've seen. It didn't to me. No, it's not 1-to-1. It's just pulling elements. It's just pulling elements from.
Yeah, no. Some of the puzzle stuff that they got going on and with the grapple and all that kind of shit. Like, I think there's some different mechanics they're bringing in for sure. It's Bloober Team, so there's going to be some different shit. So.
Yeah, like Decado says in chat, in Daemon X Machina, you are literally at the mercy of your drops and the mutations you possess. Yeah, it literally leans into the looter elements for sure. Because you also, speaking of the mutations, and that's kind of what I was speaking about as far as the mods and everything, you get mutations, and depending on what mutations you get, it actually affects your character. Like, you'll see a change in your character. Like, if you add a mutation, it might change the way your arm looks. You might now have an alien arm. You know, it all the way up to the point where you can make your whole character look like an alien, essentially, instead of a human or supposed human or whatever the case. Now, you can kind of quarantine yourself, essentially clear yourself, and then you become back human, but it costs like 100,000 credits. So it's like there's a push and pull to it. Hey, do you want to be full of humans so you can use certain of these transmogs? Or, you know, it seems like there's a lot of thought that goes into the game, like things that you could do, a lot of potential, right? So I think that's the best way. MF Great says, if you just said Damon is like Borderlands, I'm gonna have to drug test. I don't know if it's like Borderlands, because Borderlands has like those creative guns and stuff like that, and I think that's what more, when people speak to Borderlands, that's what they're saying. That's why that's like a definitive looter experience for people, because the guns are unique. You get a different version. You can get a different version of the same gun, and it's probably going to do something different. You know what I mean? It might shoot different. It might have a different mod on it. Whatever the case. I don't know whether this game has that stuff in equipment, but it does have the loot rarity. It does seem to have a bunch of different types of guns: submachine guns, assault rifles, machine guns, light, medium, and heavy armor, stuff like that. And everything has an effect on your overall character and how you move in the space. Nixie says, it reminded me of playing an exosuit anime game. Yeah, this is essentially what it was. Yeah, 100%. Decado says the gun mods do change it. See, Decado's got more time in it, and he's got me in. If that's the case, it's speaking to more to what I'm saying as well. Decado says the auto dodge is nice. Yeah, that's the one thing that I do want to see. I want to see if there was a perfect dodge, like just based off of timing, and it doesn't seem like there is. That's the only thing that I was missing. But there's a lot of other movement mechanics that you can add on. But anyway, so there's a 10-15, I think it's 15-minute video that I did for Daemon X Machina as well, that essentially gives you moment-to-moment gameplay with me and my brother. I tell you a little bit about the game in the beginning, and then I essentially give you my thoughts about it at the end. So if you want to get an idea of that, check it out on the channel. Essentially said it's a Titanic upgrade from the first game, at least from what I can recall. So the last thing on that list has been a modded version of Night Rain. After me and my brother got done playing the demo yesterday, because we completed it, we got to the last area, defeated the boss, was going to play some more. He was down to play some more, but I was like, I'm already convinced on it. I want to wait if I want to jump into this, I want to wait for full release, right? I don't want to be capped off to this area or whatever the case. Because it's just, for me, in a demo, I don't just want to explore everything. Like, if I want the game to tell me why I should play it. That's all I want. But anyway, so with that into consideration, after we got finished with the demo, my brother was like, yo, did you see this mod for Night Rain? I was like, no. I was like, I didn't see it. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, yeah, man, they got Dante, they got Virgil, they got like Sasuke from Naruto in there. They got like different characters and stuff like that, or like different cosmetics for the characters in there now and stuff like that with this mod. And they got some like over the top combat. It took me one video for me to come back and tell him, all right, let's download it. So, all right, let's do it. And what's crazy, I said it during probably the first video that we did, but that's on the personal channel. But what's crazy is immediately in that first hour, I was like, damn, I am so curious as why devs don't lean more into making you feel godly while still providing some form of balance, right? Because that's what this mod essentially gives. Sure, you have some of the most over-the-top moves, like boss type moves that you can do, right? They even have a combo meter that you can build up that once you hit the max of the combo meter, you can do an ultimate move. And the ultimate moves for these weapons, they're all different depending on the weapon. And they're super over the top. Also, all the weapons have been reworked and revamped to move and hit completely differently, right? So I got the great sword. Typically in Souls games, the great sword, it is slower, right? It's meaningful, it's heavy, it's strong. And here, imagine Elden Ring anime. That's the easiest way that I can say it. Now I can take this great sword, I can hit you with it like I'm Berserk, do a front flip swing on you. I can do this backhand dash, this backhand swing to you, and I dash back with it. It feels like the momentum carries you with the sword and stuff like that. So they're doing like fun little stuff like that. It works so well because me and my brother we're playing a modern version of Elden Ring before Erdtree came out, right? And then we just jumped into Erdtree. And then we kind of put that down. Playing a modern version of Night Rain, it's just a completely different experience because the fact that you don't know what the next weapon you pick up is going to do, because there are other underlying changes as well that they have made to the game, is just like, the default game is fun as well. Don't get me twisted. Like, it has its own things and there is some of that as well. But if you've already played Elden Ring, you kind of know what you're going to get as far as combat goes. In here, it's like, damn, if I go pick up this scythe, I picked up this scythe yesterday, bro, this dude would swing the scythe and he would do it in his third hit in the combo. He'd throw the scythe out and do this little spinning move, then it would come back, and then he would swing. Like, it was just crazy. I was like, bro, this is the dopest shit that I've ever experienced in a style of game like this. Again, it works so well. I'm just so curious. It's like, maybe they're not aware of the modders or whatever the case, but for certain games like this that are not of your main line, when you do spin-offs and stuff like that, I do think, and I would like to see more devs lean into the power fantasy in their game and just balancing it around that, because the modder essentially balanced it still pretty damn, for all the over-the-top stuff I just mentioned. The bosses still have good health. You can't just sit there and attack them endlessly. You still got to be careful. Like, we died a couple times. You know what I'm saying? Now, were we able to first time try one of some of these bosses? Sure. But guess what? They also had like 3 times the health that they did before. So we still had to engage with the mechanics, and a lot of the earlier on bosses we already beat previously. We beat previously in Night Rain, so it's not like we're unfamiliar to them as well. So that adds on to it. It's just been a lot of fun. That's going to be probably my main fix right now as far as co-op experience goes. Just because it's always a good time when me and my brother can get together and have some fun in the game. And we were just, bro, like, it's cool. You know it's grabbed you when either your homie or whoever you play co-op with hits you up and is like, yo, what you doing? What you doing tonight? You trying to play? Oh, yo, what you doing around this time? You gonna be available? All right, let's get on. Let's get on. And I just been recording just to have fun with it for people that wanted to watch it. So yeah, man. So that's been pretty much what I've been into. Kind of have a variation of different things. Getting excited for Gears of War Reloaded next week. That's gonna be another multiplayer experience. Especially with the changes that they have made, that I'm very intrigued and interested. Am I gonna be the GOAT that I used to be? Probably not. And I've come to the reality that may not ever happen. Now, if I end up getting with a squad that like, yo, Steel, we need you, and it does that same thing where they end up hitting me up and like, yo, you trying to run it? That might be some of a different conversation, but it's a lot. I got a lot to play, man. A lot of variety, a lot of games that are around the corner, a lot that I'm still trying to consider. Again, Lost Suicide's coming out. I've already made the determination that Metal Gear Solid Delta I'm gonna push back and get on a sale maybe at some point. But Lost Suicide in the beginning of the month, Daemon Ex Machina, and then you roll into all the other games that are releasing in September as well. Hell is Us again. Pong just kind of sold me more on that. Like it's like, bro, I wish that I could be the dude that's getting paid to play these games for y'all and just put up gameplay sessions, because it's just like, no, these are games, like when people say there's nothing out here to play, I think 2025 has been, I feel like it's really started in 2024, but 2025 is really hammering out to be like the year where it's very hard to be like, I'm not really interested in that, or maybe it's just a year for me. I don't know so far. And we haven't even got the Ninja Gaiden yet. And that's looking juicier and juicier the more that they show from it. So, yeah, man, that's kind of been my week so far. Nothing, just a little silence right there, just for the people, for all our dead homies.
You played a lot of shit, bro. You played
a couple things. I mean, the demo was 6 hours. I played that, for Daemon Ex Machina. Played it on a couple nights.
Well, no, it's just good. You and your brother getting back to it too again, man. That's still
yeah.
That's
again,
the other good part. That's why the last 2 weekends of Battlefield have been so great too. Is getting us back together, playing games again, man. It's been such a long time, and even having Mav jump in and other people jump in. It's been a while since we've had that kind of experience, and it feels fucking great, bro. So when games do that, I love that shit. It's just an added extra bonus to all the other gaming that we get. But
I gotta finish Wu Chang Pong. Like damn,
Pang. I'm Pang. Wu Chang Pang. Let's go.
My fault, Pang. So
you're Pang. I'm Pang. Here we go.
But no, I gotta fucking finish Wu Chang Pong. Like, and again, I'm trying to figure out if the game's broken or not. Again, I saw other people completing the game and they didn't complain of it. They didn't say nothing negative about it.
It's not Wu Chang. It's
Wu Chang.
Wu Chang Pang or Wu Chang Pong. There's no in between. Okay.
I don't know what it is with the two names. It's getting it off.
So fucking hilarious. When's oh my god, I can't even speak right now. When is
don't say that, Paul. Fuck.
Where's Wins Meet coming? I can't say that fast. That's the tough. Anyways.
They did do an official release date, November 14th. Bro, that's like right after Battlefield comes out. Well, Battlefield's at the beginning of October, but
yeah, it's October.
Something else.
October's jacked too. October's jacked.
Yeah, October's jacked
all
too.
the way out here. October is jacked as well. But yeah, Wu Chang Pang ain't nothing to fuck with. You're right, Parasite.
No, and again, I think you'll really like Where Wins Me too, because it's a looter as well. It's a looter brawler. Yeah, and right. It's more single player focused. Again, you can play in co-op as well. Yeah. And we both get progression and everything. So it has all those elements in there and whatnot. I didn't play it in co-op, but from the people in China who have played it, who are playing that build, they're saying that they're having a lot of fun with it. And there's going to be so many things that they've changed up to full release. Again, the game that I played versus what y'all are going to end up getting. Again, there's a reason why I'm looking at these games like Ghost of Tsushima or Ghost of Yotei, and I'm looking at them a certain way. Like, guys, like, they can't even release multiplayer with Ghost of Yotei day one. Like, it's coming later. And again, it's free for people who invest, but it's just like, when it comes to open world games, you have other games that are providing healthy competition.
I thought that too. I don't get the idea of delaying or releasing the multiplayer aspect afterward. This is the problem.
They need to work on it, I guess. I don't know.
But they got to figure this shit out, because that's what keeps people in the games. That's why they make great games. There's no doubt about it. Ghost of Yotei is going to be a great game. I have no doubt that the fans are going to be extremely excited. I still have interest in it outside, versus
that's cool.
Who's kind of done with it. I like, but you guys all know that my interest in Ghost of Tsushima, again, as I played the game, it became an Ubisoft game to me, because I did not connect with Jin at all, right, as a character.
Oh yeah.
And it just became more like an Ubisoft game to me, which again, they obviously took influence from, whether people want to admit it or not. There's a
Yeah.
lot of influence from Ubisoft in there.
100%.
Okay. Which is fine. I like Ubisoft games, so I had zero problem with it. But the more I played it, the more it just became samey, and the more it became, okay, fine. Now they're going to try to spice this one up, Steel. I think with the weapons and how they're going to have you switch stances in this one. Sounds like they are adding to that and making it additional. To me, for me as the game player, that does not add anything at all. Like I don't care about that. I don't like having to switch out of weapons because I like certain weapons more than I like other weapons. And I get the concept of countering. I get the concept of the rock, paper, scissors that they're doing with the types of enemies. To me, I don't like that. I've never liked that in games, right? I've never enjoyed that part. Now, it kind of always naturally is there, even in RPGs, because certain enemies, like fire enemies, if you use fire magic, obviously fire magic's not going to be the same as if you use water magic against a fire enemy, right? So there's always been that kind of balance. But with weapon games in particular, like I hate having to switch out and counter because I find my favorite weapons and I just want to use the fucking weapons.
Did I miss something? Because I thought it was more so. They said that you can use whatever you want because I thought because they took out the stance stances, you don't have the counters with the same way because the people were complaining about that.
No, they said in this one that the weapons are going to be more effective against certain enemies in this.
I mean, that could be more effective, but maybe you could still be useful.
You could still,
maybe still use whatever you want.
I'm just
it just seems like there's less emphasis.
I'm saying they're promoting that as a right because there's going to be a lot of people who enjoy that aspect of it, right? I'm just saying for me personally, it doesn't. But Ghost Yote is going to be great. But what my original point was, I wasn't talking about Ghost Yote in general. My original point was these single player games. This is the thing, though, that if the multiplayer was ready to rock and roll right out the gate, that's what keeps people engaged in these games longer once they're done with the single player. We know this. Like, this is not anything new. This is not some great formula that people suddenly created. If you're going to have that aspect, have it ready at launch. Like, again, to get people to come back to that game just to try. This is the problem they had Ghost of Tsushima, right? Ghost of Tsushima had the same thing. And their multiplayer never turned out to be anything. Maybe this version will be like much bigger, much more expansive, and it'll attract a lot more people. I just think it'd be better if they had it ready out the gate. But whatever, it is what it is. I was gonna say, Steel, October, Battlefield, obviously, and again,
right, beginning
depending on who you. Ghost Yote is there if you're getting ready for Ghost Yote. Borderlands 4, which would have been on my list, is
okay. Yep, now, that's another one.
But it's gonna be a lot of people are gonna be playing that. Battlefield 6, and then you've got I'm just gonna read off the one. Ninja Gaiden 4.
That's October. I thought that was November.
Yeah, no, October 21st. October 21st.
It's I got family coming in October, so I probably I want to play Ninja Gaiden, but
and then Steel, we've got at the end of October, I've got the Outer Worlds 2, and a day later, Arc Raiders as well.
Arc Raiders was the other one that I was like. Bro, and then they added dorms apparently to Arc Raiders as well.
Yes, I saw that.
They're gonna give you something else to work.
Yeah.
I'm just easy to please, bro. But it's like, all right, bet. Now you're telling me I can, if I'm successful out here looting and whatnot, I can come back to a room and customize it and have my character to fucking throw it off ball off the wall or whatever. Like, it's just simple, stupid shit. I do hope they fix the customization for your main character, though. I hope they add some more in there.
I think they probably are. By the sounds of it, they're doing a lot. They know they got some competition now with Battlefield in there too, which I think is because they started ramping up marketing this month all of a sudden. Like they started making posts after the Battlefield beta went like viral again because theirs went viral as well, right? We were talking about Arc Raiders forever. Arc Raiders was so impressive. So I think that they understand now they're gonna have to compete in October for some attention. So I think that's why they're releasing some of this information. I think they're really working hard. I love that team. I'm going to support. I'm going to be at their Arc Raiders too. I'll be playing as much time as I've got between Battlefield and Arc Raiders. It's going to be a lot. Plus, then you got Ninja Gaiden in there. Then also for JRPG fans, Tales of Xillia Remastered, which was just announced. That's coming in October as well. That's massive because that is coming to Xbox as well. Xbox fans have not had all the Tales games. This is the start of where they're bringing the Tales games all over to Xbox as well. But there's tons of people who've been waiting on this remaster or remake to come around, and now it's finally happening. So that's going to be big for the JRPG side. And then that Terminator 2D, No Fate, which looks fantastic. That little arcade game is at the end of October as well. October is slammed. And then if you just turn right around, then obviously we got, again, neither you nor I mean, I will eventually play it, but Call of Duty is right on November 14th. And then Where's Winds Meet is also November 14th. So that stretch run right there, bro, that's another eight games that I want to play. Like,
bro, just with Gears Reloaded, Arc Raiders,
and Gears, yeah.
Ninja Gaiden, Where Winds Meet, Battlefield.
Yep. Yeah.
Those are time losers by themselves. Those are potential 100-hour games easily.
Stacked. Yep.
And that's just 5-6 games. You're talking about 600 hours already. Bro, come on. Man, and look, and Gears isn't going to be that for everybody because, again, Gears of War Reloaded and Helldivers 2, just for a quick hitter topic, they are releasing the same day, right? And I ended up doing a video and I put it up on TikTok talking about, which one that I felt was going to do better or which one I thought was going to be more favorable for people because I saw some of those conversations going around. I do think overall Helldivers is going to be because people were saying, oh, well, if Gears if Helldivers outsells Gears, then what does that really say about Gears? And it's like, I don't think that's the best mentality to have about that. Like, it's two different experiences. Helldivers is more focused on the PvE experience. Yes, Helldivers does have a story, but not really. Not like a campaign. And with Gears, again, even for the people that say, oh, well, this isn't for the Xbox gamers. Okay, sure. But you are getting the story and you are getting multiplayer and they are proving that they, are willing to put a little bit of effort into it. And then we also essentially pretty much got confirmation that Gears E-Day is releasing next year, a year from now. So it's like things are lining up. So.
Yeah. And I think Helldivers is going to do fantastic on Xbox. With the ODST announcement, I think 100%. Helldivers is going to be big. It's going to be really because it is a great game and it's right up a lot of people's alley. Like this is what people enjoy, especially on Xbox. So
and it's going to be interesting.
Good numbers. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see if social media blows up the kind of the same way that it did first time, with it being on a different platform, to see what kind of traction that it gets. Again, I mean, if it goes to Xbox and sells another 3 million plus copies, that's a net positive. And it's a good for the ecosystem. But again, it's one of the more unique PvE experiences that we have. Again, if they drop Master Chief in there, and I know the main creative director or whatever said that that's kind of too futuristic for what they're going for. But I do like that recon fit that they put in there. That was a good fit. It was a good looking fit for an ODST character, right? So, I mean, again, I think it's going to speak to a lot of people for what they're looking for. There's a lot of people who are looking for something they can play with some buddies and get in there with. Again, we've mentioned it plenty of times. We mentioned it while we were playing it. This is so Xbox coded. This is literally what we kind of have had an expectation for. So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. Decado mentioned Survivor 2.0. I don't know how I feel about that though, man. Like Division 2 in its updates that they put out as another quick hitter topic.
I'm done.
You're not going to try Survivor 2.0?
No, I've said this for a while. That's why I don't respond to anything.
Y'all need to do D3. Y'all need to do D3.
That's what I'm saying. Give me Division 3. This is bullshit. This is Ubisoft milking again. I'm sick and tired of it. They've been milking the Division fan base for so long now. And again, they're not the only ones who do this, but the way that they treated Division and Division 2, I'm sorry. I give me D3 or go fly a kite. Like we were all excited when you said that you were going to be committed to bringing back Division 2. We went all fucking in.
Yeah,
all fucking in. And then a month later, well, we really don't have any stuff planned for it. Maybe we'll come about and do something. Now all of a sudden you want to fire up again? No, bullshit, man. Give me D3. Fix all the issues that you screwed up in the community between D1 and D2. Or don't talk to me anymore. And they came out and announced the Survivors, and they're like, it's an early production steal.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That didn't make sense to me either,
bro. What are we doing? No. Give me D3. You have had all the lessons.
Division 3, not Destiny 3.
right.
For those who are curious.
I know. This is like GOW, right? Does it stand for God of War, Gears of War?
Yeah.
Depending on where you're from. Anyways, Give me Division 3. You guys have learned all the lessons you have needed to learn. Put your money where your mouth is and make a full-fledged $400 million Division 3 and put it out there. Don't give me this bullshit side dishes for Division 2 as distractions. Here's a little something more for you guys. Have fun. And then there's no support again. Or we'll just re-release the same content again. I'm done. Like, I was all back when you said you were going to bring Division 2 around. The next gen upgrade was beautiful. It was gorgeous. New York was fun. Going back to New York was fun. You guys did an amazing job. We sold copies like freaking crazy for you guys between all of our shows because we were all back in again. I'm done. I'm just sorry. I'm not going to get excited for this shit. I want Division 3. I want the full experience, and I want you guys to take everything that we have given you back, and even more so the people like Fuzzy and PTK that have put thousands upon thousands of hours in Division. Like, I'm hundreds and hundreds of hours between the two, maybe like a close to 800 between the two, or somewhere in that 600 to 800.
Yeah, I got more time in it than me.
But the people out there that have put thousands of hours and still do, they've given you everything you need to make a successful Division 3. Go do it, Ubisoft, and stop with all this nonsense. I'm sick and tired of it, man. Skull and Bones, you guys spent 8 years, 10 years making that freaking game, and you forced it out, and it's doing shit, and you're supporting it, but you won't put out another Division game. Go fuck yourselves, Ubisoft. I'm done. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm kind of after I played that. I think I'm under NDA still. I don't know. I don't know how that works because they stopped development on it. I don't know how that works when stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
But for the other Division thing that they were creating, that kind of made me lose faith as well. And just seeing how they added in the roguelite mode and some of the, how they did the updates and everything. And again, I'm right there on the same page with you, Pong. It's like you guys kind of missed the boat. Like, I was willing to have it in my main rotation, and you proved to me that that's not what you were trying to do. Now, not the game is still fun. I mean, like, again, Stanley mentioned in the chat. He says, "Man, I'm enjoying the Division 2 now. Pong, have a heart." Again, it's a fun game.
Right back. Yeah.
Again, they released a new DLC with Battle of Brooklyn. I was having some fun with that. It gave me some of those original feels from Division, but it's like between the PvP, the dark zones, just like everything that they have in the game, like I don't know. Again, if you're fresh to it, I'd recommend it to anybody, but.
Oh, Shane, you and I have been around with this for years, brother. So sometimes my voice you like, sometimes my voice you don't like. Listen, I am no more jaded than I ever have been before, or again, that is what it is. I have spent decades in this industry and untold amounts of money and time. There's going to be times where I get mad at this industry, where I get mad at specific things. That's not being jaded. That's being a human being. Like, when you love something, when you care about something, it ain't all roses, and it ain't all the time going, meh, that's okay. Like, again, my jaded for Division came up, just over the past couple of years because of what they did when they said they were going to bring it back, right? Again, I hate what Disney did to Star Wars. I could go on rants for days about Star Wars right now, what happened to Star Wars, but that was years ago. And I finally got to the point where I'm like, whatever. They ruined Star Wars, so be it. I got the old ones. But fresh stuff I'm going to still speak out about. But Shane, you got to understand, man. And maybe you're not like this at all. Maybe you never complain about anything. I doubt that. I'm sure there's topics where you are very passionate about things, or you are very critical or negative about things that you don't like. Video games is no different, man. Yeah, it's a hobby. Yeah, it's for fun. I still enjoy the hell out of more things than most people ever will in the video game industry, and that won't stop. Again, I like garbage games that most people consider garbage. So, I just Division Ubisoft pissed me off with their latest when they said they were going to go all in and then backed out of that again. That's when I said, don't talk to me until Division 3. And then, like I said, these kind of announcements here where they announce something like this, and then they're like, oh, this is still an early production. Now I'm like, no, where's Division 3? You guys should be teasing Division 3. Like, this should be your tease for Division 3. Like, hey, this is one of the modes we're gonna have in Division 3. Like, that's where I think they should be at right now. So yeah, I'm gonna voice it. I'm gonna voice it for sure.
And again, I mean, if they want to remake Division 2, I mean, I guess, but it's just like, again, I am more on board with Paul on that one. Again, because when did Division 2 come out? I'm about to find out right now. Division 2 release date 2019. Mm-hmm. So 6 years ago now at this point. 6 years in development. So 6 years of the Division 2.
They had abandoned it only 2 years later, basically.
Yes.
2 years after they had abandoned it.
You've been on and off about it. Imagine if you would have had full force on this game this entire time. Probably would have been a main stand for Ubisoft right now. And with, Destiny seeing the downturn that it's had, maybe you would have been able to step up more up to the forefront. Maybe more people would have been willing to invest, putting some time into the division, right? But when you see this up and down thing kind of happening, and I saw Shane G mention it, he says, additionally, love Ubisoft, but mainly because Hive Mind hates them. And again, that's the thing that's crazy to me. And again, I can acknowledge Ubisoft's faults, right? I'm not negative. I'm not super negative on Ubisoft. Matter of fact, I am the guy that will argue with people, with Ghost of Tsushima specifically, because people made it seem like that game didn't take a lot from that formula, and then you play the game and you're like, this is exactly what I played already. Like, this isn't new. Like I get it, and they pay respects, and I get all that. It's done really well. It's visually a good looking game, but the gameplay of it is the Ubisoft thing that y'all complaining about. So it's like, I hear you. Like Assassin's Creed games, I don't get old of them, but I also don't play every iteration of them. Mirage is in Game Pass right now. I've been thinking about maybe playing that, right? I haven't played it yet. I like Basim as a character in Valhalla. A lot of people didn't like Valhalla. I thought it was a good game, right? A bunch of people bitched about AC Valhalla. I was like, I thought it was good as fuck. I even returned to it and put another fucking 40 hours into it. Beat the roguelite mode and everything. I had a fucking phenomenal time with it. So it's like I hear you. But Ubisoft has also proven that they don't know what the fuck they want either. So it's like, bro, and there's proof behind it. That's the other thing. That's why people feel the way that they do about it, right? The Yeez brothers don't know what the gamers are looking for, which we're hearing about Ghost Recon. Again, not necessarily what we're looking for. Like, there's just all these different wires that are they're not connecting in the right places. And when it's a big studio like that, a big publisher like that, and you see certain games released that they do, again, Star Wars Outlaws, a key mechanic was the whole spy thing, and when the game released, they said, hey, if you fail the thing, the spy thing, you start the whole level over. They changed that. There's certain design elements on the game at a release, like when you release it, that you're also adjusting and changing and trying to adapt, and whatever the case. It's like, bro, like, I don't even know if y'all have good management to make the right decisions for whatever game that y'all are releasing. It just seems all wishy-washy. Prince of Persia, we're supposed to be getting a remake. What happened to it? We got another 2D game. People seem to be liking it. Cool, but what's going on with all this other stuff? Are we getting a Black Flag remake? What's going on with that?
Well, it's not even just Ubisoft. It's not even Ubisoft in general. I think the conversation goes back still to there's issues in this industry. And if you've been a gamer for a very long time, which I think almost the entirety of our chat in here has decades of gaming experience.
Oh, yeah.
Very few. Anybody that presents themselves as a newbie to this game industry over the past generation or two, I think everybody in here has been gaming for a lot longer than that. Yeah, there is no way you can look around. And again, this is something we talked about. The industry has gotten itself to the point of being the biggest entertainment industry in the world, and there's no taking away from that. But they themselves are talking about the problem, right? And I don't think you can ignore that there are major problems. Again, there's no utopian.
Oh, yeah.
There's no point in any part of the gaming industry that it was a utopia. There's always going to be issues in any big industry, obviously. I'm not speaking anything crazy smart here, okay? I'm not one of those dudes who claims they have knowledge that nobody else has. This is common sense. There's always going to be problems in industries, especially big problems. And when you get into a creative industry that is backed by big business,
even more so, right? Because again, you've got a clash of two worlds, right? Money and big business doesn't always mash up or equate to creativity. And we know that. And that's what you have at the maximum levels on both opposite sides in this industry right now. This industry has big problems. And it shows up in games. It shows up in that. And so a lot of us old heads, like Shane brought up, that sound jaded towards things or whatever the case may be, that's always been there. We've always had complaints about games. Like there's never been a time where I've always said every game is fucking fantastic, 10 out of 10 great. Nah, man. Again, we go back to the console war days. In our younger days, again, yes, it was all fun. It was more fun because it was amongst your friends and all that kind of shit. But I looked over at Nintendo's Mortal Kombat and said, why don't you have red blood? Like again, that was shit that came up all the time. There was conversations in the magazines about shit going on behind the scenes at the dev studios back then, back in the 90s. It was a good old boys club, all that kind of stuff. Like this industry has always had problems. It's just amplified now because we get more information than we did before, but you also have an industry that is still highly secretive and doesn't like information to get out. And so you got this kind of constant struggle, but this industry does have massive problems now. And a lot of it is true. A lot of the jaded, quote unquote, jaded gamers are bringing up good conversations about where this industry has gone and some of the problems that are causing issues right now. Now, there is a lot of other nonsense and bullshit out there that just clouds everything up, poisons the well, and all of a sudden just everybody gets lumped in one direction or the other, and you never have a real conversation, which is a bigger societal problem at this point, but that's something that we've also talked about here. But I'm just saying you can't ignore the fact that there is some major issues right now, and a lot of it at a base level, a general level, is how big the business side has gotten for video games, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's always been obviously about profits for these companies, but not to the degree it is now when you're talking about the shareholders causing decisions to be made, CEOs that have zero gaming experience jumping in and wading in and making massive decisions, CFOs making massive decisions that have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to gamers, what gamers want. That is all change. And so I think a lot of that stuff, a lot of us old heads, when the creative side was more powerful in this industry back in the day, when it wasn't overwhelmingly about money, when the creative side certainly, still had to answer for the money, but it was just different. The dynamic was different. The creative side had more control. The studios had more control themselves. You again, that was a different time. Us old heads remember that, and we've seen the shift to the business side of things, and that's where a lot of this shit comes from. Again, if you just heard me talk about the Division 2, it wasn't necessarily about the game itself. It was about Ubisoft, the corporation, and what they were fucking doing with it, right? And what they weren't doing with it. That's the problem. So I love the Division. Love Division 1. I had a lot of fun time in that, but I think that's where the conversation, if you take a step back and look at it, it's the industry as a whole right now that has some critical issues that are causing a lot of this. Yes, are there a lot of people who love to go to social media, whatever it is, and the only way they find his attention is being a troll or being negative? Of course, we know that. The entire news media was built off of doomerism, right? That's what gained traction. Happy, fun times, unicorns, rainbows, and sunshine all the time does not get anywhere near attention as death and destruction does. Okay, that's unfortunately human nature. We're magnetized to that. So yes, there is a lot of voices out here, especially in the video game community, that's all they do all day, every day, is complain and bitch and whine and moan about everything that comes out. But again, I think there is a balance to be struck there where you can have some conversations and be critical of things while still maintaining a love for this industry and an overall positive attitude for gaming in general and games that are coming out. And again, if you go to my feed, that's pretty much that's why I don't get the attention. That's why I don't That's why I don't get a ton of people retweet. Even when I post shit about
It's the same.
video games themselves and I post my gameplay, I don't get a whole lot of interactivity. People don't give a fuck. Like they say they do, but that's why Steel and I always have promoted that
Ghost.
shit. Put your screenshots, put your video clips out there, right? Anytime I come across them in my feed, I don't care if it's somebody I've never interacted with, I will try to repost that shit if I see it, because I think that's important. That's the biggest part about gaming. But I don't get anywhere near the draw. If I was out here console warring, if I was out here nitpicking every single game to death, bringing up every single problem that I thought, I would have a lot.
It seems to do better. Yeah.
I would have a lot more interaction, but I'm not about that in general. I just come here on these shows and I think this discussions are good when certain things come up, and certain times I will just say, hey, it's not my style, it's not my thing, so whatever. But there are other times where I'm passionate about something because I do love the division and I love Ubisoft in general. Ubisoft's my fast food of gaming. I've always said this. I always know I'm going to have a good time with an Ubisoft game overall. Even if I jumped into Skull and Bones right now, if I was forced to jump into Skull and Bones, Steel, I would find something.
You can find some fun in it. You can find some fun in it.
I would find some fun there for sure. Like it would not be an absolute horrible experience for me. I highly doubt it would be. Could it be? Sure. I've seen enough video play to know that I would enjoy some of the ship battles and that kind of shit. So I just think that overall, most of the time, we do speak a lot of positivity, but I think there are some criticisms that need to be said, or at least personally, that I will speak out on. That's all.
I mean, again, from what I hear from people, we're overly positive. So again, when we're negative about stuff, I guess it's extremely jarring for people, and they don't understand where we're coming from it. But it's like, guys, that's why the context is important. And again, like, no matter what I say, even I stand on business. But to Paul's point, just talking about the industry, you talk about a team like, make another random quick hitter topic to get out of the way, maybe. But you see a team like Team Cherry, for example, with Hollow Knight Silksong. The game took 7 years of release, or six to 7 years of development. But again, I can understand that coming from a team that is only 2 to 10 people.
Right.
But most games today take that long. Like, when I hear that gives me context. When I hear that, hey, because of how successful their first game was, that gave them room to take their time, right? They weren't rushed. They weren't forced into anything. People are still looking forward to their game. And the way that the game presented here during Gamescom, it looked goddamn solid for what the people were looking for. The little bit I played of Hollow Knight, it's not my type, it's not my game, but I can see people getting excited about it, right? It's super dope, but it does give you, like, even that, like a game like Hollow Knight taking 6 to 7 years. I mean, I don't want to downplay it. I don't make games, and I get that things get difficult. You add things on, you want it to be this perfect experience, and that takes time, create your art. But that's the thing that we're getting out of a lot of we're getting that kind of timeline out of a lot of our games. And these are with teams with a way bigger team and more money behind them, and still release day one with performance issues, for an example. Metal Gear Solid Delta, another quick hitter topic, I guess we can get out the way. Again, you're releasing games on console that have performance issues day one. And this is an older game. And then again, you have this conversation with UE5. It's almost to a point, all the conversation that we have with UE5, it's like, okay, at what point do you put the onus on Epic and say, hey, Epic, maybe you need to look at your engine and make some changes, or something needs to happen? Because what is Epic going to do? Just put it on the onus of the developers? Oh, they don't know how to optimize, or this, another thing. And from what I have seen, there's a lot more to that. People who are aware of Epic on a deeper level than us, who are game developers, have said, hey, yeah, Epic's easy to, Unreal is easy to use, but there's a lot of things on the back end later on that can bite you in the ass. Is that the case in here? And it's like, bro, but you're in the gaming industry. These are things, this is your job. These are things that you should be understanding. What is happening internally where y'all are just continuing to say that's okay? And maybe it is the QA side of it, right? It could very well be, because we know that there's been less emphasis for QA. Those are the first ones to go out the door. But it's like, okay, well, is that where AI steps in? And then you have the conversation. I saw people mentioning about AI, to getting tired of the AI conversation. Again, is that an avenue where people can step into, where you can find bugs, you can find issues, you can fix the code, whatever needs to happen? If that's something that is possible, then yeah, I want AI in my fucking games because I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of a game coming out and Jedi Survivor, another good example. It's a good game, but it's riddled with frame drops and issues and on decent equipment even on PC. It's like what are we doing? 5.0 Trey Gamer says, you guys both are awesome. The people enjoy you for you. Negativity sells, but real people don't take it seriously unless it's something they're passionate about. Always stay you, my gaming brothers. Hey man,
appreciate that.
I appreciate that, man. That's something that I tell everybody. That's why I take everybody at face value. That's why however people carry themselves on the show, that's how I'm going to take you. You know what I'm saying? If I see you in real life, how you act, that's how I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take you for exactly that. Because I don't want that wishy-washy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets down to a rooted level for me. If you're willing to act this way online and say, oh, this is just a character that I'm putting on, again, I didn't know you were an actor. You should have told me that, hey, I'm practicing my acting chops to get a movie role or to be in TV or maybe to play pretend with my family, whatever the case. And that's why I come on these shows and represent myself in a certain way. And I get hype about things I don't care about. And, oh, I want to get mad about the movement in Battlefield. And you know what I'm saying? Like maybe I didn't know that you were looking to get an acting career. So that's on me. But
no, and I think that's something we've always promoted too is the way we are. And again, when you talk as long as we do and as much as we do, of course there are going to be times, like I said previously, I say stupid shit or I contradict.
Oh yeah,
myself.
we both.
But again, that's the part of we're not actors. We aren't this created persona here. Like there's a lot of people that have created personas that are very careful about that shit. And you know who they are in this community, right? And they're very careful to not be hypocritical. They're very careful to not say stupid shit.
I try not to be.
They still will. They won't contradict themselves. That's why being real and talking for as long as we do 3, 4, 5 hours a week.
Consistently. Every week, bro. Like,
shit's gonna happen, man. We're human beings, bro. Like, not everything is gonna line up perfectly. If you want to go back for the past 5 years and analyze some of my opinions and thoughts and shit, you're gonna find lots of shit. Either I've changed or whatever the case may be, but it's all gonna be authentic in that moment. It's all gonna be authentic at that time, and that's just who we are as human beings. And I think that's the big thing. Steele, something I learned this week, just kind of go back to what I was talking about and what we were talking about just a minute ago, as far as this industry and some of the problems. I've been very critical. I've become very critical, especially this year, of writing, right?
Oh yeah.
In video games. And I've been outspoken about it. You know, again, I after 80 hours of Avowed, one of the main reasons why I uninstalled it and won't go back to it and decided that it was just an okay game. Although for the first, 50 hours of that game, I was enjoying the hell out of it and speaking highly about it, is because of the writing. I found out this week, Steve, I had posted to you, and I don't know, again, we're so busy during the week, you never responded, so I don't even know if you saw it. PC Gamer, of all places, I'm not a fan of PC Gamer. I don't like them. But they had written an article centered around Dragon Age Veilguard.
What did they say?
The writing. And I learned something that I did not know was even a thing. But it made sense why I don't like modern writing, whether it's in TV, movies, or video games. And they presented this, that it started with Netflix. And it started with, Gen Z mostly, right? Netflix, when they started developing shows for Gen Z, it's overall, it's not just Gen Z, it's overall society. Because people are so distracted all the damn time by phones and everything else, because people can't sit down and watch a 2-hour movie without looking at their phones or,
which is crazy.
Watch an entire series. Right. Exactly. Because everybody now basically at this point could be diagnosed with ADHD, the way we handle shit. Writers have been instructed by the higher ups, right? And this started, I don't know, they didn't go back to like the exact origins or pinpoint. It was not like that type of deep dive. But they talked about how this shift in writing and now has come to video games, that writers for any type of entertainment are now expected to cater to people being on their phones. And so every single moment of a story must be deliberately explained in the writing, in the acting, so that people, when they're on their phones and they come back and they look back up at the screen again, don't feel lost. So that they are always describing or over describing the situations so that people go, oh, okay, this is where they're at. Bro, I was like fascinated, and it blew my mind because it makes so much sense. Because when I grew up, and again, it's still, there's still certainly, obviously, it still happens. Not everybody's doing this, but I'm just saying the majority. This is when I get angry or when I get jaded about the writing, is these instances. But when we didn't get everything explained. We were left to think about things.
Yeah, it was critical thinking.
We were left to develop our own opinions about what was happening on the screen and where this story was going. That was encouraged. That's
comprehension.
Right, exactly. But that's because we were engaged with that, whatever we were watching or reading full time, all the time. Like, we were focused because we didn't have distractions outside, unless, somebody came in the room, we had to get up and go to the bathroom, whatever, the small normal shit. But they said that it has all changed, and that this was led by Netflix and what they found out. And in fact, it has now bled over into the video game industry. And it is now to a point, they said, where there are higher ups, like the money people, that read a script or see the initial run through of a movie or whatever the case may be, and tell the writers to go back and say, there's not enough explanation here. There's not enough context given to the reader or the watcher, and you need to flesh this out, and you need to let them know what's going on. Otherwise, people are going to get lost, and they're going to tune out, and they're not going to come back to the show or the game anymore or the book anymore. You need to flesh all this out. Well, I was like, yo.
That's even worse in games. That's even worse in games, because games, again, at least the ones that do it pretty well, also give you the option to like look back at things that you have done in the game, maybe give you a glossary, maybe give you a way to look at, oh, this is how you do this, or hey, remember about this thing that we told you about earlier, tutorials and things like that you're able to look into, instead of trying to draw it out of you the moment in the gameplay. You actually was like, damn, hey, I forgot how to do this thing, or I forgot what this was, or hey, how do I defeat this kind of enemy? You pull up the menu and you go to a certain place and you find the information that you need. But again, that's why people find Souls games, why people don't find fun in Souls games, as an example, is also that comprehension thing. And I think that, again, I can also admit that they don't do the best delivering the story to you directly, but I think that does speak to what you're saying. That is the ideology of FromSoft games, though. We want you to use your own comprehension to understand what is happening around you.
Imagination.
Imagination. Read the stuff that you're picking up. Stop picking shit up off the floor and not understanding what you're picking. You just, I just picked it up. And again, I do it too, but it's like, I also know I can stop. Right.
It goes down to the basics too, still, of puzzles in games. Again, this is one of the things I pointed out in Veilguard. Everybody pointed out, yes, Atreus and God of War. Everybody, I didn't play it. Again, you guys all know this, but I read all the reviews.
That's Atreus, what everybody says.
Every moment, 2 seconds. Hey, look over there. What's that up there? Bro, Veilguard was the same way. Hey, you should go over to the left. Oh, look to the left. What's that thing over there? Like, they don't even let people solve problems anymore in video games because they're afraid that the people who don't pay attention anymore, because nobody's got any attention span, will not be able to figure out the most simplistic puzzles because they are completely lost moment to moment. Like that, it just blew my mind, still, because I had, again, for a long time I've been saying, oh boy, some of this writing is getting kind of shady, but this year, especially in some of these games, I've been like, yo, this is getting just awful. And this article kind of all put the pieces together for me. And I was like, well, no fucking wonder why. Like, if this is something that's kind of like known and it started over in TV and movies, of course it bled into the video game industry. Of course you've got writers doing it. Of course you got higher ups going, bro, people are going to get lost in this game. And this is why games like Hell Is Us come along. And I look at that and I'm like, yes. Or Remnant 2 comes along and I'm like, holy shit. Because it's more in line with what we used to get, Steel. Less hand-holding. Holy, let me go discover. Let me go explore. Let me go figure out shit. But I guess again, younger generations especially don't have any interest in doing that. They want to be told everything. That's why it annoys the hell out of me. But that article, again, I'm not a PC gamer guy, but that article, I was like, kudos. I was like, this put it all into perspective for me as an older gamer as to why I'm having such a problem these days with some of this stuff. So I just thought I'd bring that up because it was something interesting.
No, I mean, speaking of which, there's apparently Tim Schafer did a series. I meant to look it up because I heard it from ACG who was talking about it, where Tim Schafer essentially gets into some of the behind the scenes about Psychonauts 2 and what goes into development. And ACG was saying that it was a really good watch because it gives you that behind the scenes things. And again, maybe Psychonauts 2 isn't the best example for people, but again, you don't always get a peek behind the curtain to see the thought process that does go into these games. And we do know that Psychonauts 2 did have some development issues. Again, there were things that they felt like they weren't going to be able to add on to the game. I still need to watch it. Apparently it's like a 30-part series or whatever the case might be that he did, discussing kind of the behind the scenes stuff. But from what ACG was saying, he was like, it really, for those who are interested about game development and kind of want to get a better understanding of all the moving parts, why things are looked at the way they are, what makes it complicated. I think that's also good because I didn't play Psychonauts 2, but from what I heard from other people, they did do good with the story as well. It's thought-provoking and all these other things. So it could be a good example to people if you're interested in that. I was trying to see if I could find it. And maybe it's not on YouTube, maybe it was. I didn't write it down when ACG said it, and I meant to, so I might have to tune back in to get that info again. But it's just like, that's the stuff that when I find that when I run into that type of stuff. Now, mind you, I try to listen to podcasts because I like to hear people's varying opinions. But I have found myself also recently more so, and I've always been open to it, but more so recently, I want to hear from the people in the industry that are willing to talk about what is going on behind the scenes and why we are at the place that we're at. Why it seems like the East is paving a way for themselves in our market, right? Why, how North America sees video games, how these people like different places see value and see different things. So it's just trying to keep that in, trying to keep your interest in that. So man, so it's I mean, you brought us some excellent points with that, 100%.
Yep.
Nixie says, was the COD Battlefield 6 topic touched earlier? No. We can actually transition directly into that.
We are 2.5 hours in, bro.
We are. I mean, again, with both of us not watching all of Gamescom, I mean, the only thing that I really have to mention about that is opening night live. And again, I'm only going to
open night live. We got conversations about that. For sure.
So I'll and I have games to mention from that. Other than that, chat, if there's other things that you would like to get into, we can. I mean, you're probably going to get a 4-hour show today, potentially, unless one of us has to end up going to do something. But it's just the way things go. But yeah, we could definitely transition into the Battlefield and and Call of Duty topic if you'd like to. So this week, coming off the heels of the last beta, EA put out a post about the changes that they were going to be making to Battlefield. And matter of fact, I don't know if I ended up bookmarking it. Let me see. Let me double check here. Because they ran down a list of different things that they ended up changing. Let me see. Let me go to Battlefield comms. Yep, there you go. Community update, open beta debrief. It says, thank you everyone who joined us during the Battlefield 6 open beta. Your passionate feedback, blah, blah, blah. Connect on this Discord, cool. Over 600,000 hours streamed, 30 million hours watched, and your enthusiasm and participation is what made it great. They said the initial learnings is that the weapons, they want to deliver a more consistent and rewarding gunplay experience. I think it's in a good place, but I will say Shotgun. From this most recent beta, I did start noticing hit detection issues, and maybe it is server side more than anything, because I didn't really notice that in the first weekend. So that gives me hope that, hey, it's just a connection thing. They also said we're going to have more servers and everything, so it should be fine. They'll also have the server browser and everything too, so things should balance out. But this includes general pass on recoil, tap fire characteristics, which is super dope because that's the other thing that makes Battlefield unique compared to other shooters is that tap to fire. You are penalized for holding down your trigger shooting at people. It is burst fire. Especially if you're shooting down range, you want to kind of pace it out so you can get your shots down. So it's good that they're looking more into that to make it more rewarding and everything. Again, super dope. They're looking at the time to kill and time to death experiences because people have felt like that was consistent. More so, they're speaking to that about the M87A1 shotgun because again, I understand if it has slug rounds or something to that nature or buckshots or whatever the case might be, certain ranges, but even then, there's a lot of distance being covered, one taps especially. And again, I get being hurt, but people are literally one-tapping people from a good distance. And again, if you're close, I've seen people complain about the shotgun coming around the corner and getting blasted with it. Look, again, I complain about it too. It's annoying, but I can understand that. When somebody is down the hall from me, and I shoot, like I'm talking about 100 meters probably, and I'm shooting them with my AR, half of my clip, and I don't kill them, and they one tap me with a shotgun or two tap me with a shotgun, it's like, bruh, what are we doing? What was the point? Especially if I'm shooting chest up. I thought this is why I could see where I was shooting at, because it allows me to know what damage went where, so movement. This has been a main talking point this week. Movement mechanics have been adjusted to create a more balanced and traditional Battlefield experience. Momentum, especially horizontal speed, carried from a slide into a jump has been reduced. This is now a greater penalty for consecutive jumps, which lowers jump height when jumps are spammed. Firing while jumping or sliding will result in increased inaccuracy. These changes are designed to make sliding and jumping more situational, so they are no longer ideal options for engaging in gunfights. It will contribute to gameplay pace that rewards skillful movement without becoming too fast or unpredictable. Again, I mentioned this last time we played Battlefield last weekend, and I mentioned it on Thursday as well. I don't need the crackhead movement in Battlefield. I just don't. I get for the, and again, I also get the, bro. Let me tell y'all shooters out there, for the people that are like saying that, oh, I'm tired of people who aren't going to use these movement mechanics talking about something that they're never going to engage with. Bro, let's also not pretend that that this is what Battlefield needs. Like stop. People being able to slide, exactly what they're saying, being able to carry momentum, do multiple jumps and bunny hop across a certain distance and turn around, especially with the shotguns the way that they are, especially, bro, there's some crackhead shit that is happening. Again, I'm nothing wrong with actual shooters, right? I don't think we should be limited. There should be some expression to be had. But we can limit down some of the shit that we were seeing. And what people are speaking to and why they changed it is the clips that have been good, that have been going out there, that have been getting traction, and that's it looking like Call of Duty. Battlefield is not Call of Duty. It should not move or feel like, well, I got the skill to make it move. It's like, no, bro, no, you should be penalized for trying to do all the extra shit. No, you shouldn't be able to hit a corner and with the utmost accuracy, be able to hit every shot when you're jumping, sliding, moving, everything else. Shit. When I come out of a run, I feel like I'm at a penalty already. And y'all are complaining about these things being taken from you. Again, to me, I feel like I'm a shooter. I'm not saying I'm the greatest shooter. I'm not aim training every day. Maybe that makes me somewhat casual. I don't give a fuck. I like to think that I'm a shooter though. So with that taken in mind, I wasn't doing the crackhead movement. I didn't see an issue with the movement. And matter of fact, before we found out, until people had to get clarification that this game is not even faster than Battlefield 4, because that was the other complaint. Oh, this game feels too fast. Oh, it's too quick. Oh, why did they do this route? And then people broke it down. It was like, Battlefield 4 was faster than this. And I didn't have an issue with it then. So, but that sparked up some debates about Call of Duty and versus Battlefield kind of thing as well, because Call of Duty Black Ops 7 also did their tease with everything that they're bringing to the game. Call of Duty is bringing back some movement mechanics that they kind of had in their game previously, being able to jump off walls, wall running and stuff like that from what I've seen. Again, I don't know if it's exact wall running, but I know you can jump off of walls and stuff like that from the gameplay that I've seen and some of the more of the other over-exaggerated things. Again, Call of Duty, after they lean, especially with them leaning into the Omni movement, that's something I kind of expect to see from COD. It's not really what I want from out of COD right now. But apparently that sparked a debate about which one is better, which one is a more justifiable experience. I saw people talking about. I also saw the opposite side of the spectrum where people were like, "Oh, well, you know, I'm sick and tired of people arguing this game versus this game. Why don't you just buy both?" It's like I had to make a video. I had to make a video to tell people, duh. Like, duh. Like, I don't think that needs to be said. And I don't think anybody that's trying to argue one or the other is saying, oh, well, you don't have the option to buy both. I think that's just a duh thing to bring up. And I think it's dumb to bring up. Speak to the topic. Speak to the subject. Yes, anybody could buy both games. But at the end of the day, like the point that I made in my vid was, at the end of the day, people have to have time that they're vying for. And if there was a game that I personally would want to give my time, and again, I enjoy Call of Duty for what it is, I would rather give that time to Battlefield 6. And I think that is a conversation to be had. Because again, shooters are always going to be competitive with other shooters. Battlefield is not Call of Duty. It is not meant to be played like Call of Duty, and it should not be Call of Duty. Right? I've had this conversation before. Call of Duty tried to involve some things that Battlefield does, the ground war, and it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like COD. Stop trying to be something that you're not. It doesn't necessarily work for me. I mean, again, I'm just speaking for me. But if we're talking about value, what may be worth your dollar, especially after what we have seen over the last 3 years of Call of Duty, I think it would be worth. I would suggest to people, if you played the beta, you liked it, you were liked what you played, play Battlefield 6. Cop that one. If you don't, then you have the option to either get Game Pass to get COD and still play Battlefield 6 if that's the game that you want to invest in, because it's going to be in Game Pass. Or you can buy both games, figure out how you're going to spend your time playing both games that are big shooters that are going to take a lot of your time. A match in Battlefield, again, it tells you they got the time. That's the other thing I want. They got the timing, how long these matches are going to take, pretty on the nose. Conquest, when it says 20 minutes plus, oh yeah, it's going to be a 30, 40-minute match, depending on how it goes. The other mode too, the mode that's breakthrough. They say it's going to be a 20, 30-minute match. Bro, that bid might be 40 if you take it all the way to the top. If somebody in the other team that's pushing y'all might still lose. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many other factors that go into the discussion about Battlefield versus Call of Duty. You have to make the determination of what you think is worth it. But at what point do you also stand up for you as a gamer and say, damn, maybe I should ask more from Call of Duty. Maybe I should, maybe we should pass over this year so we can send a little bit of a message so they don't continually do this yearly thing. Because I don't know if people have been paying attention, but we got Mav cleared it for me. He said, we got 2 Modern Warfares back to back, and now we're getting 2 Black Ops back to back. What are we doing? That's not what they ever did traditionally. So why are y'all doing this now? If you have a Black Ops out right now, why couldn't this next one be DLC? And you add on to it. It has the name already. You're just making a new game to make a new game? Again, it's in Game Pass. Play it there and then buy Battlefield 6. Or make the choice and pick one. I have a belief in picking one. If I'm playing Battlefield, I'm not going to be playing Call of Duty. But Pong, I mean, I don't know what else you have seen along the lines of this topic as far as movement goes, the craziness behind it, the Call of Duty versus Black Ops 6. I mean, the Call of Duty, Black Ops 7 versus Battlefield 6 conversations as well. Whether you should buy one or the other, buy both. What are your thoughts on it so far? How are you feeling after the last weekend's beta? And yeah, just tell me a little bit about what you've been seeing, man.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I don't get the uproar over this. Not every game has to be a movement-based shooter. You want the crackhead movement, go play the crackhead games. There are plenty of them for you. And I'm using Steele's terms. I'm taking that from him because I love when he says it. But yeah, no, you want to play those types of games. You want to play those shooters, go play those shooters. Like, again, this has always been a thing, because you can go back in the day, and we had even way back Steel. We can go back to the beginning of first-person shooters. You had Unreal Tournament that played differently than anything else.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It was a high twitch shooter. Okay.
Only thing you had comparable is Quake.
Everybody. Right. It wasn't made for everybody, and that was okay. Battlefield 6. I am actually impressed that they're doing this, Steel, from the standpoint that I talked about on Thursday night, that they are under pressure to have 100 million players from their upper management at EA.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
You would want to make a game that appeals to a much wider audience. And it was obvious, like I said, as we played through the 2 weekends of beta, if you were online at all, and if you were actually focused in on the Battlefield talk, there was a bunch of Call of Duty players who had never played a Battlefield or only lightly played a Battlefield back in the day that came over, rolled on over to the beta, and were like, yo, this is good in a lot of ways. This fixes a lot of the Call of Duty criticisms that we have, and we could still play this like a Call of Duty game. I don't know how many posts that I saw that were basically, and I'm paraphrasing, when a Call of Duty player plays Battlefield like Call of Duty, and it was that freaking movement. And they were like basically giving a middle finger to all of what Battlefield is supposed to be, which is more tactile engagements, right? Getting position, using angles, all of what originally made Battlefield great when it came to firefights. And they were going against the grain completely and running around, like Steele says, like crackheads, jumping, parkouring, sliding all over the place and killing a million people with 180 spins, no looks, all sorts of shit. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's great. You guys are talented. I will not take it away from you. I could never even in my prime of my gaming, prime reflexes, teenager, early 20s, ever imagine being able to do that, especially on keyboard and mouse, ever. Okay? Just not in my realm of even possibilities. Could I? Maybe if I had practiced for hours and just played 40 hours a week, sure, maybe. But I'm just saying, I could never imagine doing that. You guys have skills. There's no doubt about that. You're not wrong in that, saying that you have a skill. Sure. That's not Battlefield, though. And Zampella's promise to the Battlefield community, and like I said, why I believe they nailed at least 75% of the old school Battlefield feel in these betas, was to go back and make it grounded, make it what Battlefield 3, 4, Bad Company truly were about. And that is not it. That was never, that's not Battlefield.
Yeah, no.
And again, you can sit here and there'll be a lot of gamers that go, oh, but you got to evolve. Just like we hear about Halo.
They did
evolve. You got to evolve or die. Yes, they have evolved, but you don't have to go way outside of the bounds of what it was, especially movement wise. Again, shooters don't all need movement. If you like that, there are plenty of games for you. So move on and go play those games. Now, if you found something else in Battlefield besides the movement, if you like the destruction, if you like the sound, if you like, the back and forth in those games, if you liked all that kind of stuff, and you started to get that Battlefield feeling in you, and you like the squad-based, gameplay, and you like the class system, well, then come on back and just learn to play without the movement. It's just like how all of you like to say, oh, it's just you guys should learn how to play with movement if you want to be like us. Well, you should come down our way and learn how to play more strategic, right? Play with more angles, right? Play more tactile in your shooter game. And you should learn how to play like us and still be good, right? So come back to Battlefield. Get all the other stuff that you liked about it, but learn how to play a different style. But if you're a streamer, you're making, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing your thing, crackhead style, go back to Call of Duty, go back to Apex Legends, go back to whatever you want to where there's tons of movement, and go play those games, man. Leave Battlefield alone. I'm happy, Steel, overall. Again, is it something that I was overtly worried about because was it on the same level as some of those movement? No,
it wasn't terrible.
There was just times in games and matches where I came across those people. And I was getting pissed because I'm like, yeah, no, we're doing the Halo jump slide bullshit again. We've got the Halo jumpers coming around. Now you add the shotgun flavor. I'm like, no.
Yeah, there should be more penalties for this stuff.
There should be, I was just like, nah, this ain't it, man. But at the same time, I'm happy because Zampella is keeping his promise. Right, him and his team are keeping their promise, which means a lot to the Battlefield community.
Identity, bro. That's what it's about.
And I think that overall is more, like I said, it's a risk because he's got pressure from up top to appeal to a much bigger audience than Battlefield ever has appealed to. But at the same time, he's keeping the core promise, which again is something that I've talked about time and time again, Steel. They have to get an early W by bringing back the original Battlefield community. You're not going to bring a battle back, but you got to bring back a good portion and then grow out from there. And I think that that's what he's done here. And then coming out and talking about this openly and admitting that, hey, we saw it. It's just not Battlefield. We're going to trim that down a little bit. That's cool with me. So number one, applause to him and the team for doing it. And again, the discussion, those people don't want to come back because of it. So be it. Go play your other games.
Again, big deal. I think it does pull into the conversation of making a game for everybody. You're going to end up making a game that's for nobody. And again, because I want to bring this up for why it matters, because some notes that I took down is because it's not just about polish. It's a statement of identity. You can riff on how BF6 is choosing realism and teamwork over parkour and chaos, but perhaps contrasting it with COD's adrenaline rush and what that says to your armchair CEO crowd. But it's more so for the community vibe because they're deepening into the frustration versus the relief of it. And again, a lot of people like the fluidity and others want the more depth to it, and redesigning the movement isn't something it's a trivial thing. It's core to the identity of individual games. And that's not core to Battlefield. No. And that's all that people were mentioning. Hey, if that is the direction that you want to go, again, let's listen to the devs and what they're saying as well, right? I still want them to make the game that they want to make. Yes, I want you to understand what this game is, and I, as a veteran of the game, do have a certain level of expectation. So whether that's a positive or negative or not, you make that own determination. But I think there's been enough cases that have proven trying to placate to a crowd has not been working either.
Right.
So I think it's smarter to move the direction that they're going.
It is. And
I appreciate it.
Oh no, I think that most of us and most people in general that are Battlefield fans do appreciate it. And again, it's speaking to the fans. Like you said, they are making the game that they want to make. They're just realizing that, the fans kind of talked about this, and obviously they were watching social media too, and they were seeing the clips, and they're just like, yeah, no, this is not what we were going for. We didn't, we didn't realize that. Again, it's just like anything else when they're talking about the balancing the guns and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's all stuff that, sure, you could say, well, you guys should have seen this coming. Like, you should have realized that while you're making it. Yeah, but until you get millions of people playing it, sometimes you don't realize the effects. Again, they can play test all they want. They can play test with thousands of people and thousands upon thousands of hours. But do you give it to millions of people? You don't really get the full view of what you've implemented in your game. And I think that that's what they did. And that's the other thing I appreciate about this, Steel. and I've seen other posts about this, so this is not some original thought at all, but
Mhm.
this truly was a beta. This to
Yeah,
Zampella and his team
100%.
was not just a demo. Like,
'Cause they
not
mentioned the
just a
maps as
hype
well.
demo. Right.
They said they intentionally did smaller maps because they wanted to test not only the server, but how the destruction was working, performance. That is why the bigger maps weren't here. Now, they are going to do some additional play test internally if you are part of the Battlefield, what is that thing called? Freaking labs. If you're part of labs, before release, they're going to have another labs play test for people in labs for the bigger maps, right? To make sure that those are running well. But I'm pretty sure they got all the information that they needed for the initial part of the game. The part that can become a worry, and I saw people complaining about like some of the destruction and stuff, and that wasn't enough in some places or whichever the case, because some things aren't destructible. They're not. But it wasn't like, there wasn't a lack of destruction where I felt like, damn, why can't I destroy this? Right? It seems like it made it more like, okay, this needs to be here. Although I would like to level everything. I really would. The paths to clear certain buildings and everything else to give people additional ways to get through certain things. It does. I think because somebody mentioned it while we were playing, or I might have just heard it from somewhere else. They were saying that they felt like it's got into this 3-lane mentality where there's only certain areas that you can go, and that's not necessarily Battlefield either. So it's like, striking that balance.
It is. It is striking a balance, but I do believe that because a lot of times nowadays, developers use betas as demos more than anything. They call it a beta, but they're really not doing a whole lot of changes. They are just getting the hype factor up. Now, this worked on both instances. Number one, it got Battlefield 6 hyped yet again, and really showed people how close they are to the original formula, but that the fact that they are using it for this and that they are coming out immediately and going, hey, this is some of the big changes we already saw we need to make. I have a feeling if they're going to go that route with the bigger maps and they're only going to allow it to be played in labs, and obviously that's what it sounds like they're going to do, then the bigger maps probably will have more balancing that will need to be done after launch, because that's another situation where unless you get millions of people playing into those maps at one time, in the big
you're not going to see certain things. Yeah,
you're not going to see certain things because there's so much ground to cover there, right? And there's
people
so
play
many
different.
weird things. Played completely different. So anyways, but that's fine. Again, I don't have an issue because I'm not expecting it to be 100% perfect when it drops. Again, I want them to get the servers right? I want them to have that out the gate. And again, for the most part, I want them to be solid on what they're presenting and how it feels and how it plays. And like overall, the betas were on that level. The betas told me that they are ready. Like they are,
I'd play it tomorrow.
October does not seem unrealistic, right? It's not like, oh shit, they're going to be this is going to be coming in hot like 2042, right? That came in hot.
Yeah,
that came in real hot. But this is the complete opposite feeling. I'm like, nah, they're going to have most of this shit on lock when it drops day one and then build up from there, which is all I ask for. So that's why I don't care about the 9 maps. People are bitching about the 9. I don't care. It's great. Call of Duty can drop with 18, 20 maps. Well, I don't give a shit. I'm just happy that Zampella and his team are focused on these 9 maps to get it right, the limited vehicles to get those right, and then work their way out. Do I absolutely want to see them bring in water maps again and boats and all the rest of it? Absolutely.
I'd like to see Caspian Border.
Oh, bro, absolutely. And again, from the map, the aerial view that people gave us when they got launched into space with the Jeep glitch, you can see they've built out a lot of that.
Yeah, for the Battle Royale.
Exactly, for the Battle Royale, and so I think we're going to get all of it.
Because I saw somebody mention that earlier that they thought that the Battle Royale for Battlefield was canceled. No, it's just coming after release. But they are doing a free-to-play Battle Royale for people that want to play that. And who knows? Maybe Battlefield is the Battle Royale that we needed to switch things up. Maybe it being more tactical changes things as far as that space goes. And we get a evolution as far as these style of games go. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm interested in playing the Battle Royale for Battlefield. I want to see how that feels. How's that going to come across? The map representation, how they're going to use it. I think that sounds like a dope idea. So
right, yeah. No. So overall, still, that's all I got to say. Again, I'm happy with where everything's at. Like you said, I talked about it. The getting shot around corners was much more atrocious in the second weekend that we played, which to me is a server issue.
Exactly.
It's a delay, it's a lag, ping issue, whatever the case may be. But it was noticeable, and that is something that I give. Again, that's in Call of Duty. It's in all first-person shooters. But I was like, yo, come on, man. Like, I am fully behind cover around a corner, and all of a sudden I'm dead. I'm like, okay. So, yeah. But I think they're going to tighten that shit up. Again, I'm not worried about the October release date. I think that overall, this is in such a much better spot than any Battlefield we've seen in the past decade plus, that I think we're good to go. And I can't wait for launch day. And it's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, no, it's going to be super fun. I mean, again, it's going to be a mainstay. Leading that, having Battlefield be this good going into Christmas, bro, we're about to have a fucking blast. You talking about some half a day game hours, gaming sessions, maybe more, depending on what time is looking like, bro. With a full squad, bro. I mean, I also saw people talking about that they wanted to up the squad count from 4 to 6. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. They keep it at 4 because that's how much a squad can hold in Battlefield. It's just for the sake of balance and everything too. It's just when you start pushing that boundary, like, I get it. You want to get all your homies in, but there's ways to get around it. And again, server browser is going to help with a lot of that, because you can get into a lower account lobby, have everybody fill into that lobby, and then fill it out with other randoms. So there's always an option to still get that experience if that's what you're looking for. But I just wanted to bring that up because that was something else that people were complaining about, and we're hoping that they were going to change for the main game.
Yeah, I like the idea. There's professional, quote unquote, professional Battlefield player who has been posting a lot since Battlefield 6 came, because he's actually back in the fold now. He's back in the mix because he's been out for a while because he's not liked where it's been going. Right. So he's been outspoken during Battlefield 6 in the beta, and he's been overall positive. But he made the suggestion, I like this one, that they create a platoon system, so that you keep
kind of like clans.
Kind of like clans, but you keep the 4-party system, but then you have a platoon in which you can have another group or 2 more groups or whatever of 4 jump in and platoon up, so then you all can get to the server at the same time. And it fits perfectly with, obviously, the military platoon or whatever else. But he thought that would be a good setup to keep groups above 4 together and let them have an easier time getting in the same servers together and that kind of stuff. And I thought that was a great idea. I hope that
might be a way.
Yeah.
I mean, that way you would probably be able to do max 8.
Yeah.
I could do that. You do a platoon, do a max of 8 people. I think that could suffice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Especially in the 24, 32, 64 player lobbies. I think that, especially like in the 64 and 32, I don't think that'd necessarily be bad. I think that would be balanced. I think you could balance that out enough, opposite side, right? I mean, we say all the time how much a team can change Battlefield, and there could be some some things that mess things up there, but so apparently there's some skill-based matchmaking in Battlefield as well, though. So from what people are saying, seemingly. Because people were mentioning that this most recent weekend felt a little bit different from the main weekend, from the first weekend as well. And as if skill-based match, people were saying it felt like a little bit more competitive, right, than it did that first weekend. So
sure.
And I get it. Sofa King 12 would be realistic, but at this point, it wouldn't be about realism. It would be about what works for the game. Right, because the thing for me is that what people also don't like is when you run across stacked teams. And the thing about stacked teams is if you don't have a matchmaking system in place that helps or prevents solo, duo, 4-man teams from running into a platoon of 8, it could cause a problem.
Server
browser helps with all that. Yeah,
will definitely help with that, right? So again, that would be the counter. And again, we got to see how the server browser is going to play out. Again, not everybody's happy with how they're doing it so far through the portal instead of just being on the main. But we got to see. Again, October will answer a lot of questions, and they'll have time to fix the server browser if it's not. They've been listening. Again, they've directly responded to the concerns and questions about the server browser as well, and they're open to changing shit if it's not going to work, or if the criticisms wind up being a greater reality than what they think is a reasonable balance. So again, not going to be the final product even in October when we see it, but I think the server browser would handle a lot of any issues, how big you want to make the platoons or whatever the case may be. I think that will fix a lot for a lot of things. So we'll see though. We'll see how it all works out.
So additionally, because I saw Brett bring up, he says, Pong, I disagree with skill-based matchmaking. Battlefield is a team-based game. The only thing that I could push back on that, I think, is this thing here. Let me see if I can open it up to make it a little bit bigger.
How they're doing the skill-based matchmaking, though, supposedly, again, what they've said publicly is that the skill portion is way down on the list, right? It's more about ping. It's more about connectivity. Yeah. That's what their skill base. Again, they say it's SBMM, but it's not the way
it's not like
think about it.
Yeah, it's not like COD.
Yeah, because
like
again, what I will say, Brett, is that my experience, because I've been in a lot of skill-based matchmaking sessions with this dude right here, whose skill level is way above me when it comes to first-person shooters, Jasper, 3-Bit, and Halo. Like, I've been in those traditional skill-based matchmaking, and I know when I'm rocking with these guys, right? I know because I'm getting freaking crushed. In Battlefield,
yeah, it's not like that.
You
run into some matches, but.
Yeah, well, no, you're always going to run into matches. You're always going to run into shit. This is going to happen. Again, Battlefield's always up and down, right? But I did not feel overwhelmed by the level of the other skilled players in a match steal like I normally would playing with you.
Yeah,
again, I run Call of Duty solo. I'm going to play for 2 hours, be finishing in the top half or above, 90% of the time, 80% of the time, top half or above, and then run a game with you. And the next thing I know, that next match, all of a sudden, from there on out, I'm in the bottom, like run the whole way, and I feel outclassed.
It's also pushed the opposite way too, because you've had some matches or two that you ended up being number one on our team and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that just in Call of Duty.
Very rare though, unless we had a good mix of people in our. Unless we were running with the first
that speaks to the.
We had this mix.
That speaks to the skill-based matchmaking.
But I'm saying, if it's just you and me, bro, generally speaking, because of your dominant performance, we will walk into much higher level.
I don't deny that.
Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, I don't deny
I'm just saying, in Battlefield, I didn't feel any of that. Like, I didn't feel any of that.
No, not really.
We had our bad times. Like, you're all, again, in those types of scenarios with how Battlefield plays, you're gonna have matches where you just feel like you can't get shit done because the other team overall of 32 or 64 players is just working that much better together, and they're just overwhelming your squad. Like that, there's just nothing you can do. But individually, one-on-one matchups, I did not feel like I was walking into lobbies where everybody was just so much better than me. Like I did not feel that at all.
I was definitely feeling more of a hit detection issue more than anything. Me getting into 1v1s with people, and for some reason, I'm shooting them first. I mean, again, I'm talking about like as even playing as you can give it. While I'm 1v1ing people chest up and they're still killing me first, it's like, I don't know about that, dog. Like
types of weapons, figuring out why they beat me, like that was more where I was at.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, and then, again, the shotgun was just so overwhelming. It was just like whatever.
Nixie says Respawn should take longer to incentivize healing your teammates. No, what people should do is stop fucking pressing buttons when you die. Just stop. Stop being a crackhead.
Understand the mode you're fucking playing.
That's the crackhead mentality that I be talking about with people. It doesn't it's not just movement, because this is what people do in every single fucking game. Because there's games that even where the respawn, if you respawn within a certain time, like if you wait to respawn sometimes, maybe it could put you in a better position. But in Battlefield, just stay on the fucking floor. Don't press X, don't press any buttons, just lay there. Let me get you, bro. And I get hyped up about this shit because the stats come out for Battlefield where they say there's been almost 5 billion enemies killed. 5 billion. I wish I was over exaggerating. Almost 5 billion enemies killed, and only 30 million people got picked up that were revived. Bro, what are we doing? And it's a main mechanic of the game. Stay your ass on the floor. That's always been a Battlefield thing.
It's a judgment call too, because you don't want to stay on the floor and lead people in when you're in a bad spot.
That too.
You got enemies around you.
And people ask for heals while they're getting sniped. Yeah. No, I'm not picking you up.
No, and if I know I got 3 enemies right around the corner waiting for somebody to come get me, I ain't asking for a heal. But there's people who do it. It's like, geez, man, are you serious? You just led me right into a freaking trap. Because yes, there are smart ass people who've been playing Battlefield for a long time.
Oh, they'll bait you
on somebody calling for a yeah. Oh yeah, they're baiting you on in. That's part of Battlefield. So you got to understand that tactic as well. But yes, understand the modes that you are playing. Understand where it is more responsible for your team, and it is much better chance that you're giving your team a chance to win by not using a ticket, and wait your ass on that ground for as long as possible. And again, it's up to the other players, and we have the other issue where nobody wants to pick your ass up too. Certainly get into squads like that as well, where everybody's shooting around you and you're like, hey, can one of you 5 take 2 seconds and pick my ass up? Of course you can't, because you're too busy worrying about your KD. But then you get into a game where actually everybody's on board and it's magical. It freaking, you overrun the other team, right? That's how it works. So anyways, yeah, it's a give and take. I don't think there's any right way to try to encourage it, Steel, at all, because you get rewarded. You get rewarded and people still refuse to do it.
Bro,
you get points, you get badges, you get everything. And people still refuse. But what they did do, I think, was, I hope they don't nerf the defib, because the defib does encourage with the quick pickup. The quick pickup on that defib is beautiful, because again, I saw a lot of people using that. Hopefully more people will continue to use that. And also the strength of the defib to run around and kill people too.
But it's fully charged. You got to fully charge it though. I mean, again, I appreciate I can't complain
enough
about
that you could take somebody down. You could take somebody down quick enough before they can turn and hit you. If you just click, you're just clicking and you're pop, 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 you'll take them down real quick. So it does work both ways. I think they did a great job with the defib. I hope they keep it.
I mean, but I get Battlefield.
Yeah.
If you guys can't tell, over the last 3 weeks, we're extremely excited about Battlefield. I think this is the strongest Battlefield entry that we have gotten in the last decade, easily. Like, this is way better than 4. This seems like this is going to be the first Battlefield that may finally break the curse of it releasing in a bad state and them having to fix it later. Like, sure, there's still going to be things that they need to fix and add in and everything else, but at least those first 90 days, I have a very magical feeling about the first 90 days of Battlefield. So, especially leading into Christmas, I think it's going to be a magical time. Roadkill says, man, I was reviving and keeping tanks alive for the whole goddamn match. My tanks never died. Hey, shout out to you, Roadkill. I appreciate you for your service. You're doing fucking the Lord's work, because nobody else will. Nobody fucking else will. You know what else? Because I saw somebody mention VoIP. They do need to add VoIP. They needed to add the additional voice chat outside of your squad. And I really love the voice chat option for the directional situation, whatever. I forgot what it's directly called. But bro, I enabled it for me and Pong when we were in game. Bro, the in-world game chat shit.
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah. I enabled it for Pong, and when he would be close to me, he would hear sound a certain way, and then as soon as he went away, it was like he was on a walkie-talkie.
Yep.
And he was and you could tell he was further away from me.
It was great.
I thought it was super dope because it also gives you perspective without looking at your map all the time. Where's my teammate at? If we're talking, we're communicating. If I'm like, yo, I'm getting shot, I'm getting up, you have an idea of how close I am to you or whatever the case. And I think they need to open that up so I can yell at people when they don't fucking pick me up and they walk by me, even when they're in my own squad. I do want to, I want to yell at people. I think TikTok or YouTube Shorts, I think Battlefield is missing a prime opportunity if you don't open up voice chat for more people. Just make it an option where you can hear more people outside of your squad. You can talk, because bro, the amount of shit talking that would happen within your own team, it would be absolutely hilarious. So,
agreed.
Brett says I try to keep tanks prepared too, but those damn those damn
tanks
feathers?
were too.
The fuck?
Yeah, tanks were pretty.
Said them damn feathers won't let me catch up to repair.
Oh yeah,
I
because
don't.
they run away and they're really hard because they run because the tanks are so fast.
Meatheads. I was about to say, Brett, I was trying to figure out what you were trying to say. Meatheads, feathers. I was like, feathers? The feathers won't let you catch up. Nah, but for real. I saw people complain. I was doing some of the same. And I've never been the greatest in the vehicles and stuff like that. Like, I try. Like, if you're leaving it up to me to jump into a tank, I'm going to try. I can't guarantee it'll work the way that it should, but I'm going to try. But I had some fun. I had some fun in that. I had some good times in the tank this time around, too, so. Nixie says, most of the voice chat I heard was stuff like this. Dumbass, thanks for not healing me.
Exactly.
No, I got the same thing. I'm playing healer and people are in the middle of a hallway getting shot at, getting put into. There's 6 guys on the other side, and the guy's yelling at me in my squad, hey, pick me up. Hey, why the fuck won't you pick me up? I'm like, dog, there is literally a team and a half across the way. Mm-hmm. I get that I could just run over to you real quick. I don't want to die right now. It just doesn't work that way. You want me to risk picking you up so you can just die again? Come on, bro. Like, what? No. Oh, shit. Fahim says, Steel Rain, you had Iron Man in your head coloring that mech, right? Iron Man is always in my head, Fahim. I don't know if you've picked it up yet. If I have the option to color customize my character, it's going to be red and gold every time.
Yep, every time.
With some black accents, probably.
I said that right at the beginning
those
of
are my
the show,
colors.
Fahim, by the way, I called them out because again, every time I see it, I think I'm looking at a new Iron Man game or some shit that I haven't seen before. I'm like, oh no, wait. That's just
Speaking of which, I want to hear something about that damn game, bro. What is going on with that? That's been in development for some time too.
Just hope it's not canceled.
I hope not either. Fuck. So shout out to Battlefield, man. Loved every bit that I've played of it so far. Again, I haven't been that like knee deep in a multiplayer experience in a while where it's like this is what I want to play right now.
Yeah.
So let's see. We can make another quick kind of topic for sure with the PS5 price hike. PS5 did end up raising their prices. Sony hiked the PS5 price about $50 across all models in the US. Standard is $549. Digital is $499. And then the Pro is $749. Citing global economic pressures and tariffs that have hit electronics manufacturing, accessories remain unaffected for now. And then just say why you should care. This is that real world meets gamer kind of life talking point. It's inflation, supply chain politics, and how hardware trends shape buying behavior.
It's an excuse.
I mean, it is. But one of the things I can bring to the chat as well is, does this push gamers towards Game Pass subscriptions, buying secondhand, and anything to that nature? I know I did make a post on X, otherwise known as Twitter, that consoles getting closer to $1,000, I do think is missing the point. Because again, you are offering the whole idea of a console was to be a cost-effective medium for the average consumer to step into the hobby of gaming, right? especially over the years, you tend to see the prices of these pieces of hardware go down. That has happened the complete opposite this time around. I can't recall another time where I've bought an electronic device and the time that I bought it was cheaper than years later. That just typically never happens. Again, I do get the real life nature of things, but again, I am somebody who thinks that the cost of these fucking consoles and shit should be going down 50 to 60 bucks every year so that you can get more people invested in the ecosystem. Part of the problem is we still were supporting previous gen hardware, so it doesn't really make or influence people to move over sooner versus rather than later. Again, there's all timing and things that get played into that. But it is insane that because people were on Xbox's head about this shit. And people should be on top of Sony's head about the same thing, bro. Really? We're raising prices once again? Years later? Y'all are already planning out the next generation? But again, to me, this does make the direction that I see things going, things being more PC-like, things being more multi-platform, people having more access in more places. Again, I'm not saying that the Xbox Ally is going to be the answer to everybody's problems, but the positivity that UI has had or that people have had with that piece of hardware does open up and get me a little bit more excited about what Xbox's mainline console may look like and the potential of that piece of hardware, right? And with that, I don't want that next piece of hardware to be $1,000. You know what I mean? If you're going to do, because I also anticipate them doing upgrades kind of sooner rather than later. I also think that there's, as far as ingenuity goes, or as far as being innovative goes, why don't we get to a point to where, I mean, people are already busting the back of their PlayStation 5s open to pop an SSD in. Why not take it a step further? Pop the back off so I can replace a graphics unit. So I can get more power, whatever the case might be. What's stopping? Like, why can't we figure out a way to do this? Microsoft has already done it with some of their, somewhat with like their storage device units, easy plug and play, say works exact same. You know what I mean? And we do need, and I would like to see more of that. No, it doesn't need to become PC like where you have to put things into a mobile and worry about whether you need to be grounded or whether you're going to electrify certain things or whatever the case. Mind you, that's not as big of an issue as maybe it once used to be, but I am on the side of consoles continuously being aggressive in price and there being an option for the consumer. Now, again, the direction that we're going, at least on the Xbox side of things, it seems like we're going to have options, but if Sony's going to continue to go the way that they are, it doesn't bode well for the PlayStation 6. We're talking about $800 consoles, $700 to $800 consoles. Shit, the PlayStation 5 Pro is fucking $749, and it doesn't even include a stand or disk drive. At $749, goddamn, this makes it more appealing. It almost is more appealing. Instead of getting a PlayStation 5 Pro, why wouldn't you maybe look at getting an Xbox ROG Ally? It's damn near the same price for something that has a little bit more versatility to it. So I think that's kind of where I'm looking at it at right now. I just want consoles to continue to innovate and also understand that you're trying to get a consumer in or a player in who sees this as a benefit to them. And that's kind of how consoles have always been an easier access point, especially price wise, to jump into a market without jumping into like the PC space or whatever. Because again, when you start getting to $800, $1,000, I do think that at that point, there's other hardware that you should possibly consider. And especially seeing how the generation behind me is looking at things, the generation behind them is looking at things. They want versatile access to things. So, I don't know. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. I mean, what are you thinking about the PlayStation 5 price hike? I know a lot of people are running with it, and I put it in the title as well, that, you know, PlayStation seems to love Xbox. Doing similar things. More and more information continues to come out. Hey, man, big tariffs, man. It costs too much, Pong, man. We got to charge you more. For 4 years, 3 years in, we're 3-4 years into the generation. Why not charge y'all more, man? What you thinking?
Business, brother. They don't give a fuck. Never cared about us. Care less about us now. Big business don't care. These companies don't want to keep making consoles. We've said this for years, Steele, that if it was possible with current tech to give everybody the same experience natively, to give everybody the same experience streaming that we get natively on hardware, these companies wouldn't make hardware anymore, bro. Okay, the days, it goes back to what I was talking about, how big this industry's gotten, how much more the money side of things now controls things. The days of console makers subsidizing, right, and taking a loss on their consoles is over. Okay, they sat there and watched Nintendo. You can thank Nintendo. They sat there and watched Nintendo sell decade-old hardware at profit, and watch their fan bases eat that shit up like it was gold. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. Correct. That's what I'm saying. They've been watching Nintendo do this. Sony and Xbox said, why the hell are we doing it the old way? Okay. If people want to buy this hardware, it is going to be expensive. If people want to get the latest and greatest tech, because both PlayStation and Xbox are still focused on putting the latest and greatest in there, they are going to pay for it. And yes, the entirety of tech has now increased in prices over what we were used to. It used to be that tech would drop down as the years went by. Well, again, there's a lot of reasons for what's happened. But number one, pandemic shifted everything. But number two, crypto and that side, AI, have now taken the same hardware when it comes to GPU, CPUs, etc., that are used in PCs, used in consoles, etc., have made that market much more valuable. Hence why NVIDIA is now one of the world's, at least by market cap, one of the most richest companies in the world, right? Is because there are now other markets solely dependent on the same type of tech that used to be relatively kind of limited to gaming, right? In a lot of ways, right? So, that is a couple of the reasons why. But yeah, Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox, this is an excuse though. Overall, they could sell at the same price. They could have cut the price down. Both of them, Xbox and PlayStation, could cut the price down like they used to. They just don't want to. They don't want to do it anymore. And again, that's big business. So here we are again, blaming it on anything that they can. That's fine. Again, they're always going to pass the buck on why they do it. It comes down to profits at the end of the day. Pure and simple profits. It comes down to the shareholders, comes down to the CFOs and the CEOs, comes down to the bonuses internally. It comes down to all of that at the end of the day. So they're done. And again, I talked about this is why I said next gen. I thought it was going to be the gen of enthusiasts. I don't think we see a Series S price point type console next gen. I think that I just believe, again, I could be completely wrong, but I don't believe they're going to go cheap again. I don't think Xbox or PlayStation are going to go cheap again. They're going to price the hardware and say, hey, you guys want to play the latest and greatest. You got plenty of options out there. Got the nice ROG Ally for you at $599 if you want to go do that, right? You can go get limited. You can go build a cheap PC if you want to go do that. There's lots of you can stream all day long. Go get yourself a tablet. Do the cloud streaming thing. Come on over. We got that for you now as well. You can just stream your games now. We're getting better and better at that. Slowly but surely, it's just going to come enthusiast market completely for hardware, native hardware. And I think that's where we're going. Yeah, buckle up. But this doesn't surprise me at all. Everybody that was out there, again, very serious people, Steel, were saying that Sony was going to hold off and not raise prices. Very serious people were saying, nope.
Yeah,
that's for everybody else to do. Sony, nope. Look at Sony. They're good right where they're at. They're not going to do that. Okay, whatever. Again, big business going to big business. They don't give two shits. So,
they don't. So, I mean, again, I definitely get where you're coming from with it as well. I can see it becoming more an enthusiast thing for sure. It just depends. I mean, again, if we're going to continue to give people options, I don't necessarily see a problem with that. But we do need to establish a new baseline. Whatever that baseline is, it needs to be higher than the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4. Sure. Like, I want to move forward from beyond that.
As they put their games more places, Steel, it lessens the need to have your own hardware do everything. Because now we're going to get to the point, especially if we just look at Xbox now, PlayStation's following suit. It's going to take a whole hell of a lot longer for them to do it. But if you look at Xbox, again, next generation Steel, they'll make their games for Switch too. So if somebody needs a cheaper entry point, go pick yourself up a Switch too. Right? That's what Xbox is not going to care. Microsoft does not care. And we know
well, it depends because, Black Ops 7 isn't coming to Switch too.
No, not as of this moment, but we'll see. But not as this moment, but we'll see. I mean, again, a lot of games are going over there, right? I truly feel, again, the streaming option is going to become massive. Again, we could all sit here and talk about, well, it's not the same quality, it's not this. But Xbox has come out and said, Microsoft has come out and said they're going to compete with GeForce Now. That's their goal next generation, is to get their streaming up to that level. There's tons of people play Call of Duty through GeForce Now. So again, Xbox is taking out all of the restrictive areas or, kind of stress points when it comes to players. And again, this has been their main they've openly talked about it. They are taking away all the roadblocks for gamers, Steel. So price point being one of them is going to get to the point where, you can't afford our very expensive console. That's cool. That's not a problem. You got yourself a tablet, right? You got yourself a mid-range, laptop. Hey man, you could stream right from there and it's great quality and you could stream no questions. And you got yourself a smart TV. You could stream right to there from our library. Hey, you got it all. Our ecosystem offers it all to you. Don't worry about it. We got you, right? It's just less focus on a losing proposition, which is hardware. Hardware has always lost money for these companies until mid-gen or later when they could reduce the price and make $50 a console, right? $75 a console, whatever. That's not happening this time around and they're done with it. They're just like, we're not going to keep losing money. Fuck you. You're going to pay. You want hardware, you're going to pay.
I mean, the next influx of console hardware that we're going to see is when a game like GTA comes out. Because there's only certain games that are going to move the needle for people. A game like GTA will. I can't think of any other game that has the same power that a GTA does. World of Warcraft wouldn't. There's literally
does to a certain degree, but
Call of Duty does to a certain degree. I mean, Call of Duty's dropping previous gen too this year, right? Right. So I mean, maybe we see an influx for COD this year because of that as well, or maybe people stay on Black Ops 6 because of what they've seen with Black Ops 7, right? That could also be a possibility. So it's just, man. I mean, the door's going to start opening up for people, kind of consuming how they own. Right. Nixie says, any progress from the Battlefield 6 beta get carried over to the 1.0? No, sir. You will be playing fresh from the very beginning.
Skins.
Level up from 0.
You earn the skins.
You do get skins. Yeah, you do get skins. Play 2042, you get some skins.
And if you completed the challenges in the beta, you got those skins, right?
Yeah.
And there was Twitch skins if you watch Twitch players, right? So yeah, there was the skins, but as far as progression goes, no, you'll be back to 0, level 1. But you'll get the skins. So that's dope.
Yeah. Again, with everything changing, I wouldn't want any more progression. Not in Battlefield. It's a multiplayer game, and I wouldn't want that.
I don't care about that.
Now, if they were letting you try the demo for an hour and they said you could move that, like the campaign demo or something like that, and you can move that into, that'd be cool. But that's all I would want. All right. So I guess this will be the topic that we wrap things up on here. It's going to be a bigger topic. Again, we didn't watch all the events that took place this week, but I did end up watching Opening Night Live mainly. I thought it was a decent show overall, but let's get into it a little bit here. But, so what was the most talked about stuff for Gamescom? So far, it has been the Call of Duty Black Ops 7, the co-op campaign, endgame mode, were the biggest standouts to me. The endgame mode that they implemented was something that I necessarily wasn't expecting. Is it something that I'm excited for? No, but I can also say on the back end of that, it's like, but if me and the homies, with it being in Game Pass, if the homies was like, yo, Steel, let's run some campaign, I wouldn't say no to it. You know what I mean? Like I would be like, all right, let's do something. The fact that they're going back to the kind of like 4-player co-op kind of thing as well is super dope. Again, it just adds an additional variety to the game. Now, for me, I've never taken Call of Duty campaigns overly serious. I just take them for what they are. They're kind of like action flicks. You take them moment to moment. Either they end up being decent or they end up not. Even the 4-hour campaign that people complained about, said it was too short, I thought it was good. I thought it was decent for a moment to moment kind of action flick kind of thing that was happening. And I enjoyed it for that. It's nothing to write home about. And that's kind of how I'm feeling about Black Ops 7's campaign as well. I didn't know I was going to be playing Inception, although they've been kind of hinting into those things for quite some time. I did care about Mason previously. I don't have that care now, especially after playing Black Ops 6's campaign. I don't really care for the zombie shit in Call of Duty, at least. I just really don't. The only other game that makes me care about the zombie shit, or to some level, was Last of Us. I really don't need it in any other game right now. I'm like, goddamn, why couldn't y'all do vampires? Like, damn, let's go a different direction. They got all this other crazy shit happening. Now we got vampires. You know, it went from zombies to vampires. Fuck it. I think that would have been cool. Do something different. Expand it out a little bit. Use a different enemy type. People keep trying to do vampires and not doing it right. Maybe this could have been the one.
Call of Duty Monster Squad edition. Let's
there you go. Exactly.
For all my Gen X old heads who remember Monster Squad movie, bro. Let's bring it all back. Call of Duty style. Werewolves,
there you go.
Mummies.
You have a little bit of everything.
Vampires.
Yeah, there you go. Lean in. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, lean into it, bro. Like, give us some more. Do random other bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Monster Squad crossover skins. Let's go. They haven't done that yet. We could totally pull that off. Anyway, sorry.
But it is interesting to see what they're doing with the campaign and everything. The end game mode, again, I mentioned it on Thursday with Pong and Mav, that it does remind me somewhat of the zombie mode, the open world zombie mode that me and Pong played, and their approach on that. Although this end game mode seems to be a little bit deeper than it seemed, well, quite a bit deeper than that. And it's also 4-player co-op. So that's, I mean, again, dope things. Is it stuff that has me like, ooh, man, I'm excited to play COD? No, it kind of made me more like, I'm not really looking forward to, I don't even want to download it. I get it on Game Pass and I'm not even trying to download it. It takes up a lot of space. I'm cool. But, what else came out of here? We got the release date for Hollow Knight, and that was showed off as well. It was looking good for people who are interested in Hollow Knight. There's a lot of people who are showing support. Again, the numbers for the first Hollow Knight have jumped up and quite a bit since at least on Steam, and I imagine this also jumped up in other places. I've seen more people, at least on that timeline, talking about jumping into Hollow Knight for the first time. Again, that's why stuff like this is important. When games are getting ready to release, there are people who will revisit the first game and finally play it when they see the second game releasing, right? I've heard all the hype about Hollow Knight and Ori in these games. The only one I haven't really played is Ori. But I played Hollow Knight, and yeah, I'm cool. So, but I'm excited for the people who've been looking forward to it. Again, it's been it's quite some time in development, and they feel like it's in a good place to release, and they're going to be releasing it. So that's dope. Lego Batman seems to be the talk of the town here as well. A lot of people saying that this is the true Arkham game that we are going to be delivering, and that
Rocksteady could never.
That Rocksteady is turning in their sleep because of this. Resident Evil Requiem showed really well. Silent Hill F got more people interested. Also had some clarification. I don't know why the clarification was needed, but people got clarification that it's not a Souls game. I didn't think that it was.
Everybody thinks everything's a Souls game now.
I don't know, dog. Like, I never walked away with that, but apparently people were. That was another thing that people were happy about finding out. Monster Hunter Wilds got the Final Fantasy 14 crossover. Again, Monster Hunter Wilds is continuing to get juicier and juicier as time goes by. Again, I'd put the game down, not because I was having a bad time with the game, but just headspace. I wanted to wait for more content. Go ahead.
You too, Steel. They finally, supposedly, again, the word came out that they are taking the PC community seriously now.
Okay.
Because of the ratings over there. And they are going to do major optimization. They're planning on a major patch that's going to take longer, where they are going to optimize the PC side, because obviously it's been mixed or mixed reviews over on PC. But Capcom finally acknowledged that they're going to do something about it. So again, the power of the PC review, Steam reviews, can't be undersold to what it means to the video game industry.
Yeah.
I get it. A company like Capcom, who has generally been a console company for a long ass time, but they've been on PC now, are finally looking over and going, yeah, we got to fix that shit. We can't have this mixed review stuff going on. So hopefully that helps the PC side of things for that game.
Yeah, hopefully it does. I mean, again, that's the RE engine at work that they're using for this one. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it is. And it just doesn't seem to be handling the open world stuff as great. But there's also been some other underlying things as far as actual gameplay elements and whatnot, progression and stuff that people have had an issue with, difficulty that has seemingly kind of went to the wayside. Well, I'm not gonna say went to the wayside, but it is getting improved on, right? They're adding more difficulty and everything into the game. Again, I enjoyed what I played of it thus far, but I did also come to a reality that it's another one of those games that is going to be a better game later, right? It just is. These games evolve, they grow. The Monster Hunter experience that I played, especially like Monster Hunter World, the game that I played when that game initially released to what I went back to and played through World and Iceborne before WoW's released, it's not even remotely close, bro. Like how much content was added on, the experience, how it feels moment to moment, all the cosmetics and stuff that are added into the game, all the monsters that are added into the game, the different weapons. There was just a lot of variety that was introduced that if I'm going to be somebody that's going to play this game, it would end up being a mainstay for me. And just because I've said a lot. I wanted Monster Hunter to be my main game, but then, life sets in and kind of pulls you away, and then you got to pull yourself back into it. And I was going to play with the wife, and stuff happened with that. That didn't play out, and kind of that put a little bit of a sour taste. Like real life stuff put a sour taste in my mouth, and that's why I kind of put it down. But it's always something that I'm looking forward to go back to, because I know that they support their games for long terms. So it's always something I can look forward to. But I like what I saw. What else is there? But I mean, with that, it seems like we got a lot of AAA, a lot of indie joy, a lot of nostalgia stuff as well. For me, I came back from it with about 7.5, maybe more along the lines of I'll stick to a 7.5. And I say 7.5 mainly, although a lot of these things that we had seen already, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Again, there were 16 games that were shown within the 2.5 hours that I got updates on that further solidified my interest, right? Just because we've seen it before, maybe I didn't see this previously, right? It gave me some additional details. I can go through and pick out a few games, which I will do. So I'll kind of start at the top of my list. Black Myth, Zonkui. I'll definitely put that. I'll put that on the radar. Although I have not completed Black Myth Wukong because of a game bug that kind of put a sour taste in my mouth, and then me progressing through the game. It's just, again, I also have this thing personally. Once I start feeling the downturn of a game, and it puts me in a bad mental space about the game and something that I experienced in game, it starts tugging at the back of my mind, like, am I really having that great of a time? Do I continue wanting to fight some of these bosses over and over again? What if I continue, what if I run into this issue again? And when I fought the bloody moose, there was a couple things that I ran into again that were there were hit detection issues, and then another thing that I got stuck, that completely turned me off. But I did enjoy the game for what it was, right? So I would be interested in their next iteration. Again, typically when you're able to make your second game and them continuing the Black Myth lineage, now they're going with a character that has a little bit more, well, I wouldn't even say a little bit, that's much more creative freedom. A character that not many people are aware of, that they can kind of take in any direction. So I do want to see. They've proven to me that they can make a solid game. I want to see what they do with the next game. Again, Lego Batman was a standout for me, just because I wasn't anticipating a Lego game actually getting the attention that I thought. Also, I don't know if people knew this. Apparently, the Lego Batman game is going to be, I think, either 3 or 4 times the size of Arkham Knight. If you guys want to use that as a reference point. I thought that was interesting. I was like, kind of, but of course it's Lego. I can see you being able to do more. But just with how the games were being portrayed, they brought the Arkham Flow combat back into a Lego game. I mean, again, you give me that, and don't tell me that you also put the survival mode back in there as well. Oh, I'll probably get it at some point, maybe even if I get it on sale, just to get in there and just get into the flow and shit, just to have some fun with it. And because it's Lego, they allow themselves to have even more fun with it. And if they pay some homage, like, again, they do some stuff like the Dark Knight trilogy and stuff like that, and just if they pay homage to that Joker scene where he's coming out of the hospital and he detonates that host, and I can see them doing shit like that, you know what I mean? Just because of what Lego has traditionally done. They could pull from so many different eras and lineages, and I want to see what that's going to look like in an actual game. But people were excited for it, and it definitely got my attention. Valor Mortis, the first-person Souls game, that was interesting as well. I don't know if I'm going to play it, just because I'm not looking for that, but it was interesting to me. I like how it displayed. It looked like it probably would play well, and it did. It was interesting. Swords of Legends. Now I'm going to start. What I'm talking about is pretty much it's a bit newer. Swords of Legends came out of nowhere. More action-oriented focus game. Seems really dope. Well, I want to see more about it, how it's going to play and everything, but it looks like it's going to be dope. Lords of the Fallen 2. That trailer was fucking phenomenal. That is how you sell a game. Now, I have some personal bad experiences with this most recent Lords of the Fallen, so that gives me a little bit of I don't know, but they have continued to update the game. They didn't just let it fall off, whichever the case. And going into Lords of the Fallen 2, they look like they're leaning even more into the things that they have learned. And again, they made me interested. I want to see how it's going to look when it comes to release, more information they put out, what are going to be the changes. They're still doing the separate worlds. So when you die, you go to a different world, and how they're going to explore that is going to be also interesting. I want to see more from that. So yeah, there's that. Onimusha still continues to look good. I don't think I need to bring up that. To me, I saw people complaining about Onimusha though as well this week, that what they saw from Onimusha, they're upset about because it seems like it's become more Souls-like, or it's going a direction that they would not like. It doesn't seem like it's being creative enough for an Onimusha game. The video clip that I saw was the dude parrying and stuff like that. It didn't look like Sekiro kind of level things. It didn't look like it was that anal. And from what I've at least heard from Onimusha, there's you have a lot of different things that you can do to approach different situations. Again, I've never played an Onimusha, so I can't really speak to it. But I did see that conversation happening going around this week, that people they're feeling iffy about Onimusha because it doesn't seem to be holding true to what Onimusha has been. I don't know what that means.
Onimusha was a harder action game, especially with the tank controls back in the day and the fixed camera. For the most part, it was a tough game. It wasn't Souls-like, but it was a tougher game. But a lot of games back then were tough. If this does turn out more Souls-like, then obviously that's going to piss me off because I don't want it to be like Souls-like. Again, I think a lot of people just are overwhelmed with the amount of games that lean heavy to that genre, so everything starts to look like that. But we got to remember that there's been a lot of action games like Ninja Gaiden, etc., that have been hard games, but not Souls. And Onimusha was a more difficult game back in the day. So I haven't seen anything yet that has led me to believe that they're straying into that genre per se. I just think people forget that Onimusha was not some just like devil, or just wasn't some button mashing
Yeah, no, it
action
wasn't.
game back in the day. It was never like that. There was
Not from what I've
some
seen.
technique to it back in the day, right? So, yeah, I'm gonna wait and see. I still think it continues to look good, but if they do, obviously I'm gonna be pissed because I'm not gonna play it then. But I think right now I'm okay with what I'm seeing. It's gonna be tougher for sure. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah,
Not gonna be
100%.
easy.
Arc Knight's Enfield, it actually made me more interested than I was previously. Again, I'm somebody who's come here on a week-to-week basis and bigged up Wuthering Waves. It is a gacha game. Arc Knight's Enfield is also going to be a gacha game, so don't get it twisted. But they got looks like they have some resource management. Arc Knights is more based off a tower defense kind of style game. So there is going to be those elements mixed in mainly with action combat. So for an example, you're fighting a group of enemies, or you go into this fight with a group of enemies, you're going to be able to place towers down, at least from what I saw previously. I could be misspeaking, but this is what I thought the concept of the game was. I had never played Arc Knights previously, but I just had a general idea as I was kind of getting more informed about the gacha space. But essentially, you're going to be able to put towers, set up towers or whatever. They're going to send a wave of enemies in, and then you'll be able to take action as the characters or as your team at that point. So you'll have your tower defense, your tower shooting stuff, and you also getting involved in the battle. I don't know how deep that's going to go. Some people felt pretty decently from the closed betas that have been put out there. Still a lot more to be seen. I don't think that we saw enough to try to sell anybody on it, maybe, but it did interest me more. Just from that little ziplining kind of thing, looking at the resource management stuff. And I'm not really a resource management dude, but when you have stuff like that, there has to be an intention for that. And I do get caught up in building and stuff like that. And there's stuff like that. If there's anything like that there, that might pull my attention. The Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion demo was announced there. That's how I ended up playing the demo. So that was dope. Voidbreaker, mentioned it earlier. Game kind of came out of left field as well. It's a roguelike. Think Doom with roguelike elements kind of thing. A little bit more futuristic as well. I thought it was interesting. I downloaded it. It's in PC Game Pass. Looks cool. What else was there? I thought that anime game Time Takers looked interesting too. Third-person shooter. I thought that looked kind of cool. And then Fate Trigger, I'll throw on that list just as a battle royale. I don't know if I'll end up actively playing it. I did play the recent beta for it. I thought it was interesting. I don't like when third-person games do the thing between switching from third to first person, especially in shooting. And when the games typically do that, like PUBG as well, when games typically do that, it is incentivized for you to go into first person because it's typically more accurate for you to do such. I like my third person games to be full third person and be optimized for that third person experience. Personally, that would make me more interested in the game that way. But it's essentially a battle royale where your characters, you have waifus that have custom abilities, movement mechanics and stuff like that, and also like special abilities as well to just keep the combat interesting. Super big map as well. They have multi-tiered maps and everything. You have to jump from one map to another map and it opens up. It's cool. It's interesting. Then to wrap it up is going to be the 7 Deadly Sins Origin trailer that they shown. It reminded me of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I don't know. From what I was low-key hearing, I didn't do enough research, so chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that it's a gacha game. I'm hoping that it's not, and it is more akin to a Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, mainly because I've never watched the 7 Deadly Sins anime. I have been told that some of the later episodes are questionable. Well, almost the back half of one of the seasons is extremely questionable when it comes to animation and just quality of the art style. The game looked really good, though. And for what I saw from some of the team play, it looked like the combat was going to be some fun. So hopefully it doesn't end up being a gacha game. Cause I can't dedicate any more time to gacha games, bro. I don't like the feeling of a character coming out and I can't play this character because I got to roll for it, and now I got to spend 100 hours grinding to potentially get a character, and then I do my 10 roll, I do a 20 roll, and I still don't get it. I have no other way to access this character outside of like trials and stuff like that. It's like, man, I like how Grand Blue Fantasy Relink did it. You have the full game. You can unlock the characters through gameplay progression. I really love that. You allow me to have that choice. I would rather that type of experience, but that's kind of the things that interested in me. And that's why I came away with a 7.5, because again, anytime that I can walk away with multiple things, and again, a lot of the stuff that I mentioned wasn't things that were announced previously, right? Now, I did throw some in there because it's like, damn, it doubled down for me, my interest. But most of like what I spoke to was newer things. So for me, I thought at least delivered on that. I watched the entire show. I thought it was paced decently as well. There's a lot of games, not a whole lot of talking, you know. So again, for me, I came away with a 7.5. A lot of other people feel kind of down on it. I know Pong's pretty disappointed in it himself, but Pong, I mean, for what you got out of Gamescom this week, I know you haven't watched everything, but at least from opening night live, and maybe even throw some additional things in there, what pulled your attention? What were you looking forward to, and what were some of your takeaways from Gamescom this year?
Well, the good news is that we do have some different takeaways as far as games go, even though I appreciate all the ones you just brought up. Yeah, I mean, Gamescom still had there's been a ton of stuff announced like that over the week here that has been fantastic. Like Tropico 7 coming. I love Tropico series, and it's coming to Game Pass. Like that was an announcement after Gamescom. I mean, again, it's gonna be stuff that nobody else cares about, right? Europa 5 getting announced, even though I haven't played a Europa yet. I've talked about this, that the massive grand strategy level stuff that Europa brings always gets me excited to see 5 be announced and people get super hyped. Like someday you're gonna see me, like I keep saying, like 70, 80 years old, man. You're going to see me streaming. I'm going to be that old dude that everybody talks about, but all I'm going to be streaming is like grand strategy games where I'm playing like world level. And I can't imagine by then what we're going to have too, but
that's going to be insane, Lord.
I'll be playing some world level shit where every little detail you need to take care of.
Can you imagine what RTSs are going to look like in 10 years? Yo, the amount of shit happening on screen.
The detail, the level of detail. Everything.
Bro, it's gonna be
so yeah, I get excited about shit like that. Like, and again, there was a lot of those type of announcements this week. Again, we got another big one was yesterday. Some previews of Replaced come out. We've been waiting on Replaced, that 2.5D Cyberpunk game that was announced for Game Pass years and years ago that caught everybody's attention. We got some previews, some behind the scenes looks at that as well came out yesterday, and still they confirmed that it's got the Arkham style combat to it, bro.
That's insane,
bro.
That's crazy.
Bro, like that we're making things even better here. And it sounds like that's going to be ready next year. 2026 is what the devs hinted at. We're going to get another update this coming week on August 25th. They're going to do a dev update for Replaced. So there's been stuff like that. Again, I talked about it earlier in the beginning of the show when I talked about Hell Let Loose announcing Vietnam. That got me to go try out Hell Let Loose, right? Even though it didn't turn out the greatest for me. But the fact is that they announced Vietnam there. That got me excited. Still, we got more information on the Expanse Osiris game, and this is looking
talk to it.
Fabulous, bro.
It has me wanting to watch this show. It really does.
I told you you should. I told you that you would. I've watched the first two and a half seasons. I'm gonna go back to it now at this point. It is Mass Effect stuff. Fabulous. I'm gonna watch it. You know what? I'm gonna watch it this week. Hey, somebody, I'm gonna look. I guess I'll just look it up. But chat, let me know where I can watch The Expanse at, and I'll just throughout this week, I'll skip game time and I'll watch some shows. Bro, you should watch some of this and just see if it draws you in. Like from the beginning, it drew
I'll at least watch the
because
episode
of the characters, because of the writing, like instantaneously, and then of course sci-fi, space, but all the different factions at play in the Expanse is freaking amazing. We're like Games of Thrones style, like factions, right? Where there is so much going on. I really got to get back to it. I'm going to get back to it for sure.
I did see people were worried about it though, because apparently there's aliens and stuff, the Expanse, and some of that stuff isn't touched on in the game.
I think we're going to have to wait and see. I'll break this down. Shinobi did a great breakdown, right?
Yeah,
so
please.
This takes place during the first 2 books of the Expanse series. Now, I have not read the books, so forgive me. I usually TV shows and books, I know the books are usually better. I rarely read the books if it's already been converted to a movie or TV show. I've read a ton of books in my freaking life, but it's usually only the stuff that I can't watch, right? I've read a ton. But anyways, this takes place during the first 2 books. Or basically the first 2.5 seasons of the show, which is exactly what I've about watched of this. So this is probably why it's really drawing me in, because I'm like, oh shit, I kind of remember some of this stuff. You play as a mercenary for Pinkwater Security, who also has an identical twin. You have a fully customizable character. When this came out this week, I was like, oh shit, you get to pick the origin, gender, presets like marksman, like sniper, officer, assault rifles, etc. Bro, I'm in. Like now I get to customize my character in the story. Let's go. Branching story that takes around 20 to 30 hours. Some of the actors from the show will make appearances in the game. Both you and your twin visit the asteroid Eros and the Protogen Conducts, their experiment involving extraterrestrial material, and you escape on a stolen Protogen shuttle. Pinkwater Station is very lively and detailed. NPCs gossiping about news. So there's always good. Choosing to fight can have heavy repercussions. Companions have special abilities to aid you during gameplay. Hacker can hit foes with an EMP, or a sniper can provide cover fire. Battles affect the environment with impressive details, with the walls quickly becoming pockmarked with bullets. Outer space is gorgeous with Jupiter in the background. You can find crafting materials, money, and equipment while exploring. This game seemingly has all the stuff that I look for in this type of, like, they're covering all the basics here, right? So again, this is going to be narrative heavy. Again, if you're familiar with The Expanse, this is a narrative world. Like the world is detailed as shit. Okay, so there's gonna be a narrative heavy game, but it sounds like you're gonna have tons of decisions and consequences. The stuff that I all love about RPGs seems like it's all in this game. So I was super excited. The screenshots, stealing what they were showing off in the video, this is looking like Mass Effect. Like it's just, let's go. So that was another one that drew me. That wasn't necessarily part of opening night live, but we got the word that it was coming out. Listen, a lot of people might not have heard, but Final Fantasy VII Remake 2, by the way,
Play Anywhere
is going to be a Play Anywhere. It's going to be a Play Anywhere title. The Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade is going to be a Play Anywhere game. Like, I was not expecting. Square has been doing this, right? On and off with their titles. Not every one of their titles, like 16, isn't Play Anywhere. The fact they're doing with 7 Intergrade is pretty freaking impressive, right? So again, more value. Not to mention that Square also happened to shadow drop a tactics game that has been locked away exclusively. Triangle Strategy suddenly going to show up on Xbox as a Play Anywhere title on sale for $42 as well, and PS5, etc. But hey, that just got shadow dropped this week too. Like, this is the cool stuff, right? Happy for the Silksong people. Finally, the fan base can shut up about this game. Like, again, I'm happy for the game. It's a massive game, massive fan base. Shout out to Indie Gamer, one of the biggest fans. Team Cherry is freaking phenomenal as a developer. Give those guys all the credit in the world for sticking to their guns. They took what they made in Hollow Knight, which sold like 15-20 million copies, whatever it's been now. They took what they made in Hollow Knight. They wanted to make a DLC, which was going to be Silksong. It wound up becoming a bigger project. Instead of getting scared off as a small team or overhiring and all of a sudden exploding the budget, what did they do? They stuck to their core values here, Steel. Just took a longer time frame, 7 years, continue to work on this game, and now they're saying this game is massive. Like, compared to even what they thought they were going to take this game, they've turned it into much more than that. This will probably be up for Game of the Year if they nail it. This fan base is going to come out hardcore for this game. They are going to sell bazillion copies of this game if it's good. Like if the
if it's good, yeah.
they're not going to have any reviews. For anybody who didn't hear, Team Cherry said that would be unfair to the Kickstarter people. Again, holding to their values despite
it's
what
fair.
this industry would pressure is pretty fucking dope for Team Cherry.
I mean, again, there's still something to be said about maybe there's a way to give people who are in your Kickstarter a review.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe you give they have review priority, you know? I think there is still something to be said about that because people do value reviews. Now again, stick to your guns. If you want people to take it for what it is when it releases, great. I don't see any reason to necessarily doubt them, especially coming off their first foray and seeing how their approach has been to this game. Again, they're a 5 to 10 man studio, apparently. Out from what I can find from on LinkedIn or whatever. Bro, okay, if this is what y'all want to do, for better or for worse, if there's repercussions from it, great. But what if the worst repercussion is you find out a week later after the game comes out that the game is a fucking 98 on Metacritic?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be mad at that point. You know what I mean? Sure, a review would have been great, but you know, because I know people get frustrated about that as well. Oh, it lacks. That means you have a lack of confidence in your product, and it's like, well, there's other elements that you got to kind of consider as well. And when you bring up the point of your the Kickstarter people, I can understand that. But somebody did Fuzzy Tomato mention because I don't know if you misspoke or not, but Final Fantasy 16 is Play Anywhere.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not. Again,
hey, you can buy it on Xbox, and then you can buy it on Xbox, and you can play it on PC to the Game Pass app or Xbox app.
Which one was I think? No, because that was a misconception. Everybody thought it was going to be, and never turned out. Well, hold on. Obviously, I could be completely wrong. There was a game that everybody was confused about. Hold on. Let's see here, Xbox. Because there was one of the Square, because again, not every, okay, so 16 is now, okay, 16 is Play Anywhere. What was the one that came out that everybody was confused about? Because not every one of their games has been. The Final Fantasy Pixel collection was a part of it. So which one am I thinking of that was not Play Anywhere that Square dropped? Because there
is...
Final Fantasy Tactics is not going to be as of now. That is not on the list.
There's also the one with Zach in it. Final Fantasy. No, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. I can't come up with the name. It's the one that has Zach in it, though. That's all that I know.
Okay. Anyways,
I know who the main character is.
Obviously, was not my intention to misleading. But Square has not been all.
Fuzzy says people were complaining that Final Fantasy Tactics isn't Play Anywhere.
Right. That was right. That's one I know. But there was one release too that has not been Play Anywhere too. Anyway,
Crisis Core. Was it because I know a Crisis Core released on everything, but it's not Play Anywhere either.
I was thinking about Crisis Core. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Square, my point again. I didn't obviously not trying to mislead anybody in 16. The Square Enix was not fully committed their entire catalog to Play Anywhere. My point overall, the fact that Final Fantasy VII Integrate is going to be Play Anywhere was a pretty big announcement. So that was my main point with it. Sorry about that. I don't like to be wrong like that, but I swore 16 was there. Anyways, where were we? Oh, Team Cherry. So September for Silk Song, massive announcement for that entire fan base. Again, not for me. Doesn't matter. I'm so excited for that for the fan base, and more so that everybody can stop talking about it now. So, September 4th, Silk Song, and confirmed again, still coming to Game Pass too. So another bonus for Xbox players.
Yeah, because I know people were saying that it's probably not going to be coming to Game Pass. So
nope, they announced that it was confirmed that it was still coming to Game
Pass. That's cool
because that was the original announcement. So that was dope. Yep. One of the other what are the other? Dawn of War 4 being announced. Of course, RTS fan. Dawn of War being one of the best balanced franchises of all time. They just had launched Dawn of War 2 remastered into Steam. Some people still said that it was going to be crazy that Dawn of War 4 was never going to come. And then sure enough, they announced it coming in 2026. Dawn of War 4, and it looks fucking good, and they're sticking to the original formula where base building is base building is everything. Again, some RTSs have drifted into base building, resource management, not as important. I can enjoy those games, but I still and Mav still enjoy the base building, the
too.
resource management. I think that's still a core gameplay.
I like that.
They're leaning into it heavy. They're bringing in the Mechanicus faction. Mechanicus, and it's looking good. If you know Warhammer lore, man, I love the Mechanicus. So that's going to be dope. So yeah, can't wait for that. Lots of good, specifically about the one I watched, which was opening night live. I watched Achilles, right? So overall, again, this week has been a great week for Gamescom. There's been lots of cool stuff. People playing the games on the floor at Gamescom, nothing but high praise for a lot of the games. ROG Ally X getting nothing but positive reviews from the people touching it.
Yeah,
Gamescom, again, that was a part of the announcement.
Impressive.
Yeah. People talking about how it really is and the UI, the changes they've already made. And again, this isn't going to be the final form. Sorry if you can hear kids screaming. They're playing in the backyard behind me. I got the windows open because it's really nice here. The fact that this is still just their test bed here on ROG Ally X, but the changes that Xbox has already made to the PC UI and that kind of stuff to start to get all of it, to uniform all of it and to have it perform well. The people showing on the ROG Ally X how easy it is to switch in and out, like it looks phenomenal. And that's what people are saying. The ease of use has been dramatically increased already over what we used to have. So people are very impressed. So just stuff like that. I think overall this week for Gamescom has been highly successful and has really, Shenmue 3. Holy shit, Shenmue 3 Enhanced got announced. Again, nobody cares about Shenmue anymore. There was a ton of Shenmue fans disappointed with 3. Yu Suzuki, a lot of people claimed he didn't come through with 3, blah, blah, blah. There's supposed to be 5 total games. There's been no word of 4 and 5 ever being made. We got Shenmue 3 through a Kickstarter. Turned out not to be what everybody wanted, but Shenmue 3 Enhanced coming to Xbox for the first time. Again, 3 skipped Xbox, but now it's being redone. It's coming to Xbox. Cool as shit. We have a chance at 4 and 5 to finish off that series. Anyways, good overall week. Let's get to the Keeleys real quick. Just out the gate. You guys all know how I look at shows. In a black hole, on their own. I don't compare them to anything. That continues here. This is the first show in years that I've come away disappointed from. I haven't gone back and watched it, just focused in on it. I was watching it at work. I did watch the complete thing, but obviously I was also working at the same time. So again, take that for what it is. I think that Keeley regressed, whereas whatever you think about Keeley personally, don't care. I personally don't like the guy either, and I see his flaws dramatically. But I do think that he's been overall still a net positive for the gaming industry. But I thought he has been, and I've given him his credit through the past 2-3 years of learning from each time he does a show and getting a little bit better. It's the first time I think that he took a step back in his presentation. I don't think the pacing was well done here. I think there were spots in here that were not needed, not necessary. I don't think that the layout of the games themselves was done very well. I also think it was curious that the Future Game Show got some bigger announcements that you would have expected at the Keeley. Not that Keeley gets everything, because that's never been the case. But I thought with Keeley's lineup this year, it leans so heavy into updates on games we already knew about that and I'm cool with that. Again, you guys know that I'm not one of those people that says, hey, I don't need to see these games again or whatever. That's not who I am. I'm always good with seeing updates. I just thought he could have had more of what the Future Game Show had and less of some of the updates. I just did not like what he did this year. Overall, I still came away with a handful of games that I'm excited about from this, but my level of excitement or enjoyment of the show itself was not where I'm normally at with his shows. And so this one I came out of C- D+ for me. So, as far as the score goes, drop it down to, a 6, somewhere in that neighborhood, probably, maybe, 5.5 teetering on that edge. just not overall impressed with this show. But let's get into the show. None of that matters. Presentation is what it is. It's about the games. And I got a couple different ones from Steel. Actually, the pre-show had He-Man, that new He-Man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Brawler, whatever you want to compare it to, don't care. The animation in He-Man, the colors, the color palette that you decided to go. Bro, I'm all for. That brings me back to my arcade days. Brings me back to it completely. I'm a He-Man fan. Again, I grew up in that era, so it's different for me. Nostalgia hitting hard. The animation looks great. He-Man, what was the full Dragon Pearl of Destruction? Looks great. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. That was awesome. Steel already mentioned it, so I won't talk a whole lot about it. Arknight's Enfield looked good. It looked really good. Caught my attention with the base building, possible resource management, and like Steel said, it looked like some tower defense in there as well. Even if it is a gacha game or a mobile game, again, the misconception that mobile games are somehow lacking quality, go look at the stuff in the East. It's all high quality shit. Do they use this stuff to keep you wrapped up in the game nonstop forever? Yes, that's what the gacha game is all about. But when I see these games, I don't even it's a mobile game. Oh, it's a gacha game. I looked at that shit and I said, hey, they got base building, they got some RTS, they got some tower defense to this shit. Okay, I'm interested. So, like that one. I already mentioned Europa 5. Look great. Steel mentioned Voidbreaker as well. Caught my attention, of course. Looks great. Again, there's a lot. Being on PC now, there's a lot of the Doom-style games. If you love Doom and you're a console-only player, you are missing out on a lot of FPSs that are only on PC. Voidbreaker is looking great. There's just a lot of those games on PC that you've never heard of before because they never show up on console, but Steam is loaded with them. So I saw this though, and I love the style, love the direction, love the atmosphere of that game. So Voidbreaker's looking great. Toxic Commando. Still not bring up Toxic Commando.
Yeah.
I still love these games. You can say they're not Left 4 Dead. Again, Back 4 Blood was supposed to be the new Left 4 Dead. Turned out to be a disappointment to a lot of people. I'm going back. I've got it re-downloaded. I played it over the past couple of months here and there. Playing with the AI, just playing by myself, still smiling, still enjoying killing zombies and all sorts of, whatever you want to call them, all the different monsters in those games. I love these style of games, and this is coming from the World War Z developers, and you can tell. And that World War Z engine is impressive as shit when it comes to the mobs of enemies. So I am really liking Toxic Commando. I like the characters so far. I like the weapon play. I like the look of the whole world. Toxic Commando. I was like, okay, yeah, you sold me. I'm back in again. Let's go. Even if it turns out to be not less than, I still will have a good time with that. Controversial game. Zero Parades. Zero Parades. This is from the developers of Disco Elysium. Now, I played Disco Elysium for about 12 hours. I got to get back to it. Okay. Loved it. But it's not actually from the developer. It's from the developer's name only, studio name only of Disco Elysium. Because if anybody doesn't remember, the Disco Elysium came out. Critical success. I think it was actually financially successful too. Sold a ton of copies, but was up for Game of the Year awards, all sorts of shit. Incredibly detailed character development, story narrative, choices matter. Every single little choice matters, like everything you want. Basically, the higher ups fired the entire dev studio. Okay. Now, he said, she said, lots of different stories came out about it, but basically every dev from that team was fired. A lot of people said, okay, never going to play another game from that studio again. You guys did them dirty, blah, blah, blah. I understand. Business, it happens. If you feel that way, you feel that way. Again, I'm not buying Borderlands 4 because I don't like what Randy Pitchford said. So again, stand on your hill. I don't have a problem with you. I looked at what they're trying to do with Zero Parades with whatever this new team is, and it looks like so far they're nailing the Disco Elysium, but in a whole new world. And this whole new world looks really fucking cool. So I saw this show up and I'm like, yeah, I know what the controversy is going to be. There's going to be a lot of people who downplay or just say, I'm never buying this game. But I looked at that game and I was like, yes, sir. Small team. again, but doing something big narrative wise, story wise, character development, acting sounds like it's going to be on par. I'm excited for Zero Parades. So I just had to throw that one in there. Cinder City, Steel. Cinder City. This looks dope, bro. So anybody who did not see Cinder City is from NCSoft, right? Got to see more. Of course, got to see more, right? But I think that it's got a chance at being really cool. And this is obviously an MMO. It's an open world shooter, but it's got a cyberpunk feel to it. And anytime you throw cyberpunk at me, still underutilized, right? In my eyes, still don't get enough cyberpunk games. I'm gonna say, hey, I'm kind of excited about this. So Cinder City looked great. We'll have to wait and see more.
Looks solid.
But I think it looks dope. Yeah, it looks solid. Looks solid. Happy for everybody. Excited for, well, kind of happy for everybody. Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines 2. And I think Decado mentioned it in the chat earlier. I think I saw him throw that in there. Coming out of nowhere. Nobody, again, this has been through multiple developers' hands. A lot of people thought this was going to be vaporware. If you've never played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline 1, you'll never get it. I bought it on GOG. Or actually, did I buy it on Steam or GOG? I can't remember. Started playing through it again. It is 360 era AA janky ass RPG with all the bugs and shit that most people would say, oh God, this is garbage. And yet somehow still the story, the atmosphere, the RPG elements just all pull it through. And it became a cult classic and a beloved fan base that has been waiting for number 2 for so damn long. Again, some people thought it was going to be vaporware, that this was never going to happen. And this thing shows up and announces a launch title for October 21st. But the problem is, after the announcement, there's multiple factions in this game, right? So you're playing multiple factions. You can choose from multiple factions to create a character from. And they all have different stats. They all have different abilities. There's bonuses to everything, different storylines, all sorts of shit. So it does matter. He came out afterwards and officially confirmed that they're locking 2 of the factions behind DLC, paid DLC.
Damn.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You can imagine the fans are not happy. The fans are not happy about this shit, bro. And I don't blame them for how long they've waited for this game to have that be like, it's heartbreaking. So we'll see how this does, but as of right now, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. But it was good to see it show up. I was excited to see it. I'm not going to buy it day 1 or anything, but I'll certainly buy it down the line. Again, I want to play through 1 all the way. But yeah, so that was another one I had on my list. Project Spectrum. This is from the Delta Force team. We talked about Delta Force earlier, Steel.
Yep.
They're coming back with a new project. And this is going to be a team-based, tactical, squad-based first-person shooter action and asymmetrical combat. And it's got this weird, dark energy type thing going on as well. Don't know how it's going to turn out. Again, my hands out with Delta Force is very short so far. Some things in there are a little wonky, especially with controller, but whatever. They've got something. They know what they're doing. It's not like it's awful by any stretch of imagination. So,
right.
But this is going to be their new shooter, and it's going to be kind of a survival adventure game. I'm digging it so far. So it caught my attention. Again, this is the newer stuff. There was lots of updates to other things that, of course, Ninja Gaiden 4 looked great, bro. Okay, it looked fantastic. It looks better every time we see it. Of course, that was on my list, but I'm just not bringing up the stuff that I've seen a billion times before. The last one I'll throw up, Steel, real quick. I get caught me off guard because of how it looked. I understand. World of Tanks is nothing but obviously a gotcha game in a different form where they want you to pay out your ass for everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have tried World of Tanks, right? For a brief second, because I love being tank commander. It's fun as hell. But yes, they want you to buy everything. And they want you to buy everything. They're coming out with they're coming out with World of Tanks 2.0, which I can't wait to see a little bit more and see how they're going to evolve it. But they came up with this new game Steel, which looks like a new mode. And again, I'm sure it's going to be pay out your ass type game, right? So don't get me wrong. I just was watching it. I was going, it's called Heat. They're coming out with Heat, and it's still tank battling, but it's Twisted Metal style tank battling. Like fast paced, like it looked crazy, stylized, like all sorts of shit. So it just caught me off guard because I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't realize it was World of Tanks until like halfway. I'm like, oh shit, this is like World of Tanks, but they're doing something completely different. So Heat, because I miss Twisted Metal days. I miss that that arena-based vehicle, combat stuff.
Right.
And this gave me a little bit of that. So I just throw that one in. There's the oddball out of all the shit I'm talking about, but it just caught me off because I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. So anyways, again, overall was disappointed with Keighley's opening night, but still came away with stuff that I'm looking forward to and can't wait to hear more about. And like I said, during the whole entire week, lots of cool announcements out there for a lot of different things. And I think the industry is still producing a lot of good stuff. And I think 2026, obviously with GTA alone, is going to be stellar, but for most people, but I think we're already loaded next year. And a lot of the stuff is going to fall into next year, and that just makes it more incredible. So can't wait. So there's my thoughts, Steele.
Overall, I mean, I think those are some good thoughts. Again, you picked some others that were outside of even the ones that I picked, but again, we always have that crossover as well. I mean, again, we also do some things that try to be a little bit, different from each other. But again, at this point, Keighley is essentially competing with himself because there's not really many other places doing this. When he has multiple shows a year, especially, I saw some people. I was listening to some people having the conversation of maybe Keighley needs to wind down on doing some of these shows. Maybe he doesn't need to do Summer Games Fest and then also do like opening night live right behind that, because it does feel like, to your point, there's not much else to show. So maybe he focuses more on doing Summer Game Fest and then doing the Video Game Awards at the end of the year, and those be the main two that he does. But at this point, I mean, the dude could do whatever he wants. I mean, nobody else is stepping into that lane. I mean, the BAFTAs, again, that's the other respectable one that people typically speak to first. But even that, that happens once a year. So again, I want to continue to ask more from Keighley so that he can continue to evolve it. But again, Paul came away with a 6. I come away with a 7.5. Overall, there's a lot more content to observe here, be interested in, and I think that speaks to a lot of what we have going on. I was kind of looking at the background because there was a deal actually for Lost Soul Aside. I want to say it was a couple of days ago, and I didn't end up jumping on it, where they were actually selling it for like $45. I was like, ooh, for 45, I might be able to do that. But I couldn't find it. So is what it is. I want to play the game. I do, as an action fan. Like I really want to like dive into it, but I don't know. We'll see. I got to make a determination. I'm still trying to decide if I want to do, because if I do that, I'm not gonna be able to get Daemon X Machina, and I kind of want to get. I really want to play Daemon X Machina, because it was just speaking all the right languages to me. But again, the reality of stuff. But with that said, I mean, that's pretty much all that I had on my list. Chat, let me know if there's anything else that you would like to get us, like us to get into. Anything else that you would like to have thoughts on? Because we are almost 4.5 in already. I am going to start. I think it's a great time to start winding things down. Again, I want to hold this up forever. We got things still to do on a Saturday. Got to see what's going on with the fam. I also need to get dinner prep and stuff like that knocked out so we can get rolling on that for the day. But nonetheless, I mean, again, come back off a 2-week hiatus, just getting gaming in, and we do 4+ hours, as we tend to do either way, and have good conversation with it. So again, I asked chat one more time, Pong, if they had anything else that they would like to get into. I also, I'll alley it up to you as well if there's anything else that you wanted to get in as far as quick hitters. But I do want to be able to get us out of here so we can take care of our day stuff and kind of go from there. Nixie says, Lost Scalebound aside. Again, I spoke to, I think it was a couple weeks ago, the last time that we did a mainline podcast, was that I also feel like there's something that's off about the game. The characters, more so than anything, seem like they're a little dead in the face to me. Again, it is more of a AA game. It was a game being made by one person originally, and he now has a team behind him. It is in the China Hero Project. But nonetheless, just as an action fan from what I've seen, I'm interested in it. And that's why I want to play it. So that's the main thing. Fuzzy Tomato says, I'm not sensing a lot of confidence on Lost Soul side. I see people kind of I do see people on they're not as excited as I felt like they probably were before. Mainly some more Sony focus folks that are like, I don't know. So we'll see. But there are also people on the opposite side that are excited for it, like me. I mean, I'm excited for it. But you can point out some things and be like, I don't know, man, and still be excited for something. So I don't know. That's another one that I'm also, maybe I'll get a review for, maybe I won't. It's coming out next week. If I haven't got one by now, I probably don't think that I'll end up getting one. So that would be dope if so. But yeah, I mean, that's all I had on my list. Rescue says, anybody getting Shinobi? No. I'm not going to be getting Shinobi. Again, those side scrollers, it just, again, like the one I showed you guys earlier, Oversloop, I'll invest in like some of those titles are like random they just pull my attention. But paying, what is it? It's like a full price game too. It's like $39.99, isn't it? Or not full price, but it's essentially a regular price game, right? So I don't know.
Yeah.
Another thing about Metal Gear though that I did forget about, Metal Gear Solid Delta, there's a additional game that is within the game as well that they remade for the new version. I saw people being kind of up and down today. It's like a hack and slash game that they have inside the game that you unlock after beating Metal Gear. I thought that was cool.
Original shit in there.
Yeah, I didn't know that was in there before. I didn't know that was in there.
I mean, if you haven't played Metal Gear, I mean, there's a lot of spoilers going around because it's original shit that people are finding out that they kept in there. Because there's a way, there's multiple ways to beat the final boss in that game. If you guys don't remember, and again, that's why I completely forgot. Because again,
I don't remember. I don't know.
By no means a super fan of I like certain Metal Gears, whatever else. I had some fun. I think with me and a buddy, I think we like switch controller. I think we played this one together. I can't remember. We passed the controller back and forth. And I don't remember if I wound up even being around when he beat it. Anyways, but yeah, there's multiple ways to beat the boss that doesn't have anything to do with killing him in this game, and they kept it all in. So just be careful out there if you haven't played it.
Yeah,
and you don't want to know.
I haven't seen any of that.
Everybody's fighting it. Yeah. So yeah, interesting shit.
Yeah, I just saw the hack and slash stuff and then the multiplayer stuff. I'm not as like honed in on the multiplayer stuff because I got multiplayer games to play. But right. I do want to play the game because again, I was interested. Phantom Pain got me extremely interested in Metal Gear overall. The knowing that Delta is kind of like the first game technically in the like a timeline of things is extremely interesting to me as well. Again, I mean, I am interested in it. I don't know. Don't feel like spending money for it right now. I guess that's more so what it comes down to. It's like you're looking at your pocket, look at all these games that you could possibly spend some ducats on, and it's like, is this the one I want to spend ducats on? I don't know, man. Maybe I'll get a random lover or something to send it in. I don't know. I'm just talking shit. But well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is all that I got as far as that goes. We won't get into this day game or nothing like that. I think we've kept everybody here for long enough. For those who have watched, especially ourselves, kept us here long enough. We got to get some things knocked out. But with that being said, I'll probably get into a couple more questions if anybody has some as we wind things down. But once again, thank you all for joining us on Living Split Screen. Again, for y'all coming back after even taking a 2-week hiatus. I say quote unquote hiatus. We were still here. We live streamed and everything. We were just playing Battlefield, having fun, having good conversation, just free flowing with it. Again, we are gamers first. If there's a game that me and Pong are generally interested in, there might be, who knows, with the way that life is lifing right now, taking Pong into consideration, because again, he's a brother to me. There might be some moments where life is lifing, and Pong is like, you know what, bro? How about we get some Battlefield in this Saturday? How about we just run some Battlefield? I'd be like, I ain't gonna be opposed to it.
Yeah,
Shit,
that's
and-
the only time I have.
And again,
like
I
it to that
don't,
point.
and I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I know it's a game that we both have interested in, and again, I think that'll be good for the people that want to jump in, especially with the game at full release. We'll be able to find more server browsers. Maybe that ends up being, hey, the times that Pong just wants to say, hey, after pod, I want to get some gaming in. I ain't get no gaming in. Maybe that ends up being like living split screen community battlefield mornings or whatever the case, and people can look forward to that, and maybe that's something else that we kind of fit in and do differently, and we kind of do our, I don't know, we'll see. We can always add content in. We can record living split screen early and do a premiere for people that want to watch that, and we stream, and it'll probably be easier. Maybe we'll have a shorter show if there's no audience or anything. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we'll have, who knows? There's things that we can do, but I think that'll be dope. But with that being said, for anybody that is looking for any game streams that I have done on the channel, for living split screen, for me personally, they are no longer on the channel. They are completely gone. Ideally, mind you, not everybody was tuning into that stuff. I figure that most people who come to living split screen do come to get conversation about what's going on in the gaming industry. Sure, I'll still throw some gameplay stuff up there, some demos and stuff like that, because I think that's good for living split screen, or if me and Pong are co-oping and stuff like that. Like, those streams are still up, right? Anything with me and Pong together. So, but if you're looking for and it also helps with me like focus and everything, because I was trying to deliver to multiple platforms, and it was just getting convoluted a lot in one time. If you're interested in any gameplay uploads, like me and my brother doing the Modern Night Rain, you want to see that gameplay? Come check me out. Steel Rain, T is a 7, everywhere. YouTube channel, personal channel. It's going to be uploaded there. If I upload, if I go live and I do live game streams, again, until I get to a point that's consistent enough, then I'll bring it back to living split screen, because again, we do longer form content anyway. But if it's not consistent, I don't want it to mess with the algorithm for YouTube. And again, this just, maybe I'm overthinking it, I don't know, but that's just me. It's not like I got a YouTube manager or anything to tell me. I do have stuff like ChatGPT that I can kind of conversate with, go back and forth, maybe get some ideas. Also, other YouTube content and other creators that are out there that kind of give suggestions. Again, I tune into ACG. He's been in the business for quite some time, and he has some good recommendations for stuff like that. Again, I'm just trying to do what I feel is best for this channel and also my channel, and just the brandings and stuff and whatnot. So I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, maybe I'm not, but if you're interested in, come check it out on, again, my personal channel, Steel Rain, at T is a 7 everywhere. I'll drop that in chat here in a minute for those who are interested. But other than that, you can find me anywhere there's a Google or search engine, and Twitter, or otherwise known as X, as the main places, or TikTok if y'all into that, man. So, but Paul, where can the beautiful people find you? And another fabulous episode with you, man.
Fantastic. Be back to, I mean, again, I just had so much fun playing Battlefield like that. That'd be totally cool.
We did.
If that's what we did
It's fucking
too.
phenomenal.
Anytime we just get together and be able to do this shit. But yeah, having a show again, get to talk this week again. Gamescom. I was more disconnected this week than I normally am during a big week of gaming news like this. But at the same time, to be able to come here and be able to discuss it and have good conversations and have excellent chat conversations. Again, that's one of my favorite parts about Saturday. I've done a lot of great shows through the years since I started podcasting almost 5 years ago now. It's insane to even say that. I've done a lot of great shows all over the place and a lot of different style of shows all over the place. But really, this show right here, Living SplitScreen with Steel and I, is like one of the shows that really does get the chat heavily involved. One of the few shows that gets the chat heavily involved, and you guys take the direction. Your comments, again, we have left ourselves the freedom to get into it with our chat at any given moment, because Steel and I aren't trying to run that kind of, more formal type show at all. And again, not like, Mav and I on Thursday nights, or even the Fun Spec shows aren't all formalized either, but it's just that Steel and I made it a point of emphasis to get the chat involved. and to bring their conversations into play. And again, today's no different. I love those segments where we wind up doing that. Even, again, that lead into other conversations or lead into bigger thoughts about this industry, about games in particular, whatever the case may be. So thank you all for that. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for the stuff that you bring, the energy you bring, even when we don't agree or it's just coming from a different perspective or whatever the case may be. Love when we have those just totally I don't want to say unscripted because none of our stuff is scripted, but I'm just saying unrealized type conversations. We just never know what's going to come up on Saturday. So appreciate you all. Nothing but love and respect coming out and supporting me and Steel each and every single week. And we're going to keep doing this, man. Again, it's going to be, like Steel said, you never know. We might be seeing some more gameplay on Saturdays and stuff because I might run out of time where I'm just like, man, I just need to get some gaming in, like Steel said. But whatever the case may be, we're going to be here on Saturdays. Going to try to keep this going as much as possible through this transitional period in my life for sure as we approach next year. But thank you all for being here and, just love you all. So just wanted to say that. And Steel, brother, all the stuff you do behind the scenes and all this different stuff that you're trying to do on top of your real life and adding value to this show and the channel and doing the clips and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's never expected, brother, but always appreciated. So thank you. It goes that way as well, man. You're an amazing dude. And one of my favorite people in the entire world. So appreciate that. Otherwise, you guys know how to follow me and find me. It's Pong Soul everywhere. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Otherwise, tomorrow night, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. That's right, Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself. I don't think he's announced guests this week yet, but we usually have a guest or two come on. But Sunday afternoons now, 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time, the Shop Podcast, quick 2-hour show. And yes, PTK Blam, one of the best hosts in the business, he does keep it to that 2 hours almost religiously. If you get 2:15 out of us on the Shop Podcast, that's like a whole extra. Like that's like crazy, man. That means some stuff was going down. Even when you got Steel and I on there together, he keeps it at 2 hours pretty well. So we have a good time over there. Lots of good conversations though. So join us on tomorrow night on the Shop Podcast. Over on PTK Blam's channel. We're going to have a good time there. Otherwise, Thursdays, we're back on the Fun Speculation Network. If you didn't catch this week's episode, Mav gave me the chair back because he was a little sicky again. He was a little sicky. He had a little sniffles. His throat wasn't feeling right. So we had a good time, though, because it wasn't just Mav and I on Thursday night. That's right. The rest of the family now rolls on through because that's the only time that Mav's got during the week for himself to do a show. Jasper showed up. The space one showed up. That's right. But this dude right here, Steel Rain, rolled on through and saved our butts because I was kind of unprepared to take over the chair this week with the topics because I hadn't watched a lot of Gamescom. Steel rolled through. Jasper was there. Mav was there. I was there. We had a great time. And we went, almost 4 hours, Steel? One of our longest shows on Thursday night because we had such good conversations going there. We were over 3. So good times on Thursday nights on the Fun Speculation Network, depending on how many people are going to be there. It doesn't matter. We're going to have some great talks. So be there for that. Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time now. Otherwise, everybody, it's the golden age of gaming. More games than I know what to do with to play with anymore. So, hey, man, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a great start to your week. Play what you love. Love what you play. Get out there and enjoy something. I'll talk to y'all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, I want to say thank you for y'all coming out and joining us again. Continue to be on the lookout for the different things coming to the channel and personal channels as well. And with that, we'll see you next Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time for the living split screen. Y'all be safe and enjoy the rest of your day. I know I'm going to try to do the same. So much love. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
I came back to let you know that I think for you and I can't let go.